Uh, Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Polish Academy of Science Scientific Center in Vienna, who's the host of this international conference. I'm Arkadiusz Radwan, director of the center in Vienna and also convener of this conference that we organized together with Dr. Sonia Harąziak, who is the coordinator who helped us to put all this together. I'm very glad that despite all the difficulties, we were finally able to meet, even though virtually, as many conferences nowadays take place. So we organized this conference online, connected through World Wide Web, but virtually we find ourselves in Austria, Vienna, and where Austria is the country, the place where David Irving, probably the world's most known Holocaust denialist, was arrested and put in prison for his negationist assertions, a known case. But shortly after being released from prison, he was invited to come over to England upon invitation from an Oxford Union, a very reputable debating society, to have a speech on a forum on free speech, basically, after being made a martyr of free speech, or having made himself a martyr of free speech. So we clearly, if we contrast or compare those two attitudes, we clearly see two approaches. The one of addressing distortions of truths by the legal means, and the others, how they can be played on the free market of thoughts and ideas. So we either can criminalize or otherwise limit by legal sanctions assertions that are considered as touching upon taboos or sacred occurrences, specifically painful occurrences from the nation's history, as many countries do nowadays. But we also might give them a safe conduct warranted by the freedom of speech to go around until it is defeated by reason and authority. Which of those two approaches is superior? In one of his speeches, Timothy Garton Ash points out to the latter as the superior form of combating historical negationism. But what if it is not defeated that way? Well, denialism, it is strongest form of Holocaust denial, negationism, is the worst when it comes to relativization of an absolute evil. But in a way, I think it is the easiest to be combated, as there exists enough of scientific evidence of when, how, by whom at all those terrible genocide has happened. But is it really so that the truth can defend itself by the facts and by free exchange of ideas and scientific evidence? What about more subtle or gradual distortion of truth? It is not just about negation, saying it never happened. As for the long time, Russia denied the systematically orchestrated and executed massacre of the elite Polish officers in the forest of Katyn. It was for a long time asserted it was by the Germans, by the Nazi. But what about the more subtle operations, such as universalization of guilt, relativization, different forms of relativization, or redistribution? Politics of memory is about very complex narratives. It is not just about saying it never happened. The politics of memory as an action orchestrated by states is a much complex undertaking. It is not just about confessing and condemning, or about rejecting or whitewashing. It is about telling stories. It is about creating narratives that makes a nation feel and be portrayed as a victim, as a converted perpetrator, or as a hero. And by doing so, the countries accumulate a moral capital that might be perceived as a commodity on a very competitive international market. In his recent book, Professor Michał Łuczewski uses this notion of moral capital and attempts to reconstruct policy choices and strategies by Poland, Germany, and Russia, how they build their narratives about the past, specifically about the past of World War II. But there, obviously, gains in moral capital made by one nation often, and actually usually, come at the expense of others. And it might be, this might be put in such a way that this oftentimes is a zero-sum games. At the same time, when we use legal tools, and this is the topic of our conference today, juridification of history, and many of those legal strategies are by using penal law, criminal law, that is a form of a censorship. And obviously, when we talk about moral capital, censorship doesn't really fit well and does not seem to be a perfect means of building moral capital. But still, those laws are on the rise. If we make an international comparison, even in the recent years, increasing number of countries either enact those laws or make some amendments to embrace new assertions. So we are here again at the topic of our conference, juridification of history, a complex process of interference of the law with a study of history and about telling stories about the past and the reinterpretation of the past. The most known form, as I just mentioned, is the criminalization of Holocaust denial. But it is not just this genocide. There are more, like the Armenian genocide. There are also crimes by the communist regimes in the countries that are post-communist countries of Central and Eastern Europe. But it is also some experience in some countries with civil law based on infringement of personal rights, where survivors feel offended by media statements or other assertions. So it is not just criminal law, it has a clear legal dimension going beyond just criminal law. So we will attempt at this conference to revisit the moral and philosophical foundations of legal governance of history. We will share our national experiences and also look at the European and international level, what efforts have been made and whether or not they are successful. Finally, we will turn to something that is a little bit different, but still falls under the broader notion of where law meets history, which is a transitional justice, how the countries that succeeded with abandoning their authoritarian regime build their democratic future. How do they cope with their authoritarian past? And this is the experience all of the countries of Central Eastern Europe actually made after the fall of communism. This is an international conference, and I think this topic is quite difficult in an international conference because it touches upon many sensitive issues. And it might well be that we will somehow hear in the presentations that the scholar has nationality, because it somehow influences our take on many things. So we will exchange our competences, our experiences, but in a way we will also exchange our sensitivities. And this, I think it adds a lot to our learning experience, even if it sometimes might be difficult. At the same time, those encounters are usually quite eye-opening. And this is not just about scientific conferences. Those international encounters, even in the private sphere or whatever other sphere, whenever we discuss our collective memories, how different they might be, they are eye-opening and they somehow teach us empathy and understanding. And please let me share with you, and I'm coming to the end of my introductory talk. Please let me share my two experiences of those personal international encounters and one retrospective. One of them is many times I spent a fair time of my life studying in other countries, altogether almost 6 years in Germany, but also in some other places. And whenever we discussed the problem of the Holocaust, whenever I had an opportunity somehow to tell someone that my grandfather was himself in Auschwitz as a prisoner, I was sometimes asked whether I am Jewish or if I have Jewish ancestry, which I have not. And this somehow shows me how, from our Polish perspective, there is so much focus also on the Polish nation experience. It comes as a shock that people in other countries, notably in Germany, have such a limited awareness of World War II atrocities. That is something that also is a terrible experience of other nations than the Jewish nation. The other story is that the story that I tell after a story told by Andrzej Vergleichende, who is, well, I think he is a remarkable personality. He works in Poland and a remarkable organization, Forum for Dialogue Among the Nations, and they do incredible work for commemorating the Jewish past in Poland. And once he was telling a story about encounter among leaders of organizations that care of the commemorating the Jewish past in Europe, from Germany, from Israel, and from Poland. And he was actually joining the club. And he tells when he tells the story when the Jewish leader embraces warmly his German peer and somehow maintains distance to Andrzej Vergleichende, the leader of the Polish organization, and he was somehow confused. And his first explanation was, "Well, I'm just joining the club. I'm new. Those two guys have known each other for quite some time." And somebody noticed this confusion and wanted somehow to help, and just briefly commented, "Do not take it personally. This Jewish guy, he is a Holocaust survivor." And this came as a shocking experience to him, and actually to every audience from Poland. It might come as a shocking experience, this asymmetry when our perception is so much different of the guilt and the relationship that could be somehow difficult. We come to realize this complexity and this difficult past. And the last story, or maybe retrospective, that shows us how much we need to somehow learn from one another, is a story from my birthplace, which is a medium-sized city in southeast Poland, Tarnów. Tarnów actually had a big population of the Jews before the war. As many as 45% of the citizens of Tarnów were Jewish, so almost half of the population. And I remember there is a church where my family lived nearby, and in this church is a chapel, and the chapel is called the Auschwitz Chapel, as it is designed to commemorate Auschwitz and other concentration camps. And when I was a child, I somehow took it naturally. On the wall, there is a big picture, or actually a bas relief, portraying crowds walking to martyrdom. But what I was taking as a natural thing when I was a child, now it is somehow shocking to me. Those people are marching towards death, bearing crosses. So it is a very one-sided view of this martyrdom of the Poles, somehow neglecting the primary story of Holocaust. And what makes it all even more shocking, this church is just nearby of a big cemetery, the Jewish cemetery, a couple of meters away, that back then was neglected, forgotten, falling into oblivion. Today, things turned out differently. It is beautifully renovated. But it simply shows how little understanding or awareness we have when we perceive our own history, even though it is just less than 100 years ago, and there are some people who remember Tarnów as a Polish Jewish town. The title of the conference, and this I'm coming to an end, is juridification of history, and this intervention is about necessity, futility, and powerless, and the rage of the powerless. Well, necessity of legislating history. Is it really necessary? How it is necessary? Or the law has limited persuasive power. But the law is also important as a declaration of certain moral values. So from this perspective, we might think of something necessary to address those difficult things by the law. But at the same time, it is very susceptible to abuse. But do we need taboos? Taboos have accompanied us throughout our history over centuries. Do we need this taboo still today? Futility of legislating about history, because hardly anyone is really persuaded by the sanctions of the law. And the rage of the powerless. And then when we talk about different sensitivities, it is specifically close to my imagination to somehow feel empathy to somebody who is a survivor, like my countryman, who was also in Auschwitz and now reads in a newspaper about Polish death camps. And we had in Poland some civil law suits against publishing houses that used this notion. And somehow I have empathy to the people who feel offended by this. But is really law the correct answer? Can it be a correct answer? A coercive role of law? And this will be the topic of our discussion today. And I am so happy and grateful that so many international experts from so many countries accepted our invitations. And I'm very much looking forward to our discussion today. And having said this, I would like to hand over to Professor Michał Balcerzak from the Copernicus University of Toruń, who will be the chairman of the first panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Radwan, and good morning to everybody. I was honored with the proposal to chair this first session, and I consider it an honor. Perhaps as a participant to this conference, I should not say, but I will, that I am really impressed by by both the topics and the speakers, their profiles. It is really, I think, a great opportunity to discuss extremely important matters, and I'm looking forward to it. But without further ado, I would like to now officially start the first session of the conference, which will deal with moral, philosophical, and cultural foundations of legal governance of history. We have 4 speakers in this panel, and each speaker was allocated 15 minutes. Followed by a discussion, and I am sure that we will have this opportunity to exchange views and to ask questions and discuss. So permit me now to introduce to you the first speaker, Professor Jiří Příban. And Professor Příban graduated from Charles University in Prague, where he was appointed Professor of Legal Theory, Philosophy and Sociology in 2002. He was also a visiting professor or scholar at European University Institute in Florence, several very distinguished American universities, as well as Flemish Academy of Brussels University and also University of New South Wales in Sydney. Jiří Příban has published extensively in the areas of social theory and sociology of law, legal philosophy, constitutional and European comparative law, and theory of human rights. He is an editor of the Journal of Law and Society and a regular contributor to the Czech and international media. Professor Příban will speak on a political and legal constitution of collective memory and its functionaries, on post-national Europe of historical hopes and fears. Professor Příban, you have the floor.
Okay. Thank you very much. Dzień dobry. Grüß Gott, dobrý den, good morning, or I should say in Welsh, Borida, from Cardiff. And I first of all want to thank Professor Radwan and Dr. Horonziak for organizing this great event in these very exceptional circumstances. It's always nice to be in Vienna, particularly before Christmas, but we are sitting here and we're doing it online only, but with our minds and our memories, we are there. And I feel very privileged to have this opportunity to contribute to the conference, and I will just summarize briefly my argument, and I hope to return to some details during the discussion. When I was thinking about this theme, it actually is a theme which is very close to what I was doing as a young researcher still in Prague and doing my visiting fellowship in South Africa in the 1990s and comparing post-communist and post-apartheid experiences, juridifications, public memory procedures, truth and reconciliation commissions, and many other things. So first of all, I think, and of course, striking similarities, even more striking differences. And these differences accompany not just post-apartheid and post-communist experiences, but also differences, huge differences within post-communist countries. And I believe that these differences also help to explain why today we have different state of democracy and the rule of law in different post-communist countries. Because I believe that the way we dealt with the past strongly affects our presence and future. So the first statement here is that in the wake of democratic and constitutional transformations in the 1990s, every country had to deal with the past. And this dealing with the past is really important from the legal perspective, because if you don't deal with the past will deal with you. It will keep haunting you and you will never get rid of it. And never will, not rid of it, but come to terms with it and deal with it. It will return as a specter of the past. Why? Because right after 1989, dealing with the past meant two different things. From the legal perspective, it was a question of doing justice. Rehabilitations of political prisoners, restitutions of unjustly confiscated property, and also the questions of punitive justice, of retribution for the crimes that actually happened. And for that reason, of course, you have to have clear distinction between the authoritarian, unjust past and the democratic presence and the commitment of democratic governments to deal with these injustices and crimes. That's why the 1990s had this huge legislation in the field of rehabilitations, restitutions, and also criminal justice dealings with crime. It's fascinating to see how especially criminal justice failed in all countries for technical reasons, and even in the countries such as Germany, top brass communist officials such as Erich Mielke, the Minister of Interior and the head of Stasi, was eventually tried on the murder of a policeman in the Weimar Republic in early 1930s, I guess. So it's a very heavily juridified period of dealing with the past, and this past is dealt with as unjust, but also as fearsome past. You have to do something about the past officials to stabilize the democratic emerging regime. And this brings me to the second aspect, which is not dealing with the past to protect the present and save the future, the democratic future. And this is the controversy of lustration laws. As we know, 1992, a big debate in Polish parliament, lustrations declared against human rights and leading to the resignation of the government. And then for the whole period of 1990s, the Polish, but also to some extent Hungarian public was gossiping who is whose agent, yeah? And in Czechoslovakia, later only in Czech Republic, after the split of Czechoslovakia, the parliament enacted the lustration law, which was heavily legalistic in the spirit of the Austrian legalism, legislating for special professions which are subject of lustration, for which some professions in the past and positions in the past were deemed unfit. Discriminatory law, indeed. I was myself one of the critics of this morally very divisive law. And nevertheless, in the end, it proved as a stabilizer of the new statehood to such extent that at the turn of the century, if you Googled lustrations, the first links were to protecting your car, yeah, and car windows, not protecting your political administration. What is the result? That today Czech Republic has Prime Minister who is a corrupt billionaire. Of course, yeah, we know them all around in the region, and not only in the region. Here in the Western Europe, oligarchies are in government as well. But it's what is fascinating that he is a former secret police agent. He tried to clear his name, and he failed before the Slovak court because he's a Slovak national by origin. So dealing with the past is having these various unintended consequences. So today, actually, this communist past is not of public interest or big political struggles, unlike in countries such as Hungary and Poland, which still has this democratic backsliding driven by dealing with the communist past. We know Viktor Orban's famous electoral slogan, 20 years for 20 years. Yeah? That you will end up in you will get 20 years in prison for how you ruined our beautiful country. So dealing with the post-communist left. So this brings me to the second aspect of dealing with the past and juridification of the past. Here we are not talking about the justice of the past, historical justice, or the protection of the democratic presence of the emerging democratic constitutional system. Here we talk about institutes of collective memory. And this is something which Professor Radwan mentioned in his insightful introductory remarks. It's the question of whether you can, and to what extent actually, you can codify and canonize public memory, national memory, and give it the power of an officially sanctioned narrative. Here, there is a striking difference, and that's why I mentioned lustrations, for instance, because in countries such as Slovakia or Poland, in the end, institutes of national memory or institutes of collective memory, they actually perform administrative functions. What happened in Czech Republic was that the conservative government, conservative liberal government, I should emphasize, living in Central Europe, of the first decade of the century, they pushed for a legislation for the Institute for the Study of Totalitarian Regimes. And here is a problem, because Czech Republic had probably the most thorough administrative process of decommunization, the most complex restitutions, which were primarily natural restitutions, and it had the law on the act of the lawlessness of the communist regime and resistance to it. And yet, 15 years on, you have a particular government pushing for a special institute. You have to say this collectivization of public memory or national memory, collective memory, is a dangerous evolution to my view. In my view, I believe that in a free democratic society, if you have free university institutes, you have free science of history, recent history, to sanction officially an institute like that and give it the authoritative voice of the official voice of collective memory, is the first step towards democratic backsliding. Because if you have to nationalize memory, the question is always, who is speaking? And who is speaking? This is the cancel culture Central European way. If you have a different narrative, you push the official contestation out. What is fortunate in Czech context is that this Institute for the Study of Totalitarian Regime has the academic board, which is appointed by different constitutional bodies, and so its composition changes with the political preferences. Unlike in Poland and Hungary, Czech Republic always had coalition governments. And 10 years later, the board of the institute is progressively left-wing, pushing the original narrative out. So I'm not saying that something is good, something is bad. I'm only suggesting that in free society, contestations of public memory are always subject to free academic contestations and not political authorizations. And when we compare it, and here I'm coming already to my last part, because the official institutes. So in my thesis, the Institute for the Study of Totalitarian Regimes did more harm than good in the last 10 years in Czech context. It never achieved public authority. It never achieved academic authority. It had few public scandals, but the collective memory and its voices, plural voices, are formed somewhere else. And that's very good. And it's pluralistic. Why is it good? Because in modernity, by definition, there are no functionaries of collective memory. We are in every nation, every society has memory and things in the past to be deeply ashamed of, included British Empire. This wonderful British Empire is now coming to terms how, for instance, the city of Bristol was growing its wealth and affluence on a massive scale slave trade. But we have memories we can be justly proud of. And so what I want to say is every memory collective memory is not a matter of archive only. It's a question of selection of which things we want to memorize, which things we want to be proud of, which things we have to deal with as grossly unjust, with which things have to be addressed to learn from the past. And here I want to say the only decent exit strategy for any institutes of national memory is to denationalize these stories and turn them into the European framework, European context, because the European context gives us the European history of fears and hopes. Fears, obviously what happened in Europe in the last century is something, it's a complete collapse of humanity. And we want to say never again Auschwitz, never again labor camps in the Stalinist Russia, never again genocides. But at the same time, we have to have a positive story. Yeah, because if you don't deal with the past, you're gonna end up like Austria. Still, David Irving more welcome in Austria than in Germany. Yeah, because Austria is always treating itself, or was treating itself, as the first victim instead of at least collaborator in the horrible Nazi crimes and the Holocaust. So if you don't deal with it, you're gonna end up with oblivion. If you deal only with the past, you will start hating everything about your identity and present. You have to have a positive story. You have to have a story of hope, which you can learn from the past. And it brings me to the conclusion that juridification is important for the justice matters. For the collective memory, law is far too weak, and I want to say far too divisive. Law and every country will have its laws of dealing with the past. And frankly, mentioning David Irving, yes, it's shocking and disgusting, but people from Central Eastern Europe or Germany are always shocked by what you can hear people saying, and anti-Semitic tropes in British society. Just think of former mayor of London, Ken Livingstone. So it's not just the extreme right, it's also progressive left, which would make skinheads in Chemnitz almost blush. Yeah. So every society has its undealt and the past to deal with. As regards the juridification, let's rely on constitutional projects which will address the risks of the past and at the same time provide for positive, denationalized, collective European memory. Thank you very much, and I said enough.
Professor Preben, that was extremely interesting. I took some notes. In fact, I would be very tempted to engage into the dialogue now, but we need to move forwards, of course. And now I'd like to invite Dr. Miloš Matušek. Dr. Matušek is a lawyer, a journalist, and free speech activist living in Zurich. He wrote his PhD about Holocaust denial bans and taught German law at the Sorbonne School of Law for 5 years. He has been writing for 15 years for different media outlets such as NZZ, Welt, Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung, and has recently launched his own publication, Vergleichende Intelligenz, where he writes about free speech matters. He launched an open letter for open debates and against cancel culture in September 2020. Dr. Matušek's topic is as follows: a good idea, moral philosophical justification of legislative interference with collective memories and historical narratives. Dr. Matušek, you have the floor. Minutes.
Thank you very much, Professor Balcerzak, and thank you for the opportunity to share with you some ideas about the connection between Holocaust denial, bans, and memory. I have to admit that was a topic that interested me a lot 10 years ago when I wrote my PhD thesis. I have since then had only little opportunities to come back to this subject, and I have to admit that my research had a very little impact on let's say, legal doctrine, at least in Germany. There are little researchers who admit that, but I do this gratefully, and maybe we can see through my speech why this has been the case. My affiliation, you have pointed it out rightly. I'm not anymore at the Sorbonne University, so I'm talking here now not as a pure researcher, but also as a let's say, journalist and let's say normal citizen. Holocaust denial bans, we heard it before, have become very popular in Europe, mainly during the 90s. We had the first law in France, 1990, in Germany, 1994, in Poland, 98. The European Union discussed a common framework later on in 2008 in order to harmonize legislation on that matter all over Europe. This endeavor has finally not come to an end. We can say it has failed due to the differences between the member states in that sense. Those laws have triggered a lot of discussions from the beginning. Is it the right way from a legal policy approach? Do these laws lead to more legislation in the same sense? Are we entering, therefore, on a slippery slope? And finally, are these laws an infringement to liberty of expression and so on? All these questions were necessary at that time, and they are actual today, even more as we see with discussions around climate denialism or corona denialism. We see that those questions have entered actual public debates, but more from a societal point of view, not by the way of criminal law itself. But the label denier has become today a kind of weapon in debates in order to exclude participants from debates. We are therefore confronted with a more societal type of sanction framework today. And this, I just give it as a short reminder at the beginning, should maybe make us think of those laws in a more critical way generally. But I want to limit my expose to two major points today. The first point is, what is the scope of protection of Holocaust denial bans, at least from a perspective of German law, which was my main field of research. The second question, can collective memory be a legal good in the sense of modern criminal law? As far as the first point is concerned, from the perspective of German criminal law doctrine, criminal law is seen as a set of rules with sanctions which are basically set up in order to protect certain legal goods. So from the perspective of German criminal law, we are not fighting against certain phenomena, that is the political view. We are protecting certain legal goods, such as property, liberty, the climate, etc. German doctrine seems to split in two fractions generally when it discusses the scope and character of the term legal goods, or as we say, Rechtsgüter. There is a positivist sociological branch or school that leaves all power to the lawmaker in order to decide on what is worth, in his opinion, to become a legal good. Those are the ideas of Karl Binding, 19th century scholarship, which became also strong, maybe even dominant in Poland. In that sense, the lawmaker is unbound. A legal good is simply a kind of format, a kind of vessel which can be filled with almost every content which serves the interest of the state. The liberal school, whereas, limits the scope of legal goods. In that sense, the lawmaker cannot define every interest as a legal good, but should restrain himself to the classical goods such as liberty, property, and so on, which means goods that can be found even before the creation of a certain state. From a practical point of view, this conflict can be regarded as settled now. The German Constitutional Court has never accepted a sort of limitative kind of constitutional block within criminal law as the liberal school would have liked to. one argument was that they basically said, okay, we now have the protection of the Grundgesetz, of the German constitution. Those legal doctrines have started at a time where there was no protection from basic laws, or let's say human rights at all. So from their point of view, it's the basic rights from the constitution that only can limit the lawmaker, not a doctrine within criminal law, which is, I think, from a democratical point of view, quite understandable, as those scholars are not elected or in any way legitimated. In 1994, the German lawmaker passed a law concerning Holocaust denial bans, which was included in Article 130 of the German Criminal Code as a part of its incitement legislation. So it's forbidden, with a sanction of up to 5 years of prison, to partly or completely deny the existence of certain crimes which were committed by the Nazis during World War II. From the point of view of the legal doctrine, the legal good discussion has always been, let's say, an existing discussion, because it was a new law. It came basically to that point to ask oneself which legal good is protected. Mainly, the scholars confirmed that Holocaust denial bans were seen as to protect the legal good of public peace, as it's inserted already in the paragraph about incitement. Other legal scholars favored the honor of the victims or the descendants. Others favored human dignity as a protected legal good. I tried to show in my thesis that none of these legal goods are fully convincing, and therefore open a gap for a new legal good. And the arguments are as following. The public peace as a legal good basically is a passepartout for almost everything. It's the most obscure legal good we have in the criminal code. It has elements of potential violence, security concerns. It mixes things like the harmonic living together with identification patterns between state and the people. So it's a nice melange, as you might say in Vienna, of different topics that not really have a lot of to do, vice versa, and therefore public peace is always referred to when the lawmaker doesn't know exactly what to protect. Human dignity is a special notion in the German constitution. It's at the Article 1 of the German Grundgesetz. The claims of Holocaust denial often miss the personal targeting of people. Therefore, this argument of relating to human dignity has been refuted by a lot of scholars. Holocaust denial concerns the historical deeds, the historical facts themselves, without having to refer to special persons. The same argument concerns the legal good of personal honor of the victims and descendants. Generally, there is no targeting of special people itself. And the second argument we can raise here is a systematic one, because Article 130, paragraph 3, is a simple Holocaust denial ban, different from so-called qualified denialism, which includes also the defamation of a person and has been forbidden already before the law of 1994. So as to take an example, saying that the Holocaust has not happened as a simple claim is a simple Holocaust denialism. Saying that the Jews have invented the Holocaust in order to get money from the Germans would be a so-called qualified historic, Holocaust denialism. Therefore, there's a kind of void, there's a kind of lack in the discussion, which I tried to fill with my thesis. So I had the impression that this question is not fully resolved. I was inspired by the legal situation in Poland and France during my research time, where the questions of memory have been far more present than in the German legal discussion. Of course, there has been a societal discussion about memory going on in Germany for the last, let's say at least 30 years. And I try to have shown in my study that the protection of memory of a historical event, which can be defined as a kind of standard of knowledge about an event in a broader population, is actually a more suitable legal good. I wouldn't go so far as to extend it to more events than this one, and would rather look at it from a restrictive point of view, but I still think it's more honest to name the game and say, okay, basically it's about memory. It's not about honor or public peace. The whole idea resides on the alleged fact that also, of course, liberal societies need some binding ties in order to create some form of cohesion. Historical events can be a common ground for cohesion. They can, of course, also be a point of discord. So in that sense, we don't have a completely clear reference point in liberal societies. As modern nations are also imaginative communities, as Benedict Anderson states, historical events as reference points seem to hold a certain ground as far as knowledge about them can be taken for granted. Modern nation states, therefore, are also communities of memory. The term collective memory has been created by the sociologist Maurice Halbwachs in continuation of the sociological reasoning patterns created by the French sociologist Émile Durkheim, who referred to a collective consciousness, which may bind societies together and is expressed also in criminal sanctions. The idea of Maurice Halbwachs was therefore that not only individuals have a memory, but also entities, such as groups, nations, etc. The German Egyptologist Jan Assmann looks at this from a point of communication and culture. There is a communicative memory concerning recent events, which goes as far back as to up to 100 years, so it's events people are still talking about. And there's a cultural memory concerning important reference points in a far more distant history. Parting from these ideas, I see collective memory as the main legal good for Holocaust denial bans for following three reasons. First, the scope of Holocaust denial is to destroy a common ground of knowledge about the Holocaust. Holocaust denialism has been a way of introducing ideas in order to make Nazist and fascist ideas again suitable in society. In order to get rid of the Holocaust deniers thought that they can make certain fascist views again, popular in broader populations. Holocaust denial is made in order to raise questions and doubts, therefore, about the historical facts and to replace them by a new set of alternative facts, as we call them today. Second, the memory of special events such as the Holocaust, which has ever since been a marker and main reference point for political, legal, and societal discussions, can be looked at as a valuable state of mind. So here we are in the logic of the legal goods. The lawmaker decides what state of interest is valuable. And we have seen in discussions arising from historians, from even cultural and collective identity point of views, that the Holocaust has had, it was probably the main reference point of post-war Germany's public discussions. It was shaped by numerous discussions. It's inserted in school books. It was accompanied by cultural works and so on. So we can say that the knowledge about this event is something that is valuable to our societies. Third, criminal law is not blind to non-material states of consciousness. Okay, we can say that also property, the idea of property is a non-material state of consciousness. We cannot take away property even if we steal it, because property stays basically at the person it belongs to. And the state protects states of consciousness in other laws as well. We might think, for example, about money counterfeiting, which undermines the confidence in a state's monetary standard. So the state operates with consciousness and with mental states, even if he protects legal goods. So criminal law can of course only be the ultimate ratio for a protection of this kind, and as I stated before, it should be limited and restricted. In my opinion, it is an ultima ratio for three reasons. First reason, historical consciousness is by itself a vulnerable state of consciousness, as knowledge vanishes over time. So there's a natural erosion. Second argument, with time passing, there's also a personal void, as people directly having witnessed these events are dying and cannot give first-hand witness testimony anymore. And third argument, there's also a structural problem, as Holocaust denial speech can only be very difficultly opposed, and the way of a more speech approach in that sense is of little help, as any discussion of the existence or non-existence of the Holocaust or another historical event might give the impression that the facts can be debated. So this is a problem finally which shows that it's not so easily resolvable by the normal debate means, and therefore we can see in it another argument in favor of a legislation in that sense. To close my argument, the finding of this new legal good is, in my sense or in my view, consistent with at least the positivistic branch of criminal law, and is justified also from a point of view of constitutional protection of freedom of expression. The Constitutional Court does not refer to a certain legal good. It basically looks at these questions from a structural point of view, and it excludes by its jurisprudence so far any knowledgeable denialism of facts. So this is not a scope of protection to state false facts, which is basically also the same from a United Nations point of view, but without excluding certain facts from the debate so far. In my point of view, it's therefore a more sincere approach than the masking of the law's scope by existing legal goods such as public peace, honor, or dignity. When we come to the question, is it a good idea in general, it looks to me as a more specific and grounded legal basis to Holocaust denial bans, that yes. In a broader sense, the question is rather, and now I speak in hindsight to the last 10 years or so, speech bans are always to be looked at in a very strict sense. We are living in a time of narrowing down of debate corridors. We have cancel culture spreading in the cultural sector. We have deplatforming at universities and so on. And we have a spread of the narrative of fight against anti-Semitism from certain entities, often funded by the states. In Germany, for example, there seems to be quite an obsession to see anti-Semitism almost everywhere, which is pernicious among all, especially for the real dangerous anti-Semitism. I can remember from last week a speech by Mrs. Kahane, a former Stasi information person that is now leading a state-funded foundation, the Amadeo Antonio Foundation, who stated publicly that every conspiracy theory and even questions about Bill Gates and vaccines are anti-Semitic. And I think when we hear those figures publicly speaking, being funded by the state, and the state is even giving more money to these foundations in the next years, we're talking about 1 billion euros. This raises certain questions about official truths, about narrowing of debate corridors, and a kind of non-criminal law approach to sanctions by, let's say, informal entities, by basically journalists or other public figures who can, by stating certain things, exclude other people from debates. So these laws, in my opinion, have to be an absolute exception. I look at them far more critical than I did 10 years ago, I have to admit. Otherwise, I think it's the opening of Pandora's box. And the creation of legal taboos is in itself dangerous. It can spread and have influence on all kinds of fields, leading finally to less speech, more censorship, and a manufacturing of consent, which is pernicious for a free and open society. I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Matuszek. These were also extremely interesting, valid comments. I also I've learned that you might not be able to be with us during the discussion. I very much hope that we'll be able to perhaps exchange views on some later date or in another format. Anyway, now I would like to invite our next speaker, Dr. Austine Pazvenskiene. Dr. Pazvenskiene is a Vice Dean, lecturer and researcher at the Faculty of Law, Vytautas Magnus University. Her research interests are education law and technologies, human rights in education. Currently, she's a researcher in the project Integrity Study of the Future Law, Ethics and Smart Technologies. Dr. Pazvenskiene, labas rytas, you have the floor.
Thank you, Professor. Labas rytas. Hello, everyone. First of all, a big thanks for the organizers giving an opportunity to participate and be part of this great event. And as was already mentioned, I would happily be in Vienna now and be looking into the eyes of the audience while speaking rather than my monitor. Despite that, it's an honor today to discuss the topic of academic freedom, which was the research topic of my doctoral dissertation. Now about the importance, the significance of this concept, John Stuart Mill argued that truth emerges best from a marketplace of ideas from which no opinion is excluded. Mill's principle allows both teachers and students to follow their own good in teaching and learning in their own ways, as long as they do not cause harm to others or hinder them from their own endeavors for what they regard to be good. The traditional Humboldtian concept of academic freedom from its emergence in the medieval times until recent is vital for the fulfillment of the mission of higher education institutions, for an ability of academics and students to participate in unrestricted and free teaching, research, publication, expression, and to foster an open inquiry as a core value of higher education. Traditional academic freedom simply meant having the autonomy to pursue the truth regardless of where it led. And it is agreed that a previous key function of the medieval university to pursue divine truth has found a place in the modern university. Today there is a universal consent that it is extremely important to safeguard academic freedom, as it protects the creation of knowledge within universities, ensures educating students to think for themselves, and develops the whole person. Academic freedom is perceived of transcendent value not merely to members of the academic community, but to society at large. It is considered as a prerequisite for higher education to become the key in building and sustaining our future. Academic freedom is a legal concept which has found its position in numerous European constitutions and national and institutional higher education regulation, and its paramount importance and the need for its protection are underlined in various international conventions and other international and regional documents. The most significant reference to academic freedom can be found in Article 13 of the Charter of Fundamental Rights of the European Union, which indicates that academic freedom shall be respected. Even though it is not explicitly provided for in every constitution or international convention, its protection is often implied by other fundamental rights. A good and certainly a representative example is the European Convention on Human Rights, which does not include a specific provision of academic freedom. However, the European Court of Human Rights has brought issues regarding academic freedom within the ambit of European Convention on Human Rights, in particular under Article 10, which guarantees the right to freedom of expression. The international higher education community refers to a university as the repository of truth, as a place where the critical intellectual mind of a society engaging in the quest for truth meet and argue, chasing for this ideal, where the scholarly elite comes together, abandons obsolete findings, and then reconsiders and defends other interpretations of truth. And this key task of the universities of discovering and disseminating the truth can be entirely accomplished only if universities will respect and benefit from academic freedom. Talking about one of the elements of academic freedom, freedom of teaching, there have been a number of cases where professors were accused of introducing tendentious political or ideological matters into their teaching. And it is agreed that academics cannot act in favor of silencing alternative views or teach without due regard for the equal consideration of conflicting opinions and with failing to maintain balance and neutrality. Certain utterances, inactivity, and behavior of academics do fall outside the scope of academic freedom and rather are considered as a violation of professional duties or abuse of their academic freedom. As any other freedom, academic freedom must be balanced with certain obligations, and certainly there are limits. Academics in the classroom are required to teach in a manner that reflects current thinking, recent research, and a variety of views and opinions. They are also required not to introduce in their teaching any element of positive or negative bias, distortion, misrepresentation, stigmatizing or irrelevant oral and written statements in respect to different matters like age, economic status, ethnicity, gender, language, nationality, unless these relate directly to the subject matter. However, it is not that simple to maintain the balance between being critical, deviating from, and questioning generally accepted beliefs, introducing experimentation and speculation in the classroom, and alongside being in conformity with professional norms. Another important and rather complex element of academic freedom is extramural speech, which refers to speech made by academics in their capacity as citizens and not in their capacity as officers or employees of higher education institutions, and on matters of public concerns that are not related to their academic expertise or institutional affiliation. Some scholars note that if a university censors what its professors may say as citizens in public and restrains them from utterances it does not approve, it thereby assumes the power to establish what particular opinions it permits and accordingly assumes full responsibility for whatever it permits. American Association of University Professors advocates for the freedom of extramural speech in a sense that academics, although members of academic community and officers of higher education institutions, are also citizens, and when they speak or write as citizens, they should be free from any institutional censorship or discipline. That should leave them in the position of every other citizen who have to take full responsibility for what they speak or write and who have to answer to public authorities according to the national laws. There are plenty of examples of academics having their position at university in jeopardy because of their academic speech or conduct. We have a number of cases where academics consistently deny the existence of such events as global warming, the Holocaust, mass shootings. And while they may merit respect with their established academic disciplines, it's argued that they are permitted to proclaim what would be described as nonsense on other disciplines. Scholars note that an electric engineering professor who embraces Holocaust denial outside the classroom is protected by academic freedom as long as he never imposes his neo-Nazi views and values upon his students. It is argued that no sanctions can be initiated by the university if that is never mentioned in the classroom. Statements reflect only personal view and not those of institution or its faculty, and that professor continues to adequately teach the subject matter of his expertise. Thus, a Holocaust denying modern European historian could claim no comparable degree of deference and would be subject to the termination of even a tenured position on the basis of demonstrated incompetence. There is another example of the case that was brought to the Human Rights Committee. A university professor was convicted for the offense of Holocaust denial as he had sought proof for the methods of killings by gas asphyxiation, thereby raising doubts regarding the existence of gas chambers for extermination purposes at Auschwitz and in other Nazi concentration camps. He claimed that his opinions were rejected by academic journals. He has become the target of death threats, suffered physical assault and serious injuries. The committee stated that there was no violation of Article 19 of International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, which protects the right to hold opinions and freedom of expression. The committee argued that the restriction was provided by law and the conviction was fully justified not only by the necessity of securing a respect for the judgment of the International Military Tribunal at Nuremberg, and through it, the memory of the survivors and the descendants of the victims of Nazism, but also by the necessity of maintaining social cohesion and public order. Although academic freedom provides a protection to speak out and provide a critical voice, there's also an opinion that being members of the academic community imposes upon them a burden by the nature of their special position in the society, which creates special obligations for them. It is argued that as scholars and educational officers, they should remember that the public may judge their profession and their institution by their utterances. Hence, they should at all times be accurate, should exercise appropriate restraint, should show respect for the opinions of others, and should make every effort to indicate that they are not speaking for the institution. Thus, for a conclusion that leaves us with two a bit conflicting remarks. On one hand, it means that academics possess a lesser amount of freedom of speech because they bear a burden of being representatives of the academic profession, and they are accordingly bound by obligations which must be regarded in the light of their responsibilities to their subject, to their students, to their profession, and to their institution. Academics have a particular obligation to advance culture of free inquiry and to foster public understanding of academic freedom. On the other hand, the justification for the protection of extramural utterances can be found in the idea that it's often difficult to draw the line between the speech within academics' expertise from one which fall outside the scope of expertise. Accordingly, in order to maintain a conducive environment to the performance of fundamental professional tasks, when academics are able to focus entirely on their professional responsibilities rather than feeling unconfident in regard to public utterances, any attempt of trying to set the limits should be discouraged. That would be my thoughts on academic freedom and its limitations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and especially thank you for time discipline. I have comments which I cannot make at this moment because time is now, and we will move to the next speaker and the last in this session, Dr. Leah David, who is the assistant professor at Astra Fellow at the School of Sociology, University College Dublin. She is a comparative historical sociologist with a strong interdisciplinary background in cultural anthropology and history. She completed her PhD at the Department of Sociology and Anthropology at Ben-Gurion University, Israel, and she has held several very impressive postdoctoral fellowships. She also writes extensively on issues like memory, nationalism, human rights, ideologies, solidarity, etc. Dr. David will present now with the topic ideological frameworks of the juridification of the past, and there's my kind request also for time discipline. Dr. David, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you for having me here. I think this is a super important subject to discuss, and as you said at the beginning, there are many angles to tackle this issue. And I want to add another component to this discussion, and that is ideology, because I think it is very important to understand those different laws through different ideological frameworks. Oh, this works. This is excellent. So I think it is important to understand that when we talk about now about memorialization laws, we are generally talking about two different ideological worldviews. One is that of nationalism that is supported by a nation state at the nation state level. And the other one is something that is more of a macro level. If we understand nationalism as a meso level in a global system, that is of human rights. And when we think about those two different memorialization laws and memorialization practices, we see very different practices in place. So we say on the one hand, we see nation state sponsored memory, and on the other hand, we see this moral remembrance that is tightly connected to the human rights memorialization agenda. And I'm going to talk about it a bit more. So, of course, those different ideologies are really different. Nationalism is always marked and or marks clear national boundaries and promotes this idea of natural place of a limited number of people. Whereas when we talk about human rights supposedly rejects all that rights should be privileged and ascribed by any categorical division of such as ethnicity, religion, class, or gender. I'm talking here about this new global phenomena, this what I call moral remembrance, that have become deeply rooted in human rights memorization practices and norms. It is meant to force states to face and become accountable for past human rights abuses. In that sense, states are expected, however, of course, not in an even or equal manner, to conform to these international human rights norms of facing their criminal past and becoming accountable for massive human rights abuses. However, although states often willingly adopt, or at least pretend to adopt, human rights memorization agendas and norms, memorization agendas are always exclusively enforced through different forms of international pressures, and often we are talking here about different treaties and peace agreements. And this is because nation states seize their natural or exclusive right in promoting memorization agendas as means to homogenize those distant people that belong to the same community. So it is important to stress, though, that the human rights memorization agenda is always filtered through the needs of any nation state. It always actually, whether nation states will take this moral remembrance and the human rights memorization agenda, it is always going to be adopted only as long as it serves the needs of this nation state. Wait. Okay, so this moral remembrance is grounded in the most basic presumptions in human rights and transitional justice, that proper memorization is essential for healing societies. We heard about it with a difficult past and moving beyond the trauma and violence. That proper memorization is a crucial step in establishing moral responsibility for past atrocities, and that proper memorization can guarantee the establishment of human rights values and can bring to reconciliation. I will not go much into it. I actually dispute all of these claims in my book that has been just published. I just want to move here to this component, why it is important to understand, in my opinion, human rights as an ideology, just as we can understand it, can understand nationalism as an ideology. In that sense, it is very helpful to rely on sociology of ideologies, because we see that for any ideology, we have those three components. Oh, apologies. One is this organizational power, meaning that human rights, just as nationalism, needs to have institutions in place. Second component is ideological power, or in this story that I'm telling here, is about content and about the standardization of memory. I'm not going to talk about this more. Sorry, something is happening. But what is here important in this context of the human rights memorization agenda, that we see this historical process where three distinct principles have been adopted: facing the past, duty to remember, and victim-centered approach. And the third component is, of course, micro-solidarity, meaning what actually happens on the ground with this ideological and organizational power. So what is important here to understand that when we talk about this human rights as an ideology and about nationalism, we always talk about ideologies that tend to homogenize and monopolize human knowledge and advocate how the world should look like. So obviously there are always going to be tension between those two different approaches. So what is actually this moral remembrance? This is a standardized set of norms based on human rights values, And actually, it is this generative. It refers to this generative process of standardization of memory at the global level. It defines the proper ways in which societies are supposed to deal with the legacies of human rights abuses, and it has this guiding principle to force states to face and become accountable. So the way we understand his moral remembrance is this exactly. That it refers to these standardized ways promoted through the human rights infrastructure at the global level in which societies are supposed to deal with legacies of massive human rights abuses. Again, this process refers to a gradual, accumulative development from duty to remember. And this is important. There's an awareness-oriented approach to a contested past, to a policy-oriented proper memorializations, what needs to be remembered, something that has been standardized in a way that is supposed to serve us as an insurance policy against the repetition of massive human rights abuses. So the way we understand historical injustice today around the world is predominantly shaped by these human rights memorialization standards, again, which I call here moral remembrance, that adopted those three main principles: the necessity to collectively face troubled past, collective duty to remember human rights abuses, and this victim-centered approach that puts victims at the heart of memorialization efforts. So through all those three principles are very distinct and have different sociological, historical trajectories and are rooted in distinct ethical and philosophical ideals, they merge and they become pillars of this human rights memorialization agenda. In fact, the emergence of moral remembrance and its extensive promotion by human rights bodies and advocates has shaped our current understanding how the proper way to remember past atrocities and massive human rights abuses should look like. And this, I think, this conference also reflects that in a way. So I'm talking here about new phenomena, global phenomena of moral remembrance that have become deeply rooted in these human rights memorialization practices and norms. And let's see now how it brings us to to laws. Again, this is important here to understand that the institutionalization of a selective memory as means of homogenizing people under one governmental system can be traced from the Treaty of Westphalia in 1648, and the Treaty of Westphalia obliged states to enforce amnesties and pardons for all wartime wrongdoings. Since then, it's changed tremendously, but we can see that throughout the 18th century, museums, for example, transforms into sites of glories and podiums of states' achievements. Museums and national calendars gradually transform into instruments of citizenship and nation-state agendas, energizing this national unity and cultural homogeneity. And also we can see, however, that only after the Second World War did a coupling of the accountability for human rights abuses and their remembrance will emerge within the legal framework as means of restoring moral cosmologies within international arenas. So nation-state memory laws use and contextualize certain memory contents tailored in such a way to secure national exclusive boundaries of belonging. And we talked about it a bit here. Contrary to that, human rights-sponsored memory laws are utilized with regard to difficult and violent histories and are focused around two central categories. One that bans and criminalizes a positive perception of an atrocity past, such as genocide or massive violence, and the other that bans a negative perception of a violent past. So those attitudes are also reflected in what is called the militant democracy, which refers to this prohibition of a hatred, rights of free speech to preserve this liberal democracy. So here, for example, we see all kinds of Holocaust denial laws or legislation criminalizing the Nazi message, and we can see other example here, as well as genocide denial laws that all come as a remedy, and they come from this human rights memorialization agenda and not from a nation-state memorialization agenda. Now, of course, in the same way, we see that memory laws often serve as legal remedies to nation states. So from that point on, those two often contradicting sets of memorialization laws started operating simultaneously, that comes from human rights and the other that comes from nation state. On the one hand, memorialization laws in the international arenas became coupled with both the Declaration of Human Rights and with Convention on the Prevention of and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide as legally binding document. On the other hand, memorialization laws within nation states did not cease to exist, but were further conceptualized to serve as means of legitimizing the social political reality and to homogenize a group within their nation state. In practice, this meant that both human rights and nation state-led memorialization laws were vastly invented towards securization of memory, offering different visions of future. And securization of memory here refers to the process in which, by means of law, certain historical remembrances are secured while others are completely delegitimized and criminalized. All memory laws, regardless of their ideological source, became central to the politics of memory, as we heard that from other discussants, that is, to the political means by which events are classified, commemorated, or discarded in order to influence communities' values and attitude. So in that means, securitization of memory by means of law is a really fascinating phenomena that clearly brings the distinction between the nationalist as opposed to human rights understanding of memory. And I think this is crucial here. So once human rights sponsored laws and resolutions were introduced in international arenas to mark the boundaries of an imagined collective based on this abstract notion of humanity as a whole, states responded in a very similar manner, while simultaneously adopting the laws that protect the universality of human rights, while at the same time, in the local setting, they pushed for the adoption of discriminatory laws in order to safeguard their narrowly understood ethnic boundaries. And this is important because we can see national entities that do simultaneously both. They adopt human rights memorialization laws, but they, at the same time, they actually enforce some laws that are beyond, that are actually very nationally binding. And what comes naturally as part of it is actually this historical revisionism, and we talked about it here. Some of you mentioned that this phenomena. So, though, just a second, the phenomena that goes hand in hand with memory laws is this historical revisionism, and historical revisionism is, of course, not a novel phenomenon. On the contrary, it appears as evidence of ideological cracks. It aims to reshape in a way historical records, and it is widely understood in a negative terms as a distortion or denial of history for very narrow, often ethnic, national purposes. There's, of course, examples that we can see from Hungary, Poland, Serbia, Ukraine, and many other places of this attempt to bring this historical revisionism. But there is one thing that is very important to understand, that this concept of historical revisionism is a slippery concept. Not only does our knowledge revision through progress, but most of the crucial paradigms of recent centuries, such as feminism or historical justice movements, started actually as revisionist projects. Different historical revisionist movements are guided by different moral premises, and their success is defined through their ability to acquire resources and support their struggle. Human rights ideology with its organizational and ideological capacities provided legitimacy for the rise of certain revisionist projects such as historical justice movements globally. And we see this example for historical justice, and when we talk about it, we will never dispute it, we will never say, oh, well, this is historical revisionism. So it is always the point of who is speaking actually, and through which ideological lenses we are arguing that this phenomena is historical revisionism. In a way, there are some historical sorts of historical revisionisms that we adopt and we promote and we cherish and we see them welcomed, while some other historical revisionisms we actually ban. And again, it all comes to the way in which we understand our ideological positioning in that. And I would just want to end by saying that the clashing notions of moralities sponsored by different ideologies result in a variety of practices and discourses. On the one hand, it often results in a strengthening actually nationalist sentiments through the adoption of discriminatory memory laws and state-promoted historical revisionism that undermines historical facts for the sake of valorizing deeds committed in the name of the nation. But on the other hand, it seems that it actually enables wide networks of solidarities that are meant to right the wrongs of the past. However, the real and I think yet largely hidden impact of those clashing systems of moralities is in fact the production of new social inequalities on the ground. And I just put it here because I don't have time to explain it more. Again, just to conclude with one sentence, I think in order to understand memorialization laws, we need to understand their ideological premises and how they operate in realities. Thank you.
Dr. David. It seems we've had time for discussion. I'm terribly sorry for that, that it happened on my watch. And of course, I'm told by the organizers that it's vital that we start the next session on time, but nevertheless, I think we still have unity to engage into some discussion and also to have a coffee break, which might be a little shorter than scheduled. But I would like to open the floor for questions or comments. Should there be any comments or questions to the speakers? My understanding is that we discuss among ourselves. I haven't actually consulted it, but I understand that we at the moment we have any questions from outside the panel. Am I correct, Professor Radvan? That seems to be the case. So I again would like to invite our panelists and speakers to perhaps engage in some form of dialogue. Professor Jiří Pliban, go ahead, please.
Yeah, Thank you very much. This was a fascinating session, listening to a number of different lines of arguments, and still, I have this question for Dr. David about the difference between he said historical justice and historical revisionism, and then you admitted that even justice is based on the permanent revision of memory and of the past. Yeah? So what we tell, what we don't tell. And my question is, to what extent do you believe that these claims from human rights are actually moral claims, and whether they can be juridified? This is because this panel is on the juridification. So to what extent do you take human rights as a moral struggle for emancipation, recognition, inclusion, and so on? And to what extent do you take it as this actually nation-state sponsored juridification of the memory?
Thank you for this question. I refer it immediately to Dr. David.
Thank you for this question. It is interesting. It is really good question. I wrote extensively how the whole concept, first of all, how memory became adopted within this frames of human rights. That was not natural, so to say, connection. So it developed, but it started developing really from a very pure moral ideals. But what it became, again, with this shift from something that has to be we should talk about our past because something bad happened, and if we don't do it, something bad will continue happening, to this, that we have a policy-oriented standards of memory and proper way of remembering, which is actually a toolkit of all kinds of issues, including memory laws, that if we do X, Y, Z, then we will end up having this. So it is completely different than how it started. And if we add to that discussion also this whole movement of historical justice movements, of course, is a legitimate and is claiming real injustices that happened in the past. But the way they are doing it there, it is often by using this human rights memorization agenda, actually, because it gives them tools to promote further their agendas. But if we dig deeper or go further with that, we often see that actually it is not very different from identity politics, and it ends up having this enforcing very narrow, ethnically bounding agendas. So we see how it is being used, those human rights mobilization agenda, but it actually at the end ends up having the same effect. It's actually strengthening nationalism and those sentiments. So in that sense, I mean, there is always this struggle because of this appearance of those national memorization laws, we will have this reaction that people will come and say, oh, we will have some new solidarities in place, and this is a good thing, but then we will end up cycling and perpetuating actually very same narrative through identity politics. That is briefly.
Thank you, Dr. David. And I am encouraging perhaps one or two more questions. We don't have this yellow hand here, but we are among panelists, so no yellow hands are necessary. If there are no further questions, I myself, if I short one, that's a question to Dr. Pasvenskiene, because I think everybody here we are all fans of academic freedom and academic debate. But my question would be the following. In essence, would you argue that as academics acting with an academic freedom, in fact, are we under the same standards concerning free speech, Article 19 you mentioned, or of the European Convention? So, that we act under exactly the same standards, even if speaking in academia, or perhaps we should take more on the duties, responsibilities which come along, but also maybe we have larger freedom. Maybe, in fact, we say almost anything when we speak ex cathedra. So, in essence, do you think that we exercise freedom of speech entitled? Is it legitimate to say that as academics we can say more and be protected legally? Thank you.
Yes, I actually agree and would say yes. I argued the same, tried to justify this argument in my doctoral thesis, saying that as academics, we might have a broader or wider freedom of speech and to be protected. The thing is that when we talk about academic freedom, it's a relation between an academic and a university or institution that the scholar represents. So if a professor or an academic is discussing or researching or teaching in the field of his or her expertise, then I would say yes, he or she deserves a wider protection just because the person is an academic.
Thank you. I see a raised hand by Dr. David. We still have, I hope, 3 or 5 minutes. Dr. David?
Thank you. I have a question for Professor Preben. You said several times that if we don't deal with the problematic past properly, we are doomed to repeat it. And this is what I can say a trope in transitional justice, in human rights, memorialization agenda. The whole concept, if we don't do this, we'll end up this. Can you please give us an example? And you mentioned that, but I would like to go in detail with that. What do you consider as we dealt with it and we actually managed to go beyond this problematic past? Any example? Thank you.
Thanks very much. Yeah, thanks very much. It's a core question because my next sentence would be yes. If we don't deal with the past will deal with us, and no past can be dealt with entirely. It is a permanent process of. That's why I was so interested in human rights and revisionism, because we constantly revise it, and we have some collective memories which then constitute our moral and political canons. Never again, yeah, and we have to learn from totalitarian, authoritarian past. But how we perceive it changes over time. I can give you one example how this is flexible and in permanent evolution. An example from the Czech history, because what is interesting is that the Institute for the Study of Totalitarian Regimes, so we study both communism and the Nazi occupation, and there is the Czech collective memory was for a long time based on this victimhood. First Munich, then February 1948, and communism, and our wonderful liberal democratic past of the First Republic was permanently crushed, first by the Nazis, then by the communists. And only now, just last month, Czech TV was broadcasting, I think, 2 or 3 part documentary about the expulsion of ethnic Germans, 3 million people after 1945, yeah, which in the past would be dealt with. Of course, it was a matter of historical justice because they deserved it. They went with Hitler in 1938. They dismantled Czechoslovak Republic, and that's what they deserved. So it was almost justice as revenge. And now, with the mercy of the past and of the history, I think the Czech public is coming to terms that actually what was presented as justice was incorporating atrocious acts of violence, injustice, harm, and actually it had a detrimental effect on what happened in subsequent years and decades. So this is one example how no past can be ever dealt with without any further dealing. It's a process. What is, however, important to distinguish it from is that you mustn't marginalize or while, for instance, Czech Republic has the Holocaust denial crime, it's a pity we don't have Dr. Matušek with us anymore, because I'm very ambivalent about the Holocaust denial laws, but at the same time, it's a part of collective memory. Yeah, it's if you don't address this problem of people openly faking the past horrors, then you're giving up on your identity. And we bear responsibility for this as a collective. So I have strong understanding for the Holocaust denial laws. And it was done in the early 1990s in the Czech Republic with, yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Priban. I'm afraid that we need to wrap up and come to an end of the discussion, given that next session is about to start in 10 minutes. So again, apologies that we had to shorten this discussion part a bit, but nevertheless, I'd like to thank all speakers. I'd like to thank everybody for joining and for sharing with us. This was extremely interesting, and I'm also again looking forward to the publication, which I understand we will co-author, and that's of course again a great idea, I think, for Professor Radvans and his team. So having said that, I believe that my duties as a chairman of this session might come to an end. Professor Radvan will probably never invite me again in this capacity, because I prolonged it a little. But I think that this is the moment to say thank you and see you soon. Would Professor Radvan like to also have something to say in terms of closing the session?
No, thank you. We already limited our well-deserved coffee break by more than a half. So I would be hated by anyone if I wanted now to talk. So I would like to thank you for chairing the session, and to the speakers for their highly interesting contributions. And we all deserve a break. Thank you.
All right. So thank you so much, and have a good day and afternoon. Actually, I'll be seeing you in some of you in 10 minutes. So thank you, and all the best.
Yes, timing.
Welcome everyone to the second session of our conference, Collective Memory, Genocides and International Law. And during this session, we'll have an opportunity to hear three excellent researchers that will tell us a little bit more about an international law perspective on the possibilities of preserving memory in historical context. And maybe at firstly, I would just like to say that each of our speakers will have around 15 minutes for their speech, and then hopefully we'll have a time for fruitful discussion. So to begin, I would like to give a microphone to Professor Michał Balcerzak, who is an associate professor at the Human Rights Department, Faculty of Law and Administration at Nicholas Copernicus University in Toruń in Poland, and who's also enrolled in the list of ad hoc judges of the European Court of Human Rights. And he will present a speech on memory of genocide and other international crimes from the perspective of public international law and the protection of human rights. Professor Balcerzak, please begin.
Thank you, Hector, and thank you for having me here. I would also like to say hello to all participants and panelists. When it comes to the perspective of international law, as well as protection of human rights, actually, we should start from, I think, the following first point. Of course, the concept of genocide and the concept of, for instance, crimes against humanity as such, those two concepts were in fact born in the framework of international law. So my first point is that obviously international law remembers. It is international law which considered this founding, let's say, ground for these concepts to be formulated, developed. And I think that our panelists and actually all those interested in these matters might be familiar with the book of Philip Sands, which is entitled East-West Street, about the two, extremely important personalities of the 20th century, Professor Hersch Lauterpacht and Raphael Lemkin, who themselves might have never met. That's not proven that they've ever met, but both, in a way, originated from Lviv, or Lviv, if you wish. And in fact, they were the main figures when it comes to the development, Professor Lemkin, when it comes to the development of the concept of genocide, Professor Hersch Lauterpacht, when it comes to crimes against humanity. And now the international law provided these concepts. Now the question is whether international law also can serve as a certain basis to protect and preserve a certain correct narrative, or simply speaking, whether international law can be useful in protecting the truth about genocides, acts of genocide and crimes. You know, we sometimes use the notion narrative, which is in fact useful as well. But what we are discussing here is not only the narrative; it is also a matter of truth. But also, next thing is that the actually whole system of international law, when we look at it after 1945, was developed with a very strong reference to the atrocities of the Second World War. Also, when we see at the preamble of the United Nations Charter, it's very obvious that drafters of the Charter, also the peoples of United Nations, had that in mind. When we see the 1948 Convention on the Prevention and of the Crime of Genocide, that's also quite obvious. But also you could, and we could legitimately ask, is it all? Is it so that international law provided this framework and left it for states, left it for other stakeholders, and didn't care what happens next? Well, not necessarily. Well, one thing which also requires to be, requires to be said is that international law deals with responsibilities, as every system of law. And it's important for every lawyer and everybody to know whose responsibility we have in mind. Because the discussions, narratives about genocide, crimes against humanity are, of course, a matter of a discussion and a matter of various narratives. Some are state-sponsored, some are private opinions and debates, and so on. So when it comes to state responsibility, of course, it's certain that has been done and that has been regulated. Now the issue is whether responsibility for saying untruths, for negating certain truths about genocide and state and crimes against humanity, whether international law goes that far also to provide any obligations for states to prevent, to react, and what can be done about it. So again, international law did not remain idle when we see how it started. I mean, international law after 1945, because it's, of course, the law of nations as such is much older. But nevertheless, it developed also the systems of state responsibility and individual responsibility. But what I have, so to say, discovered or found out after I researched this particular question is that it is hard to identify, or even impossible, to identify treaty obligations or universal legal norms at the level of international law, which would conclusively and categorically ensure that states should correct or prevent and prosecute for wrong perception or for conveying the wrong narrative about these crimes. Even though in international law, we use conventions, we use treaty law, we also use customary law, which is equally important in the sphere of international law. Customary law takes, we look at the state practice, we looked at opinio juris, whether this established practice developed into a norm of customary law, but actually, I don't think that it happened. In other words, I have not seen such a strong, solid basis to identify such norms of international law. But having said that, certain international treaties, certain conventions did provide for some form of course, of protecting memory, sometimes in bilateral relations. This I'm now referring to, for instance, Polish-German treaty from the early 90s, which indeed also referred to places of memory, to certain preservation of certain sites, etc. So now the question is, perhaps we expect too much of international law. Maybe we have some expectations which cannot be fulfilled because states, in fact, have certain interests, and states decide what they want to constitute the obligations between them. Even though we could probably argue that the correct narrative about genocide and international crimes, that it is in the interest of states, or at least most states, to have such a correct narrative, that's not enough. I mean, the debate about states' interests is one thing, but what are the actual norms and obligations? It's a different story. So maybe international law disappointed us, but here we should also mention international human rights law, because that's again a certain history of success. It's been extensively developed after 1945, 1948, Universal Declaration, etc. And now let's try to look at it from this perspective. In other words, the memory of genocides and international crimes is something which was not necessarily directly covered by international human rights law, but also, but on the other hand, the question is whether or not there is some reaction from the part of human rights when somebody oversteps a certain boundaries, oversteps the protected area of freedom of expression. So again, that's first and foremost a decision of the national lawmaker and the domestic system, how the domestic system responds. But now the question is, what about this exercise of freedom of speech when somebody uses freedom of expression and in fact denies genocide, Holocaust, denies crimes? So in that regard, we would need to refer to the case law of the European Court of Human Rights, and that is a very important point of reference. To cut a long story short, the denialism, the negation of Holocaust is absolutely not protected by the freedom of expression, by Article 10 of the Convention. Let us recall that both Article 10 of the European Convention on Human Rights and Article 19 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, both deal with the freedom of expression. They also include a very important reminder, which is, I think it's the last sentence in both treaties. They refer to duties and responsibilities which go along exercising free speech. That's an important reminder. And it is in fact obvious that exercising free speech is not absolute. There are certain limitations. So denying Holocaust does not benefit from any protection under the European Convention on Human Rights. The question is whether some other statements, some other incorrect, false narratives, whether concerning genocide or international crimes, whether those benefit from such protection. And here the answer is a bit nuanced. There was the case of Perinček versus Switzerland, where in fact prosecuting for denying the Armenian genocide was considered a violation of Article 10. In other words, domestic law, which also in that respect was relevant. Some states indeed went that far also to punish for incorrect statements also concerning other acts of genocides, and that was evaluated in the case law of the European Court, which was there was the Grand Chamber judgment, and it wasn't actually a clear-cut judgment, but we see that there are some struggles, there are some hesitations. I would need a bit more time to develop these issues, but in fact, I don't think that we have, let's say, a very clear situation as regards also this limits of protection of freedom of expression when it comes to other potential cases where false, untruth information were provided, or opinions. On the one hand, the European Court of Human Rights says that it protects also the statements which shock, offend, or disturb, that we should cherish and we should benefit from this wide freedom of expression. But on the other hand, I do believe that there are limits to this approach, that also European human rights law should serve as a certain and should be, let's say, guided by a certain rule of reason in that respect, and a certain interpretation of Article 10 of the Convention should allow it. I know that my time actually, I think, expired. I would just like to conclude by saying that the response of international law and international human rights law to issues concerning memory of genocides and other international crimes, this response might be disappointing, but I think that it is up to certain approaches, up to certain philosophy of the freedom of expression, where we could find some solutions. And in essence, I would argue that it's not a closed chapter, and we could expect certain developments also in the field of international law and human rights. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Balcerzak. Hopefully we'll have still time during our discussion to maybe expand on some topic that you mentioned in your speech. But now I would like to give a voice to Professor Paweł Biliński, who is a professor of law and chief of the Department of Criminal Procedure at Adam Mickiewicz University in Poznań, Poland, and who is also a judge of the Supreme Court of Poland. And he will introduce us with a lecture on fighting for true achievements and limitations of international criminal law in preserving memory of genocide and other international crimes. Professor Biliński, you have the voice.
Thank you very much. Good morning to everybody. I would like to say thank you to Professor Radwan and Dr. Chorąziak for inviting me for the conference. This morning's session showed us how interesting it is. Although I have the longest title among all other speakers, luckily I have only 15 minutes to present that, so I will concentrate only on some selected comments on relations between truth and international crimes. I would like to say that fighting for truth is in international law is the essence of all efforts that we can do to bring justice back to victims and societies. But I would like to start with some lesson that I received from my students that brought me to the conclusion about reasons and goals of the international criminal law. Teaching course of international criminal law for over 20 years for students from all over the world, I received many useful lessons from them. Every year I ask those students the same question. If they know and can present example from their own history of any act of genocide, war crimes, crime against humanity committed by or with the attendance of their own countrymen or the country itself. They can go back in history as far as they want. List of those accidents is always very long, and except some obvious and well-known events from 20th century like the Holocaust, Shoah with Auschwitz as a symbol of the humanization of Armenian genocide mentioned today 3 times, German and other Nazi atrocities in Europe, Russian atrocities against our nations and their own nation, the Rwandan genocide, Cambodia, Sierra Leone case, the crimes against Yugoslavia, Spanish Civil War, English concentration camps for Boers in South Africa, Japanese crimes in China, Holodomor in Ukraine. I always receive new examples, not very well new to me. And I want to share with you some examples from this October discussion. One is from Spain, one from Belgium, and one is the Finnish experience. The first one, the action that was officially called the Final Solution and was organized in Spain in 18th century against gypsies. There was an act of extermination of gypsy population in Spain by means of imprisonment and separation between men and women in order to avoid their procreation. But it is estimated that they had about 9,000 gypsies as victims of this. The Belgium experience is connected to colonization of Burundi shortly after the Second World War and the politic of divide and conquer that, as we all know, resulted 50 years later in dividing in the Burundis into Tutsi and Hutu and the Rwandan genocide. The third one, probably most interesting for me because I have never ever heard about this, the Finnish experience. was description by the Finnish student about acts of ethnic discrimination, extermination, and concentration camps organized by Finnish for Russian soldiers and civil population in Finland. There was a Tampere case in 1918 about 10,000 Russians, mainly factory workers and surrender soldiers, gathered at the square of Tampere. 1,000 of them was executed on site, and the rest was sent to concentrating camps for one reason. They estimated that this group is too big to be shot, all of them, and they were sent to camps. And there is a history of refugees and actions against civil Russian civilian from 1941 and 1943. Why I say that, and that this is a lesson. What a lesson can we have from that? We can have at least that a lesson that human history is a history of cruelty and atrocities. And no nation or country is free from that. And denying own atrocities by countries was before and is now also the main factor limiting development of international criminal law, and is obviously not the way forward. We can observe that even today when we see the discussion about opening investigation in Afghanistan before the international criminal law. As I believe there is no free market of truth in this field, responding to what Professor Radvan said today. But I think that all players, countries, VIPs, organizations, they try to convince us on their own vision of history and truth. That's why preserving memory of those crimes, of the necessity of responsibility, are reasons and goals for evolution of international criminal law. Speaking about the genocide, mentioning Rafał Lemkin, we can remember that in his book from 1944, there was just 14 pages describing, as in chapter 9, the crime called by him genocide, from Greek genos and Latin side. He created this term genocide, very short, very useful, and some says that that's one of the reasons why it was so famous in some future. However, I believe that not everyone knows that the first time that term genocide was used in trial, not at the Nuremberg trial, as we sometimes think, but as a legal term, it was used by the Polish genocide trials of German criminal Arthur Greiser and Austrian Amon Gott in 1946. They were for crimes committed in Poland on their own citizens. And at that time, Lemkin's understanding of organized at large-scale actions, atrocities, we would say, against national groups, was used by prosecutors to describe special case of both of them. The Arthur Greiser, just to mention in short, he was a German commander of Warta country, and he was responsible for Germanization, extermination of Polish and Jewish population from the subordinate area. His trial took place in Poznań, my city, in 1946. And the second one, born in Vienna, Amon Gott, he was the commander of the Plaszow concentration camp and liquidator of the Jewish ghetto in Krakow and Tarnów. He was personally accused for over 500 acts of murder and responsible for over 10,000 victims in his camp. He was sentenced to death in 1946. And in both cases, there was a genocide using as a legal term for the first time, as to my knowledge. Why the genocide from the international criminal law is a shameful crime? I call it shameful crime because we all, an international community, was for decades, and sometimes we can see that also, afraid of using term genocide describing atrocities. It's much easier to find the prosecution based on crimes against humanity or description of the act without using the term genocide. The change have been made before the Rwandan tribunal, which I will speak later on, and Yugoslavian tribunal. But before that, if we look at the history of international criminal courts, we can see that apart the understanding of the term genocide and necessity of prosecuting the genocide, we couldn't find the verdicts and judgments based on finding someone guilty of genocide. According to American sociologist and historian Michael Mann, genocide is the most extreme degree of intergroup violence and the most extreme of all acts of ethnic cleansing. And that's maybe the reason why it's so hard to say, yes, that was a genocide. This is also a part of the politic on the international level that we can observe and that have a huge influence on the international criminal law, that this term genocide is a shameful crime. What can we say about the genocide implementation into international criminal law system? As I said, that was not mentioned in the Nuremberg and Tokyo trials. Although these are both milestones in the evolution of international criminal justice system, and we have to remember that some dreamers that time believed that this is a beginning of permanent court. We have to also remember that deficiencies of the Nuremberg trials and Tokyo trials resulted in next decades in the evolution of international criminal law. We have to remember that although it's a milestone, it was also called the victor's justice. It was also always sensitive topic in discussion with my students that were pointing that the members of the panel, the judges representing countries like United States or Soviet Union. The United States was never held responsible for Hiroshima or Nagasaki. Soviet Union was never held responsible for atrocities committed against millions of Polish, Ukrainians, Lithuanians, Czechs, Russians, and their own citizens. One of the charges brought against the Nazi was conspiracy to commit aggression against Poland in 1939, or Finland later on. But the Soviet Union attacked Poland and other countries like the Germans, and nobody from the Soviet Union was accused of that act. In Nuremberg, there was no responsibility for many atrocities that happened at the same time that those presented against Germany. But what is most important, that the justice was never really delivered. We have to remember that only 24 accused in main Nuremberg trial there were, not much more in other Nuremberg trials. Then we had trials in ex-occupied countries like Czechoslovakia, Poland, Yugoslavia, Soviet Union, but still no more than 5 to 7% of German, Austrian, and other Nazi criminals were ever prosecuted. Shortly after the Iron Curtain cut the Europe, there were no more serious cooperation with prosecution of criminals. What is the result? The result is very serious because in countries like Poland, that lost 6 million citizens and 90% of its industry, but other countries suffered similarly. Political failure to bring justice and prosecute for most cruel crimes committed on massive scale was considered by a society as another harm and left some sense of harm in the country minds and their minds. And this shadow feeling could be found even today. The list of horrible crimes committed by German Nazi in Poland is so long that it's hard to believe that it's really that it's true. That was never subject to any trial, and no one from criminals responded so long for that. So it seems impossible that it's true. For example, from the place where I am here today, there is an extermination of 200,000 civil inhabitants of capital city Warsaw in 2 months of 1944. And it is the purpose destruction of 90% of the city. There were no international trials on that massacre and many others, but it was the same in Belarus, Ukraine, Lithuania, Russia. It is therefore called, or I call that, forgotten genocide from international criminal system. And one of the reasons why Polish seem to be so oversensitive for blaming them with the crimes of others is probably the result of this shadow feeling that stayed after this lack of justice. And as my time is probably over, I will start with the sad anecdote that I have heard just 3 days ago from a friend of mine, Polish judge, having victims of German Nazi occupation in his close family, grandparents. He was traveling a year ago to United States and visiting Museum of Holocaust in one of state museums. And he was shocked with the reaction of the museum staff when he, being asked, he answered that he is from Poland. The staff was disgusted that someone from Poland, where Auschwitz is, had the courage and boldness to come here, as if he would almost be responsible for that. So that shows that this shadow feeling and this lack of justice have its strong consequences in the modern discussion of justice and modern evolution. From all of that, we can learn that the world will not ask us for the truth, but will draw conclusions from its lack of knowledge. The same lesson fits, in my opinion, to other situations in conflict. We see that in Rwandan conflict, we see that in Palestinian conflict, in current Syrian situation, in Congo situation. We see that and results of that when we discuss the case of Afghanistan, and last December, the year ago December, discussion about opening prosecution against Afghanistan. The less we know about the situation and atrocities, the better for criminals and other avoidance of their responsibility. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Wieliński, for your input and for telling us a bit more about those troubling limitations of criminal international law. And now I would like to turn to the third speaker of our session, Dr. Dennis Lichtenstein, who is a postdoctoral researcher at the Institute for Comparative Media and Communication Studies at the Austrian Academy of Sciences in Vienna and the University of Klagenfurt. And he will tell us and also show us a presentation on the subject of memory, identity, and legislative actions in European Union politics. Dr. Lichtenstein, please.
Okay. Thank you very much. So I follow a communication science perspective on the politics of memory on the level of the European Union. So I'm interested in memory as part of European identity in the EU and how it is related to legislative action in EU politics. So the concept of European identity includes a sense of belonging to the EU, which is an important resource for loyalty, and a sense of togetherness with other EU member states as a resource for solidarity. Belonging and togetherness are related to frames of European identity. Identity frames emphasize a certain identity content. They establish a particular view of the EU, for instance, as a common market, as a currency union, or as a peace project. Several studies and several scholars have analyzed how European identity is constructed in public discourses on the level of the mass media. They found that national constructions of European identity differ according to national experiences, narratives, and interests. Within the countries, this allows to align national identity with the European project. However, different national constructions of European identity also lead to identity conflicts. While the mass media are an arena for the process of identity formation, official communication and legislative action have a determining power. Memory is an important part of identity frames in official communication. Official references to memory frequently aim to enhance a collectively shared understanding of European history that guides the way into a common future and can help to prevent conflicts between the member states. This means to face the past, but also to protect narratives, to promote democracy, and to integrate victims and marginals into the European society. Official statements also bear the danger of exclusion of member states and populations whose national identity is not consistent to official EU identity frames. Since the beginning of the European project, the leitmotif in EU official communication is a memory of the tragic European past with a lesson to prevent further war. This narrative is universal and non-exclusive for all EU member states. It is complemented by anti-fascism, and since the 1990s, the EU integrated the Holocaust into its official memory as a warning of racism and ethnic conflicts. To not exclude Germany from European identity, the Holocaust had to become a narrative of shared guilt. Austria, France, and other EU member states have recognized that parts of their political elites cooperated with the German Nazi regime. After EU eastward enlargement in 2004, these markers of European identity became related to problems of inclusion. From Eastern European perspective, shared guilt during the Holocaust does not adequately represent the countries and is an obstacle for recognizing memory of suppression. In the national memory cultures of many Eastern EU countries, communism crimes and the notion of being victims of fascism and communist regimes prevails. Official engagement into identity constructions intensifies in times of crisis when belonging and togetherness must be stabilized. During the last decades, major crises concerning the euro, migration, right-wing populism, and COVID-19 created a strong need for such a European identity and official engagement into identity construction. So against this backdrop, I propose two research questions. These are here. How was collective memory used in the official EU framing of identity during the decades of crisis? And how were memory-based identity resources transferred into legislative action? I conducted qualitative content analysis of EU documents for the time between 2009 and 2020 to examine the representation of memory in official EU identity frames. I analyzed speeches of the presidents of the European Commission. I selected speeches that were held due to an identity-related occasion, such as the annual State of the Union speeches. To study how memory-based identity resources were translated into legislative action, I analyzed the resolutions of the EU Parliament. Using keyword research, I identified and analyzed a total of 17 speeches and 35 resolutions. The coding followed an inductive summarizing approach with the main categories of identity frames, memory resources, and political claims. In the speeches held by the presidents of the European Commission, I found three main identity frames that describe the EU as an economic community, as a peace project, and as a community of human rights and freedom. The framing of the EU as an economic community highlights the common market, the euro, and the promise of economic wealth as identity markers. Accordingly, the history of the EU is a story of economic success to the benefit of all member states. It is about what we have gained together. The frame prevailed in speeches during the global financial crisis and the beginning of the euro crisis. That was a major threat for the economic stability of the EU. To preserve the tradition of economic success, the frame calls for togetherness and for further developing of the EU institutions. The Frame Peace Project emphasizes war and nationalism as the antithesis of European identity. The EU is presented as a tool to overcome the nation-states and as a guarantee for peace in the continent. Within the narrative of the peace community, dictatorships, the Holocaust, and the peaceful unification of Western and European and Eastern Europe are mentioned, but this happens rather as side aspects. The Frame Peace Project gained prominence in 2011 when the economic success frame lost power during the ongoing Euro crisis. The frame is a reaction to growing right-wing populism, tendencies of nationalism, and international conflicts between the member states. It prevails during the migration and the COVID-19 crisis. The Peace Project frame declares the stabilization of the EU in face of the crisis and the preservation of memory of the wars as historical duties. The frame Community of Human Rights and Freedom is an extension of the Peace Project frame, but it is more inclusive for the states in Central and Eastern Europe. The frame highlights the value of human and fundamental rights by reminding on times of suppression and fights for freedom in Europe. Accordingly, memory of freedom movements and revolutions and the fall of the Berlin Wall are in the center of European identity. The frame also puts emphasis on the right of asylum against the background of the long European history of forced migration. The frame is used during the migration crisis, the COVID-19 crisis, and against the backdrop of authoritarian developments in Poland and Hungary. It calls the member states to respect and not to undermine human rights and democracy. However, European Commission presidents avoid blaming individual governments, most importantly Poland and Hungary. Both frames, Peace Project Community and the Community of Human Rights and Freedom, legitimize the EU as a role model and as a leading player in world politics. In the second step, I analyzed resolutions of the European Parliament to examine how memory-based identity resources are transferred into legislative action. It can be differentiated between resolutions that deal with foreign and domestic policy. In foreign policy, resolutions call the EU to promote peace, protect minorities, support freedom movements, and raise voice against authoritarian regimes. They are based on the identity resource of peace, human rights, and freedom. The resolutions claim that the EU should engage against violations of human rights in third countries. Several resolutions protest against Holocaust denial in Iran. In its neighborhood policy, the EU is called to contribute to the consolidation of democracies, to promote reform processes, enable free trade areas, and offer financial incentives, as well as a prospect of membership. Within the strategy, the relationship between the EU and Russia is crucial. Early resolutions want to include Russia in cooperation. More recent resolutions criticize Russia for an anachronistic thinking in spheres of influence, which is associated with a time of nationalism. In domestic policy, resolutions of the European Parliament call the EU to protect human rights and minority rights in its member states. Memory of war and the Holocaust are frequently mentioned identity resources. Resolutions contribute to memory and identity protection by critically reflecting on the state of human rights in the EU, most frequently with reference to the Treaty on European Union and the Charter of Fundamental Rights. The resolutions point at discrimination of minorities, limited media and information freedom, and threats resulting from neo-fascistic violence, hate speech, and Holocaust denial. Several resolutions directly criticize Hungary and Poland for violating EU treaties, the Charter of Fundamental Rights, and thus principles of European identity. According to the European Parliament, this endangers the EU's external credibility and must be sanctioned by EU institutions. Several resolutions also contribute to identity constructions. One prominent issue is to sharpen awareness for the history of the Roma as part of European culture. The European Parliament recognizes the genocide of the Roma during the Second World War. It demands for an International Memorial Day and prohibition of denial of Roma Holocaust. Second, in its resolutions, the European Parliament recognizes crimes committed by communist regimes. In 2019, for instance, it called for historical reappraisal of the suppression of the Romanian Revolution. Including crimes of communist regimes into European memory, the European Parliament risks conflict with memory cultures in some member states. It also goes into confrontation with Russia. Russia is accused to glorify the Soviet totalitarian regime in its political propaganda and to engage into an informational war against democratic Europe. So we can conclude that the presidents of the European Commission used collective memory in the framing of European identity as an important resource for stabilizing the EU in a decade of crisis. With growing internal tensions due to the crisis, they increasingly addressed collective memory as part of European identity. They shifted from economic identity frames to the memory of Europe's tragic past and fights for peace, human rights, and freedom. Over time, identity frames were aligned to major problems and crises in the EU, and thus changed. However, the presidents of the EU Commissions retained the openness of European identity. Different from media discourses in their speeches, they used a low diversity of different identity frames, and that were rather non-controversial. They avoided conflicts with national memory cultures and an explicit blaming of single member states. And regarding the question of how collective identity is transferred into legislative action, we can conclude that identity is a tool to sharpen the EU's image as a political actor. It contributes to the legitimation of a common EU foreign and neighborhood policy that follows economic but also normative interests. Identity also legitimizes interventions in national domestic politics of the member states. And finally, legislative actions push forward identity and memory construction with the integration of controversial aspects and the risk of identity conflicts between EU member states and with third countries. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lichtenstein. And after all these speeches, I think we can finally start our joint discussion. And maybe at the beginning, I would just like to ask our speakers if maybe they have questions for another speaker regarding their speeches, or they want to add something that they hadn't had time during this speech. Okay, so, Professor Balcerrak, I see, please.
Thank you very much. Well, I would perhaps not like to add to my speech. Well, I could, but I would like to use this time effectively for a comment and maybe share a question, but I'll be brief. Well, one comment I would have, I listened carefully to Professor Lichtenstein's presentation, and well, it can be a comment, it can be a question. Let's put it as a question. Of course, I am familiar with the idea of European identity and how is it shaped by the EU, but would you agree or not that perhaps the idea of European identity could be or should be considered a little broader? Because, well, as we know, European Union is not necessarily an organization which covers all European states. We also have Council of Europe, and well, a separate international organization, which is sometimes confused with European Union, although it shouldn't be. So, in essence, I was wondering, maybe that's not necessarily something that is usually studied at the same time or alongside, but in case that you might have any feedback also on that. I would be interested to know whether the European identity should not also be construed through the, let's say, political discourse within the Council of Europe as well. And my second question would be to Professor Wileński, to Judge Wileński. I think that indeed it's extremely important field. I mean, the international criminal law that is well, obviously a part of this debate. But my question would be perhaps less scholarly, or rather would not directly dwell on some details. I would rather like to ask whether, Professor Wileński, would you say that international criminal law is also, in a sense, I would say, a source of disappointment or not, when it comes to the correcting the untruthful discourse or narrative? In other words, are you not disappointed as a scholar, as a judge? Because sometimes I ask myself this question, whether international human rights law should provide more or should be developed also in a judicial arena in a bit different fashion in that regard. I know that I'm asking perhaps about the feeling and not about knowledge, but in essence, my question aims at finding out whether you see some, let's say, territory for improvement when it comes to international criminal law. Thank you.
So maybe first I will give advice to Dr. Lichtenstein, please.
Yes, okay. So first to the concept, European identity related to the EU. Of course, so the Europe as a continent is much broader than the European Union. And it would be unfair to reduce European identity only to the European Union. But within the European Union, we must say that we have a political entity that needs an idea about identity that generates togetherness and belonging of the populations and member states. So for the European Union, identity is an important concept and should be referred in this political sense as a resource for the European Union to this entity. How is European identity constructed? So the main purpose is to generate support of the populations in the member states and generate interest for European Union politics. So European identity is basically constructed in national discourses, and there we have the danger that we get different ideas about European identity, so that the European identity is filled with different meaning in different nation states, which can lead to identity conflicts. It would be best when we have a European public sphere that we can negotiate different identity contents across borders in discussion of different countries. This happens, and for this purpose, also EU politics has an important function because speeches of the EU Commission, so public appearances of identity claims from EU politicians, can trigger discourses and can trigger controversies about European identity that helps member states to come into discussion about what is their shared collective identity and what is their shared collective memory that they can agree on and take as a basis for togetherness and for belonging to the common community. I hope this was the answer to the question.
Thank you. And now I would like to ask Professor Wileński to maybe answer a question from Professor Balcerzak.
Yes, thank you for the question. I believe Professor Balcerzak probably heard something in between the lines of my presentation, and that's why he asked about the disappointments. Obviously, yes, I am disappointed, and probably every researcher looking from the criminal law perspective at the evolution of international criminal law or criminal law from international perspective is disappointed. My main disappointment, except what I have said, which is the lack of knowledge about the truth and lack of interest to know the truth, is the political influence on the evolution of the international criminal law. We could get back to the old story of genocide and remember that in 1948 the definition of genocide was slightly limited, and that time the Soviet Union argued that the element of the definition saying that the genocide is also the crime committed against political and other groups, it was finally not within the definition of the genocide. There was an amputation, I would say, of genocide definition. Why that happened? Because in some areas at that time, the term genocide had begun to be used to qualify the annexation of the Baltic countries by the Soviet Union. And the intervention of the Soviet Union to remove that element of the definition of genocide was recognized as a way of avoiding justice. If we look at the current politics of different big players in the international field, we can see that these politics influence the international criminal law system very much. One example from European Union, one example from outside. The example from European Union, and something that we can, as European Union members, can be at least ashamed, is the role of European Union at the time of Yugoslavian conflict. It has never been really researched. There was a huge achievement, the tribunal, International Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia. But it was focused on prosecuting the members of the conflict from ex-Yugoslavian countries, almost all of them. However, we all know that the situation came that serious not only because of internal interventions and tensions, but also was a result of lack of actions or other actions also taken by European Union as a commonwealth of European countries. And the case of UN troops sent to Yugoslavia and their actions and the politics influencing on the scale of their actions and protection that they could give or could not give to civilians, even in Srebrenica, that have never been prosecuted. So when we speak about human rights, when we are so proud of our achievements, when we are so happy that we have so many documents, hundreds of legal acts saying how we protect the human acts, we are not brave enough to research on that really deeply and say if there is anyone responsible for that. I have students from Belgium, and I still remember one student a few years ago, she was crying. She said that I have read about the Belgian soldiers being members of the UN and EU troops at the territory of Yugoslavia during the conflict. And I read the relations that they received, what they were not allowed to do to protect the civilians. And that is something that should be really researched. And I don't see that anyone within the European Union is willing to do that, also ourselves. And that is a part of the answer for the same question. The information about truth is not very common for the common for the common European Union opinion. And that's why Europe doesn't have to focus on that. And a second example from outside is mentioned by me, the case of prosecution against prosecution of the case of Afghanistan. Once the prosecutor of the ICC was willing to open the investigation in Afghanistan about the atrocities taking place in Afghanistan in previous years, the first chamber of the ICC that didn't allow to open the investigation, saying that because probably a lot of evidence would be hard to be reached, because the intervention of United States and the appearance of their soldiers during the conflict will appear in lack of willing to cooperation with the ICC. So there is no interest of justice to open the investigation in Afghanistan. And I was amicus curiae at this hearing before the ICC last December, because the appeal chamber was forced to answer the question whether the interest of justice is to open an investigation in Afghanistan or not. And it was obvious that the part of this answer is the decision about the future of the international criminal law. And part of that is a political answer given by the court, which is not and should be not a political body. And as we know, the court opened, allowed the prosecutor to open the investigation, after which the United States presented or said that some serious consequences against judges of the ICC will be introduced. So obviously, yes. However, if I may reverse the question to Professor Balcerzak, I would ask short question. Is genocide a politically oriented crime from your international criminal law international law perspective? Is this a politically oriented crime as you see that? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Wieliński. And of course, I'm turning the question to Professor Balcerzak.
Thank you very much. Well, indeed, I'm actually of the opinion that also commenting on the answer of Professor Wieliński, that the glass is indeed half full, half empty. On the one side, we see that, of course, the development of international criminal law and, well, the international criminal judiciary as such has been happening. But on the other hand, I'm quite worried also for reasons which are actually the same about the future. We also know that there's much dissatisfaction, for instance, on the part of the African continent, that the attention of the ICC is very much focused on African states, which are considering leaving the system, and well, that's really would be devastating, and that's just one of many problems. But trying to answer now the very interesting question whether genocide is a politically oriented crime or not. Maybe that question could be seen in the context of the 1948 Convention and definitions, because it's also, it used to be, and it's maybe still is, a matter of discussion among lawyers, and not only lawyers, whether we should stick exactly and whether we should consider the definition of the 1948 Convention as well as a definition which is universal, valid, and it is, no possibility to develop it further. Because also another thing is that we are learned and we teach that the law does not act retroactively. So what about this whole pre-1948 cases where you did have genocide, of course? And another thing is whether you can, for instance, whether you should or whether you can consider the crime of Katyń as a genocide, because some positivists would tell you then not. But if you take the idea of genocide, if you consider it as a certain legal but also political, indeed, construct, then of course yes. But the answer to whether or not it is politically oriented, I would argue that in a way it is. But we should, I think, as lawyers, international criminal lawyers, we should take every possible precaution and take steps to try to see that indeed also as and see it from perspective also of the effective persecution, effectiveness of the 1948 Convention as such. I'm saying that in essence, I would very much like to see it in strictly legal context, but that's not the only place in the system where some political influence is indeed visible. And so the answer would be that, in fact, it has been and it is also used, the concept of genocide, the crime of genocide is used sometimes in political debate and for purposes which are not exactly directly linked with the idea of individual criminal responsibility. In other words, myself, I would prefer and I would be in favor of considering it in purely legal terms and to use it as it was designed for persecuting the perpetrators and also for preserving certain memory of it. Let's not forget about this aspect, that the international law as such and the also conventions 1948 and others were, I think, also developed and opened for signature and ratified for, well, let's recall it, for the simple reason to prevent a recurrence, to prevent other instances. Professor Wieniawski mentioned many examples where international community failed. Obviously, that's very sad. The Srebrenica is one of the many examples. Now, very disturbing news come also, for instance, from Ethiopia, Eritrea, and etc. And we had Rwanda and so on. So, post 1948 world also seems to be a disappointment in that respect. That the post-war world, we would hope that learned something from the events of the 1940s and before. But again, to conclude, I'd like to stress that we are probably not able to isolate the concept of genocide from any political influence whatsoever. But I think it depends how we perceive our role in this process. I mean, lawyers would probably or should indeed explain this concept along 1948 Convention and should do what they can to ensure that it is effectively implemented. But also, on the other hand, I wouldn't be surprised that political scientists, that sociologists, that historians would like to use this concept and this term also in the framework of their research and their narratives. Lastly, I'm not sure if the concept of genocide can be owned only by lawyers. I mean, I believe that we should, again, as lawyers, this is where we are, this is the world that we know. But if I'm trying now to think of being in the shoes of a historian or sociologist, can we expect and demand that they would see this concept exactly and only in legal terms? Probably not. So that would be my answer, and I thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Balcerzak. And now maybe I would have a question to Dr. Lichtenstein, because you said something that caught my interest in your presentation. At the beginning, you said that according to the European Union, Holocaust approach to the Holocaust is the approach of shared guilt. And you also mentioned that does not adequately represent the feelings of all the European Union countries. And this is actually something very controversial because, of course, when we compare, for example, the memory of those events from the perspective of Germany with the perspective of Poland, we have a totally different approaches, and the one of shared guilt might not be adequate to, for example, for Poland. And therefore, I would like to ask you, what do you think European Union actually can do about it? Should the one approach, those of shared guilt, should be enforced, or maybe should be an other way, so that this disproportion between countries will not be so visible?
Yeah, so I think it will not be possible to create a unique and totally homogeneous European identity, and this also should not be the purpose. So if you have a homogeneous European identity, then no country will feel connected to this anymore. So it's good that we have different perceptions of European identity and European history, but it's important that we don't have that there are still points that go together and are related to each other. So it is, from my perspective, it's important to create a European memory that does not divide the countries. And so we have important steps. We have also a common memory on the end of the war between Germany and France. This was a very big step. And this common memory and is a big success. It should also be possible together with the Eastern European states. Yes, and I think this idea about the Holocaust as a kind of shared guilt, of course, so the main guilt will still be with Germany, but when other countries say they take a little bit of this, it can be a common memorial on these events and common agreement on that we must prevent that this will happen again. And it will not be this kind of history that divides the country. So this is the important thing.
Thank you very much for this explanation. And maybe we'll have a time for one quick question. So I would have a question to Professor Wilinski, because you also mentioned in your speech about those victors' justice of, for example, Nuremberg trials and how it influenced the international law. Do you think this fact that that was the victors' justice of such a big and tragic event of the European history is still influencing the international law and still influencing how we perceive it? Or is it something that only happened in that moment of time?
Yes, thank you for this question. Yes, I was thinking about these for many years. First, I thought obviously not, because it's too far away, many decades have passed. However, then I thought about this shadow feeling that I have mentioned. And I think it is this way, that this failure to bring justice and failure to prosecute those perpetrators for the most cruel crimes committed on massive scale, it leaves this shadow feeling amongst the victims. However, amongst those that have never been put before justice and the others that have interest in that this shame or the shadow of shame should not follow after them, and they are interested maybe not that much in prosecuting, that they receive a lesson that if this sometimes the scale of atrocities is a reason why the justice cannot be done, but sometimes, and I've read something like this, when this is so massive scale, it's also an effective way of avoiding responsibility. So I believe, yes, because we had this victor's justice, and it was just one small tip of justice, a bite of justice, and the rest was never put before justice. This feeling that you can avoid justice from one side, and the feeling that you cannot receive justice, have a very big influence on the evolution of international criminal law, again on the field of big players playing for their own interests. And that is also, answer to Professor Balcerzak's comments. I agree with him that the genocide and other crimes, crimes against humanity and war crimes, or now environmental crimes recognized are internationally oriented crimes, are not only obviously the legal perspective something, but this is our common problem that we have to share from all other perspectives. However, on us, I mean lawyers, there is a special responsibility of bringing the tools and effective tools for the society, for international community, for European Union also, and bring the knowledge about the accidents that should be taken into consideration. That once it is obviously known that something like these kind of atrocities have happened, and once they realize that we have tools to deal with these, to bring justice, then the international community can just go forward and bring this justice to people. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Biliński, and actually thank you for all the speakers. Our session came to an end. Unfortunately, we'll now have a little bit of a longer lunch break, and at 1:30 p.m. we will see each other on the session, this time dedicated to more national level. Thank you so much and goodbye.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Welcome after the lunch break. Well, unusual conference online, and lunch break is also unusual. Everybody is responsible for his or her own lunch, but hopefully you had one. This is the third session of our conference, and we're going to deal with nationalization of memory, and we will hear a comparative evidence from several countries. So we have, again, internationally composed panel that brings together competence from the fields of political science, sociology, history, and the law. And I am particularly glad to welcome our speakers, Dr. Manuel Becker of the University of Bonn, Dr. Peter Pirker of the University of Innsbruck, Dr. Mateusz Tondera of the Jagiellonian Club of Kraków, Dr. Sonia Chorąziak of the Polish Academy of Sciences Scientific Center in Vienna, my colleague from Viennese office, and Professor Fryderyk Zoll, who represents the Jagiellonian University of Kraków and also University of Osnabrück. In the two sessions that we had before the break, we discussed some philosophical foundations of memory laws. Then we had a panel when we discussed international and European dimension. So now we will be focusing more on national experiences. How do we perceive politics of memories and how they are then later embodied into legislation, and whether it is a good policy or it is a bad policy from the perspective of political science, sociology, and obviously the law. And let us begin with our first speaker, Dr. Manuel Becker of the University of Bonn, who will speak on, his topic is Vergangenheitspolitik as a judicial part in modern German historical political research, wording, concepts, and controversies. Our speaker is director of the Institute for Political Science and Sociology at the University of Bonn. His interests embrace historical political research, comparative dictatorship and extremism research, ideology, party systems, and higher education policies. He has published widely on this field, and we are curious to see his take and his experiences, mostly from the German angle. Dr. Becker, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much for the kind introduction. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this very interesting conference for having me here and to give me the opportunity to share my view of the field of politics of memory from the perspective of a political scientist, who I am. I am very much interested to come into discussions on the same topic with a more legal or historical point of view. But let's come to the topic to waste not too much time and to stay within the 15 minutes that I have. In these 15 minutes, I would like to make 2 points, basically. First, I would like to place the part of Vergangenheitspolitik in the broader field of Geschichtspolitik, to give you an overview on the general field that I deal with in my research. Second, I will assess the concrete meaning of Vergangenheitspolitik in the German-speaking context and give you a brief overview concerning concepts and controversies. Please do allow me one initial short remark. In the following, I will use the 3 German terms Geschichtspolitik, Vergangenheitspolitik, and Erinnerungspolitik. I was not really able to translate these 3 terms properly into English, as they refer in connotation and contents to a specific context. Every translation would imply a slightly or different meaning, and maybe we can figure out in discussion which translation may be the best. So, let me come to the first part. Geschichtspolitik should be used as a generic term, as an overarching category for all references to the historical in politics. Identifying a subordinate category inevitably raises the question of their precise internal differentiation. However, I have found it useful to separate 2 levels of political actions regarding history. On the first level, history as an element of political action is approached instrumentally. That's level 1. while the second level approaches history materially. That's level 2. The relatively clearly defined field of history as an argument can be assigned to the level of the instrumental approach to history. This field exclusively addresses the perspective on public debates in which history appears as an argument in politics. This topic of history as an argument describes the oldest strand of attempts to conceptualize the use of history in a political context, and it is clearly underrepresented in modern research. At the level of the material approach to history are the two fields of Vergangenheitspolitik, Field 2, and Erinnerungspolitik, Field 3. Their commonality is a shared focus on the concrete implementation of practical political measures that relate to the past. History is always the object of political actions and designs. In terms of content and time frames, the two fields must be distinguished from one another, however. Especially in a highly emotional and highly contentious field, such as Geschichtspolitik, the factor of time plays a seminal role. The more time has passed between the subject in question and the political attempts at an historical interpretation, the bigger the changes in the general environment, along with the manner in which the matter is addressed. Much is to be said, therefore, of a systematic distinction between Vergangenheitspolitik and Erinnerungspolitik. The field Vergangenheitspolitik, Field 2, encompasses actions related to the immediate termination of a former regime within the context of transformation process. In line with the preferred application to the term in the relevant literature, political measures such as restitution, criminal prosecution, amnesty, and the replacement of political elites are part of this field. In principle, both the transition from a dictatorship to a democracy and the opposite path from a democracy to a dictatorship are conceivable. The execution of former democratic leaders by a newly installed dictator would be a typical instrument of Vergangenheitspolitik employed in autocratic regime, as it intends to signal the most brutal break with the previous ancient regime possible. Specific examples of a democratic Vergangenheitspolitik include the formation of truth commissions, granting amnesty to the elites of former regimes, and compensating expropriated persons. The field of the politics of remembrance, so the field that I call Erinnerungspolitik, Field 3, is broader. From a long-term perspective, it includes all political decisions related to the remembrance and memory within a given community. Dictatorships engage in this practice just as democracies do. Making the dictator's birthday an official holiday or denigrating the former political riots in the officially sanctioned reading of history are concrete examples of dictatorial politics of remembrance. Traditional democratic politics of remembrance initiatives are, for example, commemorations and ceremonies in parliament, the allocation of funds for certain museum or exhibition projects, as well as the establishment of a commission of historians to research on a particular subject. Having accessed the overall field of Geschichtspolitik, let us now have a more closer view on the role of Vergangenheitspolitik, which I consider, in accordance with the state-of-the-art in German research, as the judicial field, so to call it, of Geschichtspolitik. The term Vergangenheitspolitik was first used in 1994 by the German political scientist Klaus Offe in a publication on questions related to researching the transformation in Eastern European countries. He identified different ways how dictatorial legacies can be addressed through civil and criminal legal responses that were taken and developed by further researchers such as Konstantin Goschler, Ludolf Herbst, Petra Bock, just to mention just a few. More so than Klaus Offe, it was Norbert Frey who bears responsibility for establishing the term Vergangenheitspolitik in contemporary historical research in Germany. Having since become a seminal work on this field, Frey defined the term in his study on the interrelations within Vergangenheitspolitik between 1950 and 1955 in the Federal Republic of Germany. This definition differs considerably from Offer's. Frey reduces it solely to refer to the manner in which the nascent Federal Republic of Germany handled its Nazi legacy during the first half of the 1950s. So we can see, both in terms of substance as well as in application, Offer and Frey use the term in completely different ways. Offer strives for a neutral, abstractable operationalization of the term for social studies. Frey, on the other hand, narrows the scope of Vergangenheitspolitik to the concrete historical environment in the years of 1950 to 1955 in Germany. Frey uses a normatively charged, negatively connoted, and highly critical term to characterize the failure of coming to terms with the recent past during the period in question. When used as a concept in political science, it is more advisable, at least in my view, to use Vergangenheitspolitik, however, as a functional and abstract category. This entails using the term both independent of time and context, while also employing it in the most neutral manner possible. Let's come to the specific role in the research on transformative processes, my second point. As Klaus Offer's terminological work has illustrated, in the field of political science, Vergangenheitspolitik plays a central role in the research on transformative processes. The term has been incorporated through the lens of a systematic orientation. Regional research is focused primarily on Latin and South America, as well as of the former Soviet states. In light of the political science relevance of this research, the most important conceptualizations in this area should be very briefly outlined. Research on transformation and transition conceives of Vergangenheitspolitik as one of numerous components in the transition process to a democratic environment. Accordingly, a narrower definition is usually applied here. It defines Vergangenheitspolitik as the state's reprisal of human rights violations and violations perpetrated in the context of dictatorship and civil wars, thereby confining it to the level of political systems. At its center always stands the question of how to deal with people that are, as commanders of the old regime, served as decision makers and as officials and followers ensured its operation. Assembled by the United States Institute for Peace, their compilation of 21 international case studies from 1995 is now today seen as groundbreaking. Coming to terms and dealing with human rights violation is frequently cited as one of the central problems in any transition from a dictatorship to a democracy. There is a certain inherent tension between advancing, on the one hand, a morally necessary confrontation with the past, while at the same time ensuring that the always fragile consolidation of a fledgling democracy is not impaired. For victims of a brutal regime such as the Khmer Rouge in Cambodia, for example, it is of vital importance to see their tormentors face earthly justice if the newly built democracy is to stand a chance of survival. At the same time, the questions of how to deal with the former elites in a young democracy can never be escaped. In his seminal study on democratization, The Third Wave from 1991, Samuel Huntington, many of you will know this, elaborated on the so-called torturer problem, how to handle former authoritarian elites that extensively engaged in human rights violations. Two solutions of this so-called torture problems present themselves whenever democratic structures are established. Prosecute and punish, or forgive and forget. This is the two nice alliterations that were coined by Huntington. Both options have their advantages and disadvantages that are extensively assessed by Huntington. Having developed 4 recommendations for actors advancing democracy, he comes to a final conclusion. It is necessary to recognize the problems present in both prosecute and punish, as well as in the forgive and forget alternatives. Sometimes the best compromise may be not to persecute, not punish, not forget, and most importantly, says Huntington, not forget. As is rather obvious, the guidelines have been conceived in such a way that Vergangenheitspolitik is always shaped by the balance of power between the former regime elites and the new leadership. Formulating general advice with regards to dealing with the past in any process of democratization is obviously very challenging. Consider the central instrument of amnesty. The trick is to organize a manner of forgiving without forgetting. Or, to use Gary Smith's catchy formula, this phrase, amnesty may not turn into amnesia. I could present to you a lot of further concepts coming from researchers and scholars such as Bloomfield et al., Geico Fahrenholz, Wolfgang Merkel or Veit Strassner, and so on. But as time is short in this conference speech, I will detail this out in my contribution for the book that is planned to be published from this conference. For now, I will come to a brief conclusion. 2 points seem important to me. First, it is obvious that the term Vergangenheitspolitik plays an important role in the context of transformation research. The relevance of Vergangenheitspolitik in the field of political science needs little explanation. Instead, it seems self-evident. Analyzing concrete, operational, practical, executive, legislative, and judicial decision-making processes is one of the central tasks of every political scientist. Second, any examination of the discourses and practices related to Geschichtspolitik offers insightful perspective about the self-image of a given state and society. And if my assumption is correct that both state and society are confronted with what is perceived as an increasingly uncertain future in the 21st century, it is to be expected that both the relevance of social affirmations rooted in history and therefore the importance of politics of memory, of Geschichtspolitik, will increase in lockstep. For this reason, political science would in the future be very well advised to place a bigger emphasis than before on the role of history as an element of political action. Thank you very much for your attention, and I hope I was in the 15 minutes.
Thank you so much, Dr. Becker, for your insightful presentation and also for your time discipline. I think it helps us a lot with mapping the problems because my impression is that we are still struggling with properly defining concepts. So your talk that is right in the middle of our conference actually helps us to structure the problems that are relevant for all the 5 panels that we have today. The discussion round will be after we hear all the presentations. So please let me now move forward and invite now Dr. Peter Pirker of the University of Innsbruck, whose topic is First Sacrificers, Then Victims, Austrian Post-Nazi Memory Regimes in European Comparison. Dr. Pirker is a historian at the Department of Contemporary History at the University of Innsbruck. He has published extensively in the field. But one thing I would like to emphasize and bring to everyone's attention, he is the man behind the project that you can find on the website polrem.wien, the way you write Vienna in German, which is a fascinating website. This stands, Polrem stands for Politics of Remembrance, which is an interactive map of places and spaces in Vienna that are devoted to remembering the past between 1945 and 2018. So I congratulate you to this impressive project. And having said this, I would like to invite you now to take the floor. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for this very kind introduction, and of course for the invitation to this very interesting conference. As you are probably aware, no other concept has shaped the discussion on Austria's politics of history as much as the theory of the victim myth. In a nutshell, it states that Austrian politics of history until the late 1980s was characterized by the portrayal of Austria and the Austrians as pure victims of National Socialism, and that this strategy of victimization was successful in shifting any responsibility for the crimes of National Socialism onto the Germans. Moreover, the theory claims that victimization was the central feature of Austrian nation building. This theory about the nature of Austrian politics of history emerged in the late 1980s and became the central paradigm of historiography on post-war Austria. I would like to cast doubt on this paradigm of the victim myth and put forward the argument that Austria's national formation through the politics of history should be understood as a process in which the recognition of sacrifice was the crucial issue, while the turn toward a victimological memory occurred not before the late 1990s. I would like to start with a view on the before mentioned project I did with colleagues in Vienna on the culture of remembrance related to fascism and National Socialism in Vienna. In this research project called Politics of Remembrance, we examined more than 1,800 memorials on fascism and National Socialism that had been erected in Vienna since 1945. Assuming the theory of the victim myth, a surprising result was that in the first post-war decades, you can see it here, only very few monuments were erected which remembered Austrians as victims. Most of them praised the sacrifice of the resistance. It was not until the 1990s that monuments to victims of persecution were increasingly erected. From the analysis of the monuments, it became clear that we have to consider two different meanings of the German notion Opfer, which have not been taken into account enough in the analysis and conceptualization of Austrian politics of history up to now. In the literature on the victim myth, the different meanings of victim and sacrifice are very often blurred. Of course, in English, this difference is more obvious, but of course, it exists in German too. The distinction between a sacrifice that someone makes and a victim that someone becomes is very important for the analysis of who is worthy of public remembrance and of public welfare. In her History of Victimology, historian Svenja Goltermann showed that victim as an attractive subject position emerged only in the last third of the 20th century, mainly as a result of anti-discrimination struggles of social movements in the United States and Europe in the 1960s and 1970s, as well as the emergence of the Holocaust remembrance in the same period. Accordingly, there was a social hierarchy between the attributions of having sacrificed oneself and having become a victim. This hierarchy can be seen everywhere in Europe after the defeat of Nazi Germany, albeit with varying degrees of intensity. Everywhere, early attempts to document the mass murder of the Jews ceased. Everywhere, the martyrs of national resistance came to the fore. As scholars of nationalism have shown, collective identities throughout much of the 20th century were formed through the construction of collective sacrificial efforts, but hardly through collective victimization. Even where victimization is an important topos, it is related to an overcoming of victimhood, a kind of national resurrection through resistance, struggle, etc., as in Poland, France, the Netherlands, Norway, and Italy. Why should Austria in particular be an exception? And if Austria is a special case, what does it consist of? As early as 1988, the British historian Robert Knight made an important distinction that has received far too little attention in research since then. He distinguished between the tactical function of the victim theory to carry out the separation from Germany and the legitimizing function for the construction of a state mythology, in other words, for nation building. The tactical function clearly worked out, but whether the victim theory had the power to provide a shared sense of identity, Knight doubted very much, especially in view of Kurt Waldheim's electoral success in 1986. After all, Waldheim had not staged himself as a victim of National Socialism, but as a decent veteran of the Wehrmacht who had done his duty properly and now was under unjustified attack. I think the popular argument that Waldheim won the election because he represented the victimists misses completely the point. I think Waldheim won the election because he said exactly what had become a major pillar of the national memory regime in Austria since the mid-1950s, honoring Wehrmacht soldiers as sacrifices for the fatherland, and this was clearly at odds with the victim theory. However, the victim theory was at odds with the experiences and sentiments of around 1 million Wehrmacht veterans and hundreds of thousands former members of the Nazi Party. The political power of this milieu was the main reason why Austrian governments revised many foundations of the victim theory by way of laws, memorials, and state rituals. In this table, the legal foundations of the victim theory are listed on the left-hand side, and some key revisions are listed on the right-hand side. I cannot go into detail about all these declarations and laws. Their main purpose in 1945 was the separation of Austria from Germany and to provide a path for Austrian nation building. This was to be based on the narrative that Austria had become a victim of Nazi Germany's aggression. The state and the population had been exploited. The man had been forced into the war, but had ultimately contributed to liberation through desertion from the Wehrmacht and resistance. Responsibility was given merely to a small circle of National Socialists who were excluded from the nation and then tried as traitors and collaborators. The content of this narrative does not differ significantly from that in other occupied countries in Europe, but there are two major differences regarding the social dimension. First, nowhere did the narrative diverge so much from the historical experience of the population as in Austria. And secondly, this narrative did not give rise to a myth in Austria that was suitable for nation building, simply because major parts of the populace didn't share the narrative. A first decisive break was the 1951 permission for veterans of the Wehrmacht to organize. You see it on the left-hand side below. Very quickly, they fought the historical interpretation of victimization, which was defended by the resistance associations. The veterans rejected the role of victims assigned to them. They demanded recognition of their sacrifice. What we can observe for Austria in the 1940s and 1950s are multiple crossed lines of conflict over the question of who had made the true sacrifice. Until 1955, there was no national answer to this question from the government coalition of conservatives and social democrats. Why? Because they were itself divided on this issue. Meanwhile, the Wehrmacht Veterans Association developed into the largest civil society organization in Austria and radically changed the balance of power in politics of history. Compared to post-German states, this was a unique development in a post-Nazi society. The second decisive institutional change was the founding of the Austrian armed forces in 1955. The third setting the course was the integration of high-rank Nazi Wehrmacht generals into the army and the establishment of close institutional links between the army and the Veterans Association. The close cooperation between army and veterans became visible at the official reopening of the Heroes Memorial in Platz in November 1955. The vision of the assessment of the soldier service in the Wehrmacht was made by defender Ferdinand Graf himself. He declared the Wehrmacht soldiers had fought and given their life for Austria. He praised the frontline soldiers' performance of duty, and he claimed that it was time for a new commemoration of heroes. The official recognition by the government led to the erection of countless heroic monuments to Wehrmacht soldiers all over Austria. In 1957, the Veterans Association had already 250,000 members. In 1960, veterans of the Wehrmacht were legally permitted to show their Wehrmacht orders of merit. Thus, this revisionist politics of history by the government led to a polarization, even violent riots between veterans of the Wehrmacht and their neo-Nazi supporters on the one side and veterans of resistance and their supporters on the other side. Very soon, the governing coalition was faced with the challenge of overcoming this conflict in society. The memorial year of 1965, celebrating 20 years of Second Republic, 10 years of full sovereignty, set the scene for promoting a new national narrative. The political speech for this was delivered on the first national holiday, October 26, 1965, by the president of the National Council, Alfred Maleta. He resolutely demanded that not only the sacrifices of the patriots in the concentration camps be recognized, but also the sacrifices of the soldiers and former National Socialists. His argument was that it was not decisive what the sacrifice was made for, but that it was made. In this way, Maleta promoted a depoliticized national community of sacrificers. Victims of persecution, by the way, do not appear in this concept. The central state memorial representing the sacrificial memory regime was the Heroes Monument at the Heroes Square in the center of Vienna. The reshaping of the Austrian Heroes Monument exemplifies the new order of memory very well. In addition to the official commemoration for fallen Wehrmacht soldiers in the crypt on their right wing, the left wing was transformed into a memorial room for the resistance. Henceforth, official state rituals took place in both pillars of the Heroes Monument. In addition, both pillars of memory were subsidized by the government. In return for recognition, all mutual contestation was to cease. To sum up, the pillarized memory regime placed both visions of sacrifice of the resistance and the soldiers at the center of World War II commemoration and subordinated or neglected victims of anti-Semitic, racist, and social persecution. There was no legal framework fostering the sacrificial memory regime. Rather, it can be conceptualized as an informal set of political behavior and mutual understanding, as a hegemonic process whereby the state promotes a narrative to frame memories articulated from below in forms which serve the alleged interest of the nation. This brings me to the last point. What are the particularities of Austrian politics of history up to the late 1980s? First, a myth of national rebirth based on a narrative of occupation, oppression, and resistance failed in Austria, unlike in most countries occupied by Nazi Germany. Second, in Austria, a national sacrificial memory regime did not emerge until the mid-1960s, at the time when sacrificial memory regimes in Western and Northern Europe were already eroding. Collaboration was being addressed, and the persecution of the Jews was becoming an issue. Third, Austria was the only country in Europe where the state officially recognized and honored the sacrifice of former Wehrmacht soldiers and also of former National Socialists. Another peculiarity is therefore that in Austria, unlike countries with strong collaboration and unlike the two German successor states of the Third Reich, a central association of veterans of the Wehrmacht was massively supported by the state and could become a pillar of the national memory regime. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pirker, for your presentation. I think it will steer a discussion, but for this we need to wait until the end. We are moving to our next speaker, who is Dr. Mateusz Tondera, who is affiliated with the Jagiellonian Club in Poland, Kraków. This is a conservative, influential think tank. Dr. Tondera is also attorney at law. He combines competence in law and philosophy, where his main research interests are located. And he will, in his talk, he will present the memory clashes that we identify and the victimhood rivalry, specifically between Poland and Israel. What are the two models of remembering the past and protecting collective memories? Dr. Tondera, please have the floor.
Thank you very much, Professor. First of all, I wanted to thank you for the invitation, and it's a great honor to be amongst such awesome academics, and I feel really appreciated to be here. To start briefly because of the time frames, I will focus mostly on this first part of the title, memory clashes and victimhood rivalry, because of the time frames. And yes, the main inspiration for this presentation and the article that I'm working on for the publication is the conflict, diplomatic conflict that started 2 years ago, when Polish government decided, let's put it very briefly because I don't want to focus on details here, to ban opinions that Polish nation was somehow responsible for Holocaust, and this was a decision which started a domino of discussions and diplomatic problems with Israel, with Israeli governments, with the global public opinion about the history of Second World War and about Holocaust. And I want to say a few things from the point of view of someone who wants to analyze the real issue in this discussion, because there was post-discussion about this crisis almost always focused on the fact that it was a misunderstanding, that this was a diplomatic problem, and so on and so on. Of course, politics and diplomats speak in this way about situations like this because that's their role. But we as academics want to see a real issue that was behind all this discussion and behind this regulation. Where is the main idea that stands behind this conflict and this crisis? And first of all, the most important thing to say is that Poland and Israel have almost the same opinion about the idea of how to regulate historical memory by law. So it wasn't a conflict between free speech mode and let's make some regulations mode. It wasn't that kind of conflict. It wasn't the conflict that in the first panel was so thoroughly discussed. It was a different conflict. It was a conflict of two perspectives on the Holocaust, where both were agreed to the fact that the law and also criminal law must be included in the building and preserving of the memory. So the conflict was on in the different place, in the different point. And when we look closer about all these discussions that arose later, and it was very confusing conflict because it was like all these sorts of discussions, mutual. In the same time, it was in media, it was in universities, it was among the politicians. So it was a huge buzz of information on the different levels of activity and of thoroughfulness. So it was hard to sometimes catch where's the main issue or main issues that fuel this conflict and fuel this discussion, because everyone was surprised that the discussion was such huge, and that the problem, diplomatic problem, and his historical problem was so big. And I think the main focus of this conflict, and the main point where we should look for decoding that, is not a question of victimhood, but the question of perpetration, authorship, and responsibility for Holocaust. And we have two, I will use the word narration, but it's very complicated word. I don't mean it as a something false. I mean it more like a way to put many different moving parts to make a picture that we want other people to see. And we have two main narration about the authorship and responsibility for Holocaust. And I will present them as in their most pure forms for a purpose of making it clear. The first one is that Holocaust was invented and done by German National Socialists, backed up to the point by a German nation and German public opinion. And it was the pure product of the National Socialism ideology, and then it was put to action by a man in Nazi Party in Third Reich leadership, and that's the main focus we need to. That's the main point we need to see, and the collaborators in other nations and so on. That's something additional. That's the additional problem. They are not responsible for Holocaust. They were somehow sometimes collaborating, sometimes they were taking part of it, but the root of the Holocaust isn't there. So this is the one narration about this, and the second one is, to be honest, completely different, and it's that the Holocaust is a rotten fruit of centuries of European culture. And seeing as that, it's like the Professor Dr. Lichtenstein said before, shared European guilt. So in that point of view, German National Socialism was only the main and the biggest fruit of this whole culture that produced Holocaust, and before it produced anti-Semitism in its modern form. In early 20th century. And these two narrations, which are, it's hard to claim anyone being true or false, but they are very, very difficult to reconcile together, because the accents on which we decide to put are completely different. And from one point of view, we see Holocaust as an historical event with authors, with decisions, with some kind of state apparatus that stood behind it. And from the other point of view, we see Holocaust as a myth, but I don't mean myth in any synonym of something false. I mean myth like something that explains the root of of most modern problems we have. So these two narrations are really, really hard to reconcile, and it's really hard to take them both and treat as equals. So the problem between Poland and Israel in this conflict situation, from my perspective, was the fact that for the first time from a very long time, these two narrations actually met each other in the public discussion. Because before that point, these two narrations were being told separately, and they don't contradict any facts about Holocaust. None of this interpretation is negationist. None of these interpretations wants to fight with any established facts about the Holocaust and its aims and the fact that it was one of the greatest and most terrible events in history. So both of this narration are, along with the mainstream discourse about what Holocaust is and how important is it in history. But then, when we try to focus on this narration part, these two visions have completely different functions for the memory of the nations that use them. And here I want to go to the next point. So why these two narrations are used by nations? I don't mean probably not only Polish public opinion was used to this narration about the German National Socialists as perpetrators of the Holocaust, but from a Polish point of view, it was very, very important that we see other movements of early 20th century, as long with some nationalist or fascist movements, as something evil and bad, yet not the same. So this narration says, yes, we had great problems with how we treated Jewish populations, yet we would never invent something like Holocaust. It wasn't our idea, and it wasn't even in the roots of this evil or not, but problematic movements and organizations. And the second narration tells, no. That's the point. Everything was building towards the Holocaust. It happened in Germany and by a German Nazi regime, but it could have happened in a different European country, probably, because it was the rotten fruit in the culture which was growing since probably medieval Europe or even earlier. And this narration are very, very hard to put alongside without any quarrels, because if Holocaust is a fruit of whole European culture, then of course Polish culture is also infected with that problem and was infected with that problem. And many Polish scholars or normal Polish people would say, yes, we had problems with anti-Semitism, but it's not the same. It wouldn't lead to Holocaust because there is a substantial difference in the German National Socialism with its systemic racism and so on and so on. We can, of course, the next panel will be probably more about this, so I don't want to focus on that thing. But these two narrations, each very important, are narrations used in Israel for Jewish people and in Poland for Polish people. And for the first time in a long time, they met in international discussion, international area, and we all had a chance to see how different these narrations are, even if both of them aren't revisionist negotiations and so on. So I don't want to conclude in any conclusion like this narration is better, this is worse. No, I just want to show how important it is to see how complex based on the needs of social psychology of society are these narrations, and how closely and carefully we need to discuss those things. And first step is to imagine that other nations have their own needs with those narrations. They use it for something, but it's not a cynical way of using it. I don't mean the politicians use it to some evil tools. I mean nations use it to feel and think in some way about themselves. And when we see that narration of one nation clashes with the narration of another, we need to treat it like a bomb we need to carefully disarm, not something to win or lose, because none of this narration is something we need to fight. It's not like David Irving's writings or some neo-Nazi theories about Holocaust and Second World War. It's something that goes perfectly alongside with the facts about the history, and yet something that gives us completely different impression of the meaning of history, the sense, the lesson we need to learn from the fact. And the lesson we need to learn from the Polish narration about Holocaust is a different lesson that the Jewish narration about Holocaust wants us to teach. And we can learn from those two lessons, yes, but we need to first see that this is a different way of seeing things without any purely historical debate or quarrel. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tondera, for this presentation, familiarizing us with the Polish and Israeli perspectives. And this conflict has been sometimes described as conflict between the brothers, because you started your presentation from acknowledging that there is a certain similarity between Poland and Israel when it comes to the very attitude whether or not to address those phenomena by legal tools. And this is not a big controversy in Israel, neither it is in Poland. We both have memory laws. It was not about having or not having them. It was about those two coming to clashes. And this brings us to the next talk by Dr. Sonia Chorąziak of Polish Academy of Science Scientific Center in Vienna, who will speak about the recent and short-lived attempt in Poland not just to criminalize denialism, but to make a step forward and to attempt to criminalize defamation, which is somehow also seen as a redistribution of guilt. So the focus will be more on the political science perspective and the reception, because Dr. Chorąziak is not a lawyer. She's a political scientist working on the anthropology of politics. She works for the Academy of Science in Vienna, as I told you, and all the speakers know her because she was the driving force behind this conference. And now the time has come for you, Sonia, to present your talk. So the floor is yours, please.
Thank you, Professor Radwan. And of course, it is my pleasure to be here among such an excellent researchers. Let me just see if my presentation will be on the screen or not. Okay, I don't see, but nevertheless, I have a topic prepared, so don't worry about it. So actually, I would like to tell today about, as Professor Radwan said, one of the most controversial attempts of introducing a criminalization of revisionistic defamation in Poland. And as you probably know, in 2018, Poland introduced a new amendment to the Act of the Institute of National Remembrance, Institut Pamięci Narodowej, which quickly became known as Polish Holocaust law. And I would just like to briefly explain because I will be mainly focusing about the reactions, internal Polish reactions and international reactions to this new amendment. But at the beginning, I would like to briefly tell you about what this law was actually about. So there were a couple main articles added to the Act on the Institute of National Remembrance. And for example, there were added Article 55A that said that whoever claims publicly and contrary to the facts that the Polish nation or the Republic of Poland is responsible or co-responsible for Nazi crimes committed by the Third Reich, or whoever, for example, grossly diminishes the responsibility of true perpetrators, shall be liable to a fine or imprisonment. And this is not only about Nazi crimes committed during the Second World War, but also about the crimes in general against peace, crimes against humanity, or any war crimes. So there's this very broad aspect. Oh, and I see my presentation came back, so I can show you the articles. And this is the first thing that struck a lot of controversies. But there was also article, for example, 55b, which said that irrespective of the regulations in force at the location of committing the criminal act, this act, so this article, for example, 55a, shall apply to Polish and foreign citizens. That means that even if someone was in another country where no such law applied, and of course it's hard to imagine that such a law would, regarding the defamation of the Polish nation would apply in any other country than Poland. So even if that happens, the person who commit a crime according to this act will still be a subject of the prosecution. And the title of my presentation is actually "The Road to Hell is Paved with Good Intentions." And before I will tell you a little bit more why I would use the word hell as the paraphrasation of those international reactions that this amendment sparked, I would like to focus on these good intentions, because indeed the official justification of this amendment focused on something good, on something positive. Therefore, we can read in the official justification that the Polish nation is striving to protect its good name before using such a hurtful and, of course, misinterpretive statements and lies as Polish death camps or Polish concentration camps. And in the justification, we can read that because of an increasing usage of these terms and ineffective diplomatic interventions, because of course the statements were mostly used abroad, the Polish nation is somehow forced to fight for its good name and must start pursuing a real historical policy. And actually, as we probably can already see, even if I just briefly introduced only 2 articles of this new amendment, this amendment covers an area much larger and with much details than the one named in the justification. So it was not only about the statements of Polish death camps or Polish concentration camps. It was about actually every claim or public defamation of the Polish nation in case of historical event of the Second World War, but also any other events. And of course, we have this Article 55b, which brought attention not only to the Poles that might commit this crime, but also to the foreigners that live and commit this crime in the country where such a law do not exist. And maybe firstly, I would like to tell you a little bit more about Polish reactions, because I would like to contrast those with the international reactions that you probably in some part of 2018 heard of. So first of all, the main focus when it comes to the international Polish reactions was who actually and in what circumstances can be prosecuted and for what. And at the beginning, it was interpreted that on the basis of the regulation, the Polish state would prosecute scientists who provide testimonies against, for example, Poles doing certain actions during the Second World War. But it was quickly pointed out that in Article 55a, we can clearly read that no offense is committed if the criminal act is committed in the course of one artistic or academic activity. However, of course, it immediately raises the question of other types of activities. Okay, so artists and university, for example, professors can even commit the crime according to this act and not be prosecuted. But what about, for example, educational activity? So to speak, teachers, and what about the journalists? And these concerns were repeated, for example, in an open letter from nearly 100 outstanding Polish women and men with the questions, why actually, where we set boundaries between this tolerated science and art and punishable journalism, punishable education, and who actually will establish facts that must be opposed. Because as we all know, there are some points in, I believe, history of every country, but of course, especially in Polish history, that are not until this time yet fully examined and are still sparks controversy. What about those events? What will happen when, for example, an educator, a teacher would like to address those during a lesson in school? And actually, there was an official response from the government to those issues. And there was, in this response, we could read that there should be no exception for teachers or journalists. And the government stays behind what was in this Article 55A, that is only artistic and academic activity is excluded. And of course, this is just one point of view, the Polish point of view, but then we have international reactions. Then we have this actual diplomatic conflict, political conflict that was sparked because of this amendment. And of course, we can say that the Polish reactions, it's not that they were totally different from the international ones, but they covered, because of course they covered a similar area, but the main point was put on something else. Because one can immediately see that in foreign reactions, the main focus lied on the victim perspective and how this law affects actual victims of the Holocaust, they who survived and they who do not survive, and for example, their families are fighting for their good names. And of course, the main voices in this conflict were heard, for example, from the USA and Israel. It is pretty obvious, and but actually we could hear the reactions from the entire world, and I will tell about it a little bit later. But at the beginning, I would like to say a bit about the USA reactions, governmental reactions, and public reactions, and then the ones from Israel. So the first big and kind of disturbing reaction that we received from the United States came from the United States Department spokeswoman, Heather Nauert, who said that USA are concerned about the effects that this law might have not only about the victims of the Holocaust, but on the strategic interest of Poland and its relations with the USA and Israel. So basically, the USA encouraged Poland to reanalyze this law because it might threaten the Poland's strategic interest, as it was said, with the relations with the US and Israel. This is something pretty uncommon to hear, such a strong statement that this act may actually influence the international relation in any other matter. But let me just remind you that, for example, the person who used the notion of Polish death camps was, in fact, the former president of United States, like right now, former Barack Obama. Of course, it wasn't intentional, but still, according to this amendment, it would still be a case of possible prosecution. But what I want to visualize at this slide of the presentation are actually something that came not from the governmental point, but from the press. Because immediately after an outburst of the situation, the internet was flooded with phrases such as Polish death camps or Polish concentration camps. And of course, as Dr. Tondera said, it was, of course, used in some context of this new amendment, but actually we can already say that it's not always possible to explain the contracts really throughoutly, really in details. So we may just imagine that what actually got to the public, to the international public, was just those notions of Polish death camps and concentration camps, so something that was an initial thought at the beginning was the main source of why this amendment was actually put into an action. So what Polish nation tried to protect. And immediately all the international press heard was this hurtful and false statements. And of course, the other side is the reaction from Israel. So you might say the key player when it comes to this situation. And the governmental reaction were very harsh. Actually, the Israel parliament even proposed a bill according to which denying the complicity of Nazi collaborations or reducing their participation in the Holocaust will be a crime punishable by up to 5 years in prison. So this means that the Polish amendment to the Act of the Institute of National Remembrance could be labeled as a crime according to this bill. What's more, there were also proposals that Israel will offer legal aid to all persons who will be accused outside of Israel. And that meant that also Poles, for example, living in Poland, could be offered with the legal aid from Israel. And of course, the most critical statement came from the Israeli official World Holocaust Remembrance Center, Yad Vashem. And because, as we all know, coming to an end to my presentation, the Polish government ultimately, after nearly 6 months, decided to amend this amendment on the Act of Institute of National Remembrance, after all of the controversies it evoked. And after this, the joint statement by Polish Prime Minister Mateusz Morawiecki and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was presented as kind of mean of unification of two countries in this spark of controversy. But world famous Institute Yad Vashem even then criticized this statement, saying that it contains serious errors and lies about the historical facts. And of course, we all know that the question of it's not really the case of if it's true, of if it's not true, on what part should be Poland be responsible. The case is that we will not meet those statements if we hadn't got the amendment in the first place. So in conclusion, regardless of the fact that the intentions behind this amendment were aiming to defend the truth, the historical truth, the good name of the Polish nation, what we were left ultimately was newspapers and television from all over the world repeating constantly and multiplying the statements of Polish death camps, Polish concentration camps. We could see that in Germany, for example, Die Welt, Tageszeitung, Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung, in France, newspaper Le Figaro, even in Al Jazeera, those notions were repeated. So just the last sentence, that maybe that way, a criminal way to deal with the defamation of the Polish nation is not the best way to try to protect the Polish good name, and if so, maybe should it compared with some more international campaign about it, why it is so important to Poland to protect its good name, and not just by introducing the given laws. Thank you very much.
Sonia, thank you very much. Your presentation, I think, highlights that the very understanding of effectiveness is quite different for lawyers and for political science. What does it mean the law to be effective? There is a special notion in the legal theory what the effectiveness is. And this story signifies that the effectiveness in terms of what is actually attained is quite different, and that there was an intention to create a legal taboo, and what was achieved eventually was quite the opposite, and never before the notion of Polish death camps has been so widely spread as when this controversial law was enacted. So we are discussing, we started with politics through history, philosophy. Now we are touching upon regulation. We will discuss mostly criminal law, but now with our last speaker for this panel, we will look at this from the legal perspective, but from a slightly different angle. We will discuss whether civil law or civil law remedies are the available tools that can be used somehow to counteract misleading statements or statements that contradict the collective memories. And this is an example that we have in Poland, but not only in Poland, in Germany, there was at least one case based on civil law. So having said this, I would like to invite our distinguished speaker, Professor Frederick Zoll, Jagiellonian University Kraków, and at the same time, University of Osnabrück. He is a widely acknowledged expert in private law and comparative law, very influential, not just in Poland, but in Europe. He's a member of executive board of the European Law Institute in Vienna, very active in west and east of Poland, with many projects, including schools of foreign laws at the Jagiellonian University and the legal clinic. Hardly anyone has done so much for young students as Frederick did. And Frederick, as I told you, will discuss the private law, civil law dimension of memory laws. Frederick, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much. I would like to actually my short presentation is a continuation of what has been said by Dr. Horonsiak in certain sense, but of course a little bit from the perspective of the legal point of view, from the perspective of the argument whether the devices of the private law can be at all shaped in this way that we could achieve something at all, and whether such kind of devices where we would like to use the private law, which is basically designed in order to protect private persons, in order to protect the individual interests. And when we have the question whether this protection of individual or devices of the protection of individual interest can be used to protect some very abstract concepts, like a nation, for example, and it is something which has happened actually to Poland. It is something which has happened in this same law, but this law has not been such discussed as this criminal part of the law. Why it is so? We can see Dr. Horonsiak said about the criminal law protection of this interest. It has been declared non-constitutional. It has been dismissed. We do not have this criminal law protection in our law anymore. But what we have here, this is the private law, which has remained. And these provisions of the private law are actually much more dangerous than these criminal law provisions. Why? Because the criminal law provisions, they have all this religiousness, all the strictness of the criminal law, all these rules on protection of the criminal law infrastructure, which with all this presumption of innocence and so on, with the procedural guarantees. In all this discussion about the Polish law in the Institute of National Remembrance, somebody has forgot the matter of private law, which has been, everybody was thinking private law is not so far-reaching. The private law is not so intrusive in the, so we don't need to care about it. The truth is different. If we are looking into this provision, in my poor translation, we can see that that we have, and Dr. Horonziak was already talking a little bit about it, that I'm sorry, I have because my dog is belling for some reason. I have to stop it immediately. Just a moment.
Yeah, this is something that we would never have at a traditional conference. So this is something very, very specific.
I had to stop because of my dog, which was attacking somebody at this moment, so it was quite dangerous. So this is the cost of being at home. And we are talking about this provision, about this particular Article 53, and we are looking into the criteria which has been put here. And here we have the protection of the good name of the Republic of Poland and of the Polish nation. And somebody who is infringing it could be subjected to the provision of the to protection of the personality rights. And these are just very general provisions telling that if somebody personality rights, which is not defined, is infringed, you can ask for stopping it, you can claim stopping it, or in case, in specific case, or general case actually, you can also claim for compensation for material and immaterial losses. And this is somehow unlimited. So with immaterial losses, we do not have here any case law. So there is no a clear rule how this claim for immaterial losses can be calculated, or damages, how can they be calculated, and damages to whom, and what are actually the criteria of these provisions. The entitled entities which are entitled to sue a person who has infringed the good name of the nation. This is this Institute of the National Remembrance of Memory, and all association which has in the statutory provision a right to and a duty to protect the good name of the Polish nation. And this frame of the provision makes for the private lawyer incredible difficulties, because these provisions are just drafted to protect your good name as individual person, and now we have to protect the good name of the nation as such. So what are the criteria for this liability? Oh, there are actually none. So this is, what does it mean exactly, the protection of the name of the nation? And actually, what is the nation in this concept? Who is protected? For what infringement could be at all this action started? If you are looking into this provision, when we have a nation, it's not a legal person, it's not a moral person. We have here some kind of general public interest, and this general public interest should be protected by the measures or by the remedies which are designed to protect somebody in the individual dispute. This is extremely dangerous, because usually in this kind of private law struggle, you don't need all this protection which are typical to protect in the case of criminal law, where you are trying to protect much more general interest. And then, of course, you need probably more guarantee also for the person who is staying at the court. Here, something is designed for the private law disputes. We have equality of the parties in the theory. And of course, usually we have much more strict criteria for claims. Here, it is a very broad concept. This broad concept, all in the Polish private law, launches doubts about its feasibility and even constitutionality. But it is, and of course, it is used for all these disputes on defaming somebody and infringing into good name of another person, and so on. And of course, at this level, it raises a lot of problems in case of the freedom of press freedom of public discussion. But if we are trying to apply the system to such kind of concept, what is a nation, then we don't know what kind of infringement may happen. Actually, we don't know even what is the nation in the sense of this provision. What does it mean, a Polish nation? It is the nation in the sense of the constitution. So the all communities or all citizens of our Polish citizens all together. So, for example, if you infringe a certain or defame a certain group of people belonging to a certain minority in Poland, it is the infringement of the good name of the Polish nation, or not? Or you have to say no, it must be some general assessment of Polish nation as what is the kind of concept which is, of course, probably here not used in the constitutional sense, but it is somehow used in the language of ethnical concept in this law, law on a national institute. Actually, only one nation is named, are the Ukrainian nationalists. By the way, these Ukrainian nationalists were Polish citizens generally. So this is also quite interesting problem, how to apply at all this law. And probably, of course, it is not applicable. Nobody has applied it really yet. There are some threats of the lawsuits, but not really has been enforced. And probably if the court would face this problem, probably he must say, oh, this is so imprecise, so indefinite, that also it must be somehow declared non-constitutional, or I cannot really apply this provision in the given sense. But we can see here how the system has been constructed, that the lawmaker has somehow foreseen the difficulties with the criminal law and has established a second system, indeed far more reaching than the criminal law provisions, far more dangerous, because there is here no limitations of journalists. There is no limitation of, no journalists, but academic. There is no other limitations, so it really can confine the freedom of academic research, and it has sometimes much more strong chilling effect than even the criminal law procedure, although there is not this link to this criminal consequences, some kind of diminishing or infringing also a certain sense the good name. In the civil law it's not happening so strongly, but financial consequences maybe much higher. The problem is, and this is something which we have in our current situation, and it cannot be somehow forgotten in this particular sense. But before I am coming to this last issue, I want also to look on this small another problem, that if we are talking about immaterial losses, there are not limits, but also the material losses. It is completely misleading concept here. What does it mean, material loss to the nation? How the nation may suffer a material loss? Even how the Republic of Poland may suffer the material loss, because it's not the treasury, it's just the public law institution. So how this infringement of the good name may cause losses in this private law sense. So this is something which, of course, has not been really conceptualized by the lawmaker, who wanted to create some kind of weapon, but of course without having any kind of preparation for handling the quite delicate private law devices and tools. And finally, we are coming to this problem, that this provision could be in normal times could be just ignored. It could be said this is completely actually crazy. It is not possible that such provision does exist in such vague and not precise setting and completely going beyond the function of the private law and the protection beyond of the private law, and inviting to some kind of expansion of the imprecise provision which the application is completely left to the court. So the court may say, yeah, this is the infringement of the nation and this is the loss, and this is not really criterion somehow to review this decision of the court. But of course, if you have the independent courts, the problem is not so dramatic, because then the court must come to the outcome, oh, I cannot apply this provision at all. The problem is if the courts are not independent. And what is happening now in Poland, and what is the situation of the judiciary and the threats for the independence of judiciary, the abuse of the disciplinary procedure, if the outcome are not exactly like the government is willing to have them, then such provision without definite criterion could be extremely dangerous. It could really at this time be used against everybody and fulfill some kind of political purposes of the government. Of course, in the future, it must be deleted immediately, but it's a threat which exists now. Thank you very much for attention.
Professor Sol, thank you very much for your presentation. We have now approximately 20 minutes for a discussion. And this will be mostly among us. This is the downside of online conferences. And I took several notes, many notes actually, and I have a couple of questions to at least some of our speakers. My first question would be to Dr. Manuel Becker. I have heard of a study conducted not very long ago. It was actually a public opinion poll where respondents were asked in Germany if in their families or in their ancestry they have rather perpetrators or victims. And there were more respondents to point out to the victims in their families or ancestry than to perpetrators. And my question would be, would you consider this a success or a failure of the Erinnerungspolitik in Germany? So this would be my first question, and maybe you can answer it right away.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you very much. If I am right, I think it was this surveillance that was made around the 8th of May by the German newspaper Die Zeit and another institute together, if I'm correct. That was the figures that you cited. I think it's difficult to set it up in the two category of success or failure. I think it's just gives us a clue what is a general problem of remembrance as such. Many people just tend to see their past brighter than it was or brighter than it is, which is some kind of maybe typical human psychological dealing with the past. Of course, it's a task for a scientific way of dealing with the past and also for politics of dealing with the past. And the figures you've quoted just underline this basic human approach that one has to history in general and to one's own history, and especially if it's about family history, people tend to have no clear scientific point of view, to mention it like this, which is in my eyes in some way understandable. But still, it stays the task for us as researchers, for teachers, for journalists, just to put things into the right context and to give a proper view of the past, having always in mind that we never can have the past as itself. Remembrance is always something different than the past as it was. We are not able to go back and see it as it was. We can just try to be the most objective we can.
So does it mean that you think it is like a natural trajectory of memory, or is it rather an outcome of conscious politics of memory? The one thing that comes up to my mind is a movie that was quite popular in Germany. In English, it is Generation War. The German original title would be unsere Mutter, unsere Väter, it caused an outcry in Poland for the way the Polish underground home army was portrayed. And in the discussion in Germany, there was one of the reasons offered was that the generation that still remembers war is passing away, and it is like the last years of people who are still alive, and this would be an opportunity for them somehow to look back in a more nuanced or positive way. And this was like offered as one of the explanations why this movie was produced by, to remind everyone, by the public broadcaster ZDF.
Yes, I saw the movie, and I also followed the reactions that were in Poland. Just to be complete, in Germany it was also controversially debated, but not as controversial as it was in Poland. But we also had a lot of criticism in Germany about how this movie portrays certain nations and certain people, of course. Basically, yes, we have to deal now with the problem that the so-called Zeitzeugengeneration, as we say in German, so the people that lived the past, they are now dying away. And this is always linked with a transformation of memory politics. And it is a task and it is a problem, of course. But basically, I am of the opinion that the official memory politics in Germany or any other democratic state in the world, I think we as scholars, we tend to over-exaggerate their effects. I think the effect is not that big on the people that you can have with some monuments or historian commissions and whatsoever. I think it's just a special part of society that is more educated, that is more interested in the things that deal with the things. When it comes to the normal citizen, I think official politics of memories is quite limited in what it can do and what it cannot do. May I also have a question for one of the others, or what do you want to start?
Yes. Go ahead.
Because I just wanted to. I had one question to what Dr. Tondera pointed out. You very good. You pointed out those two narrations of narratives of the Holocaust, the universal understanding of Holocaust, and maybe the more specific understanding of Holocaust. And I have a question concerning this. First question is, can this in some way be translated into a more, how shall I say, conservative and progressive, more national, more international, more left-wing, more right-wing understanding, or is it transcendent to these categories? And second question, maybe how is it in Poland debated, those two? Is it really that we have most people that stick to one of those two narrations? Or is it also controversial? Is it maybe also a question of age? I would be interested to hear some more of you concerning those things.
So to answer this briefly but correctly, for the first question, I think that today in the discussions as we have them, it's linked quite strictly with the worldviews of the discussants. So yes, the more historically and Holocaust as an event way of thinking about it is often associated with the conservative world view and the conservative way of looking at the history of Poland and other countries. And this more universal is often associated with the left-wing way of looking at the role of the culture and the blame that is transisted in the culture. Yet I don't think that this discussion really has to be that way. I think that on the philosophical level, we can be conservatives who see events like this in a universal way, like the idea of the original sin, for example. Yeah, we can discuss the idea of Holocaust as a fruit of the culture, more like a fruit of the fallen nature of the man, for example. So there is a take to have that point of view without being liberal, for example. And still, we can have people who are more liberal or left-winged, and yet they, for their own reasons, want to discuss historical events in very concrete, factual ways. Maybe they are kind of maybe they have kind of scientist approach to the history, which happens quite often, and they don't like to see. They hate historiography as a concept. They don't want to discuss the meaning of history because they think it's stupid, it's misleading. So they don't want to discuss the meaning of the Holocaust as a myth because they think it's a rubbish discussion. They want to condemn the crime and discuss it as a historical event. And in Poland, it's pretty much the same, maybe stronger. So yes, it's now we have all this bubbles and blocks when you have when you are sympathizing with idea A, you have to sympathize with idea B, C, D, E. Yeah, you really don't have to, but that's how the discussion works, and it's pretty strong in Poland. But I think that in the light of the worldwide discussion about Holocaust, whole discussion in Poland is kind of shifted in the side of more historical and explaining what really German National Socialism was. I think it's more toward this, and this people who see Shoah in this very universal way are less represented in the discussion statistically, because of course there are people who see Holocaust that way and want to discuss about Holocaust in that way. Can I have my question too with the system of the putting another question to someone else, because I want to ask Dr. Pirker about one thing which was very, very interesting to me, because I'm wondering about that narration about the Austrian Wehrmacht soldiers as people who made sacrifices, because I'm really keen to understand if there were in Austria the bigger narration or given a ration to what they were really sacrificing for. Was it just soldier ethos, don't talk about it anymore? Or was it kind of a bigger interconnected vision of the cause they were fighting for as something that was packed with this idea of sacrificing a Wehrmacht soldier?
Thank you for this interesting question. Yes, the portrayal of the Wehrmacht soldiers changed a lot from, let's say, 1945 till the early 1950s. What we can see is that in 1945, the Austrian government called the Austrian Wehrmacht soldiers to desert the Wehrmacht and to support the Red Army during the liberation of Austria. What we can see in the early 1950s, and this is also connected to the Cold War, of course, is that the Conservative Party in Austria and the right-wing Freedom Party, they start to portray the Wehrmacht soldiers as fighters against Bolshevism. Yeah? And this clearly connected very much to the Nazi propaganda and to a specific value of Wehrmacht soldiers during their training and during their fight on the Eastern Front. Yeah? That happened in the early 1950s, and this is something we can understand as the German philosopher Theodor W. Adorno called the afterlife of Nazism in democracy. Yeah? And this was the way how Austrian political elites integrated Wehrmacht soldiers into post-war democracy. But this was a specific kind of democracy. It was a very authoritarian democracy. And what I tried to show was that this Austrian sacrificial memory regime, which was constituted in the 1960s, had a very long-term impact on society, and this could relate to the actual laws in Poland. Yeah, because we have to ask what are doing these laws to the society itself. Yeah, are they some kind of narrating discussions? Are they some kind of trying to shape and to promote certain pictures society should follow? And that was something what happened in the 1950s and 60s in Austria with the transformation of the image of Wehrmacht soldiers.
Thank you very much.
If I may, I would like to follow up on that question that was asked to Dr. Pirker. Your talk was mostly this tension or transition from victimhood towards sacrifice. But we might also use, and I am referring again to Michał Łuczewski, to another triada this time around of heroism, victimhood, and being a perpetrator. And the last category somehow didn't come up so much in your talk. And we are right now in a time when some of the questions are being discussed, like, for instance, what to do with the birthplace of Adolf Hitler, the house, for what purpose should it be put? A discussion ongoing in Austria. Also, a discussion that attracts public attention about commemorating Gusen, also for quite some time, Hartheim. Mauthausen is, of course, more known than the other two that I just mentioned. My sense is that we have a new wave of this discussion. And if we, again, go back to this triada, the winners, the heroes, they try to to build their moral capital based on this quality. The victims, who are the losers, might be, from the moral standpoint, the one who won eventually. And this is basically the story that Israel is specifically effective at making. And Poland was actually for a long time at this camp, and this what we have, this rivalry that Dr. Tondera was talking about, is basically the rivalry about the victim status. Now, what Germany did, it was quite different. Their strategy towards building a moral capital was rather through portraying Germany as the ones who learned the lesson, like the converted perpetrators. They were able to build a civil society that is for many exemplary today. And my question would be the most recent development in Austria, this last threat next to the sacrifice, next to the victim.
Shall I? Yeah.
Please.
This is a very interesting topic, and if you look how Austrian political elites now use the theory of the victim myth to build an image of Austria, then you can see that they are able to talk about the victim myth, but they are still not able to talk about perpetrators. And if you look at the landscape of memorials in Vienna, you will hardly find any memorials, museums, and exhibitions which address the topic of perpetrators. You know that Vienna had one of the largest Jewish communities in Europe, and the Nazis invented the system of deportation in Vienna, the so-called Vienna system, but you don't have a permanent exhibition in Vienna till this day about this Vienna model, for example. Yeah? We have a lot of memorials for the victims, but we still don't talk much about the perpetrators, the Austrian perpetrators. There's no center of documentation similar to Munich or Berlin or Köln about National Socialism perpetration in Vienna. Yeah, that's the state of the art we are talking about.
And if I may, we are approaching the time that we have for this discussion, but still I would like to address the topic that Professor Zoll presented. it was about the civil law dimension, and Professor Zoll focused on the statute on the Institute of National Remembrance, where in fact it also offers a civil law remedy, and this is what was discussed in the presentation. And I must say, this is true. And you rightly mentioned that there is no case law based on this provision. So probably this is maybe not as dangerous, but what we do have in Poland, we have a couple of cases, maybe not very many, but we have a couple of cases based not on these specific provisions, but based on general provisions of the civil code that provide for remedies for individuals who feel infringed on in their personal rights. And those cases are, I think, quite different from you theoretically described the possible abuse. You pointed out to unlimited claims. You pointed out to the fact that basically any NGO established in order to pursue those claims could claim whatever damages. This is something that never materialized. But what has materialized, and not very often, but there are a couple of cases, maybe 5, are the civil law claims or litigation before civil court, where the plaintiff is either a survivor, like Karol Tendera, who was himself a prisoner of a death camp, suing a German media house, ZDF, for using the notion of the Polish death camp. So this is the one case. The other case is based on the movie that I just mentioned before, Generation War, by a veteran of the Home Army, portrayed as anti-Semites. And there were also some cases where the claimants, the plaintiffs, were the heirs, like the children of the ones who were prisoners of the death camps. And the reason why they wanted damages, and it was not about money, it was basically about counter-statement, about conceding that it was a false statement. It was not about earning money. It was simply about correcting the false statement. And this was quite precise and quite narrow. It was usually simply and only about using a notion of the Polish death camps, that a person who himself, as a Polish citizen, was a prisoner of this. And this is obviously the question. I agree. This is from the systemic point of view. For us lawyers, it is difficult because it goes somehow across the system of civil law, because the personal rights, they require a specification. So you need, usually it's not enough to be a member of a larger group. Usually you need to be like Frederick Zoll, another Pole, or a citizen of Krakow, or whatever, or the member of the university community or whatever. Usually this is the general rule for infringement of personal rights, that you must be either infringed in your individual capacity or in a group that is really narrow, that it comes really close to being this individual. And the nation is a much bigger group. So there is this problem of this purity of civil law. But on the other side, it might be also seen as a form of private enforcement of memory laws. And then when it comes to clashes, is you have something that is seen in a way as a public objective, and usually for this you have public law. But as we discussed also in the previous panels, criminal law is very ill-suited to defend moral values. Censorship and moral capital do not really fit together. And maybe this is the reason why civil law instruments are being used as the ones who have lesser negative connotation, because you have not a state-appointed prosecutor, but you have an individual. And if this individual is either directly a former prisoner of the death camp or children of this person, then you have quite a different setting. So I would like you to ask to please briefly comment on that.
Not tailored to to answer this question, this kind of. Sorry, is this? No, I'm.
Okay.
Oh, it's okay. That was okay.
Unmuted. I'm unmuted. The private law is not tailored to answer these questions. It is a very dangerous development in Poland. It works in very different directions. It is not used with provisions on protection of personality rights are used to, for instance, to justify the claims based on the infringement of environment, of clean environment and right to live in the clean environment. We are used to settle many of public interest issues which are not somehow settled by the administration of the state. So this is somehow the effect of the malfunctioning of a lot of functions of the state as such. But people are trying to use the instruments of the private law, which are in Poland in this situation tailored in very, very general way. But it means there is no specific rule. Everything can be specified by the court applying the law, and this is something which could be very dangerous, because it could really affect the debate. It could really go very far into general freedom of speech. And despite the fact we are talking about the private person using this instrument of the private law directly in trying to protect some very general interest of the society, and the court without having criteria decide so. And of course, in the time where we have a kind of state policy and also an instrument as a disciplinary procedure which may impact on the judge making a decision, it starts to be extremely dangerous. But what I wanted to say, of course, these are cases of somehow malfunctioning of the private law, which may also infringe the rule of law as general. But here we have even more to go into this direction. The lawmaker is somehow aware that he does not provide criteria for any kind of decision. So this is just completely a free assessment. And of course, it is not only a private law enforcement, because he is really trying to give this right to the institute, to the governmental institution, and of course to some association, but basically to governmental institution, which should sue people in case if they think, oh, this person has infringed the good name of the Polish nation. So we see not precise. So this is something which completely infringes or circumvent the principle of nullum crimen sine lege, because we have a sanction which is sometimes even more severe than the criminal law sanction, and we do not have a specification of the behavior which is forbidden. And this is a private law which is used actually with the criminal law function to circumvent all principles, which makes the criminal law so difficult. But the criminal law is so difficult because it protects the general freedom in free society. And this private law, this expansion of using the concept of the protection of the moral rights, it is something, an instrument which apparently does not infringe with principles of the criminal law. But of course it does. And it infringes the principles of constitution actually developed for the criminal law. But of course it must be interpreted functionally. So all this guarantee of the criminal law must be taken also for such kind of provisions. We do not have cases now, but it is quite easy to have them in the future. Because it is just the political decision, could be a political decision of the Institute for National Memorization, and one of the system of enforcing on judges the decision where you can use the instruments of the disciplinary procedure, what is already happening to Poland. So this system is really a danger. And I don't think so that even in all these cases, what you are talking about, I think this is not the real way. So if the state thinks it is so dramatic. It must be protected. It must be then protected by public law means with all guarantees of the public law. It cannot be just left to the private law, which has completely different task in the society.
I agree fully when it comes to the systems, how the lawyers tend to think, but the perception is quite different. And Dr. Horonjak told us how the effectiveness of the law and the systemic purity comes to clashes with the actual effect. And we need to put an end to the discussion. I just want to clarify one thing. The cases that I mentioned that was brought to the civil courts that all predate the controversial reforms of judiciary in Poland. So those should not be mixed. They were all initiated before the controversial changes. So it would be easily to be misinterpreted that it is like a political reaction, where in fact it is not. It is not.
No, this provision is a political reaction.
I'm not talking about this provision where we have no cases. I'm just talking about a couple of cases that we had based on the general provisions of the civil code that ended up with cases.
It is quite easy to answer. The situation before, it does not change at all. But we have here incentive to circumvent the. It is not an accusation about our current government. It is a device which, under normal situation, is something which could explode in certain. It depends very much on the free assessment of the judge. It is something which we don't want to in the private law, but the judge is just, we are coming to certain opinion bias of the judge, and this judge has no governance, no basic rule from the system to say how I should judge this case. So he is freely, and is somehow not possible to verify whether this decision is right or wrong. For this reason, such kind of general clause is a threat for the free society, and does not matter whether it is today, where today the existence of such rules is much more dangerous as it was before.
We need to stop here because of time constraints, but I take it as a promise for this discussion to be continued on other occasions, and also in writings in our publications, to which I'm very much looking forward. I would like to thank all my participants, and let's have a break that is going to be shorter than we actually wanted it to have, but since we are changing panels and the coffee breaks can be actually done anytime, let's have a 5 minutes break, and then we will proceed to the panel number 4. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Paweł Wiliński, and I have a pleasure to chair this fourth session of the conference. So after a very short break, resulting from very interesting discussion that we had at the third panel, the third session that was on memory law, protection of moral rights, we come to the fourth session, and we will have two speakers. The session is Look Who's Back, Political and Constitutional Problems of Preventing Nazi Revival. And we will have two speakers, Professor Brigitte Bejler-Galanda, that will hopefully join us later, and Dr. Janusz Roszkiewicz. We will speak about the Nazi revival, we will speak about genocide denial, and we will speak about the Holocaust denial from different perspectives, from the national perspective of Austrian law and Austrian experiences, from Polish perspective, but also from the constitutional perspective. And we will start with the presentation given by Dr. Janusz Roszkiewicz, Assistant Professor at the Human Rights Center at the University of Warsaw. He's specializing in public law and medical law, and he is also an expert at the Supreme Court of Poland. The topic of the presentation is the constitutional problems of outlawing political organizations affirmative of Nazi legacy. Dr. Roszkiewicz, please, you can start.
Thank you very much, Professor. First of all, I would like to thank for the invitation to this prestigious conference and for allowing me to present my thoughts on constitutional problems of outlawing Nazi organizations. My speech will consist of 4 parts. In the first one, I will make few introductory remarks, including selected examples of Nazi organizations which are active till today, and also a few words about definition of Nazi ideology. In the second part, I will address an issue of problems concerning defining organizations as Nazi ones. I will ask question, what kind of features make an organization a Nazi organization? In the third part of my speech, I will speak about abuse of the freedom of association and freedom of expression, of course, in the context of activity of contemporary Nazi organizations. And in the last part, I will say a few words about Nazi organizations which are operating in a peaceful manner. We need to ask ourselves the question whether only the activity which is based on violence should be illegal, or perhaps we should speak about this issue more broadly and also outlaw Nazi organizations which act in a peaceful manner. This is a question about boundary between activity and the program. So, cut to the chase. 75 years after the end of World War II, Nazi ideology may seem like yesterday's news. But nowadays, it seems unimaginable that in any country in the world, a political party or association which advocates Nazi program could gain any support of the society. And yet, as experience has unfortunately shown, Nazi organizations are still active in many countries, although they enjoy a marginal support. And let's look at few examples. Among them, for instance, we can find the Combat 18, neo-Nazi terrorist organization, which originated in United Kingdom, but is still active in countries such as United States, Canada, or Germany. Another example, the Racial Volunteer Force, a splinter group of Combat 18 active in Belgium. The National Socialist Movement of Denmark. Its official radio station was supported by public funds till 2004. Since then, however, this radio remains operational because it's funded from donations coming from private donors. Another example, the Nordic Resistance Movement, which is active in Scandinavian countries, at least since 90s, which has been banned in Finland in 2019. So for a very long time, this organization remained completely legal in Finland. Another example, the Autonome Nationalisten, German Nazi organization, which is active since 80s till today. Another example, the Adgemeinschaft, Germanic faith community, which is active in Germany since 50s, still till today. And last example, the Slavic Union, active in Russia since 1999 and banned in 2010. And now a few words about definition of Nazism. Nazism, in other words, National Socialism, is an ideology formulated in Germany, but inspired by Italian fascism. And the most important characteristics of this ideology include revolutionism, meaning strive to overthrow the traditional social order and to create new state, new society, and new culture. Second feature of Nazism is, of course, racism, anti-Semitism, anti-democracy, eugenics, chauvinism, socialist model of the economy, state interventionism, subordination of an individual to the state, anti-Christianism, and instead neo-paganism combined with the cult of personality, and last but not least, totalism, which I define as regulation by state almost all areas of social and private life. Interestingly, many researchers qualify Nazism as right-wing ideology. In my opinion, this view is incomprehensible because the postulates of classical right movement go in a complete opposite direction to Nazism. And these right-wing postulates include economic liberalism, the primacy of individual freedom, limitation of the role of the state in society and economy, evolutionary, not revolutionary way of introducing and pursuing policies. And some right-wing trends also refer to in their programs to moral conservatism, especially Christian values. Not all, but some. Meanwhile, almost all the features of Nazism are characteristic of the political left, such as economic socialism, paternalism of the state, the desire to overthrow existing social order, for example, new concepts of family, sex, gender, culture, society, and certain aversion to Christianity. Of course, I am not saying that being left in political views means being Nazis. No, I just say that it's not fair to treat Nazism as a part of right-wing movement because it's more similar to the left wing, which does not mean that it's the same. It's more similar to the left wing than to the right wing. In this context, I would like to outline three main constitutional problems which are related to the outlawing Nazi organizations. Firstly, definition. What features make a political organization a Nazi one? Is a single feature of Nazis sufficient to ban the party? Well, in my opinion, we have to distinguish between fundamental primary features of Nazi and secondary, less important, less characteristic features of Nazi. Obviously, most fundamental features of Nazism are postulates such as anti-Semitism, racism, chauvinism, revolutionism, and totalism. So any movement, party, or any type of association which represents at least one of these postulates can be considered as a part of Nazi movement, while organizations which represent only secondary features of Nazi program, well, there would be a problem to identify them as national socialists. The next problem is more complex because it addresses constitutional and international rules of limiting human rights, especially freedom of expression and freedom of association. On the one hand, both in constitutional law and international law, boundaries of freedom of speech are extremely broad. They include right to insult and even right to express controversial and shocking views. On the other hand, it has never been doubted that not every statement or activity is protected by the law. The question is where to draw the line between controversial but permissible view and the abuse of freedom of association or freedom of speech. Even in the era of broadly interpreted freedom of speech, which allows for the proclamation of controversial, shocking, and offending views, not every statement is tolerated today. Both freedom of association and of expression might be limited, provided that they pursue a legitimate aim recognized by the law, and provided that they are proportional to the aim pursued. What does it mean, proportional? Well, international and constitutional law says that proportional means absolutely necessary to pursue this aim, to achieve this aim, and adequate and effective to achieve this aim. However, international law contains also an additional way out from freedom of expression guarantees, which allows to exclude completely certain categories of expression from legal protection if they are intended to destroy the freedom itself. And this way out is known as abuse of right or abuse of right clause. In this clause allows us to abandon entirely analysis whether the limitation is proportional or not, and allows us to a priori, a limine, declare that certain types of actions fall completely outside of protection of the law. For obvious reasons, this type of clause should be applied with extreme caution and restraint. And also for obvious reasons that there is no exhaustive catalog of situations, activities considered as abuse of rights. But thanks to the European Court of Human Rights case law and case law of another international institutions, we have few examples which are worldwide considered as abuse of freedom of expression or freedom of association. And among them we find, firstly, promotion of totalitarian ideologies, quite obviously. Secondly, expressing support for historical revisionism regarding Holocaust or another German atrocities committed during World War II. Thirdly, as abuse of right is considered also racism, anti-Semitism, or Islamophobia. And fourthly, incitement to violence also is considered as abuse of right. And in all these cases, we do not apply proportionality standard. We do not conduct whole analysis of whether the interference with the right is proportional, but we a limine exclude this type of expressions as completely unacceptable. Both European Convention on Human Rights and International Covenant on Civic and Political Rights, the most important international treaties regarding human rights in the world, both these treaties allow using abuse of rights clause. Article 17 of the Convention and Article 5 of the Covenant explicitly allow to completely outlaw certain political expressions and activities as unacceptable in a civilized society. However, international standards need to be implemented in hundreds of specific legal environments where numerous national constitutions lack provisions concerning abuse of right. For example, in Poland, in France, or in the United States, which begs the question whether any political program or activity can be recognized as a limine deprived of any constitutional protection. Can we use or invoke abuse of rights clause in constitutional legal order when there is no explicit legal basis? Well, in my opinion, the answer is yes and no. Yes, we can, even in such constitutions which lack abuse of rights clause, we can exclude totally certain activities and expressions from the protection of the law. But no, we cannot invoke abuse of rights clause because such radical restrictions on human rights cannot be presumed. They should be based on explicit legal basis. But in lack of such clause, we can and we should apply proportionality standard to assess necessity of outlawing certain types of organizations, such as organizations of Nazi legacy. And I am certain that in all cases when truly Nazi organizations would be assessed, in all cases an interference and a ban of such organizations would fulfill proportionality standard. And the last problem I would like to address concerns the question, should only the activity or also the program be controlled? In other words, can Nazi organizations which operate in a peaceful manner be tolerated, or should they be fought on an equal footing with Nazi terror organizations? In spite of appearances, the answer to this question is not so obvious, because we should take into account famous or perhaps infamous ruling of the American Supreme Court ruling in the case of National Socialist Party of America versus Village of Skopje. And in this rulings, American Supreme Court quashed judgments rendered by courts of state of Illinois, which prohibited Nazi demonstrations with swastika on the streets of a certain city. And the consequence of those ruling was new judgment of Supreme Court of the state of Illinois, which stated that swastika falls within protection of the freedom of speech clause provided in First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. So, for certain esteemed lawyers, esteemed courts, Nazism can be protected by freedom of speech and freedom of association. On the other hand, practice shows that states in the case of peaceful activities of Nazi organizations are less inclined to eradicate this type of association. So United States are not an exception. Perhaps there is this one famous ruling, but when we analyze the policies the European countries pursue in regard of certain Nazi organizations, then we will see that surprisingly several Nazi organizations are tolerated if they act peacefully. In my opinion, the reasons for this situation should be seen rather in politics than in law. From a purely political point of view, it may not pay off for the government to get in the open war with niche organizations that hold dangerous views but affect a marginal part of society. Legally, however, typically Nazi organizations should not be tolerated, in my opinion, even if they operate peacefully. There are few issues on which international community is so unanimous, and one of these issues is Nazism. Almost, perhaps even all members of international community consider Nazism as barbaric, immoral, aggressive and degrading ideology. So, therefore, it cannot be tolerated, even if its supporters are acting peacefully. There are no legal reasons to allow to protect such form of expressions. There are no values which would be a basis for tolerance policy towards such organizations. Since the law determines boundaries of freedom of expression and speech, inter alia it offers us abuse of rights clause, we should take advantage of it and outlaw organizations promoting totalitarian ideologies. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Roszkiewicz. As we all have heard, the Nazi organizations and their existence are still waking our interest and opening many questions that we should and could ask. And I hope we'll have time for that. But I'm very happy to see that we have Professor Brigitte Beiler-Galanda with us already. Hello and good afternoon. Can you hear us?
I can hear you, yes. I'm sorry.
Okay. We're very happy to have you with us, and taking this opportunity, I will, after the short presentation, give you the floor. Professor Brigitte Beiler-Galanda is historian and social scientist. She is a member of staff of the Documentation Center of Austrian Resistance, of which from 2004-2014 she was academic director. She is also a lecturer at the Institute of Contemporary History, University of Vienna. And the research topic is the prosecution and resistance between 1938 till 1945, Austria's dealing with the National Socialistic past, and right-wing extremism in Austria, especially Holocaust denial. The title of this Today's presentation is From Denazification to Banning of Holocaust Denial, the Austrian Law Against National Socialist Activities. Professor Beiler-Galanda, you're welcome.
Thank you very much. I'm terribly sorry for the technical problems with my computer. Now I'm trying with my mobile phone, and that's a bit difficult. And thank you very much for the invitation to this interesting conference on a recently much discussed topic. The Austrian law I'm presenting today is a very special case concerning memory laws. First, it is the oldest one, dating back already to 1945. Second, its first main task was the purge of Society of National Socialists and National Socialism. And third, it turned into memory law as late as in the 1980s, when Austria was confronted with the rise of Holocaust denial. In 1945, the then provisional government of Austria declared Austria's independence on April 27th, and the cabinet committee passed the Gesetzesverbote NSDAP, Act on the Prohibition of the NSDAP, the DAP, on May 8, the day of surrender of the German Reich. Alongside the ban of the party and all its auxiliary organizations, as well as any new engagement in NSDAP-related activity, the so-called Verbotsgesetz required National Socialists to be registered and included atonement measures. A central aim of the Verbotsgesetz was to purge political, economic and social life of National Socialists and their influence. But the denazification process, which was supposed to be carried out schematically according to specified criteria, soon revealed its limits. A revised version was passed in February 1947. The State Treaty of 1955, which granted Austria her full independence again, ultimately opened the way to a comprehensive Nazi amnesty, until then having been blocked by the Allied forces. The NS-Verbotsgesetz, the new name National Socialist Prohibition Act, had thus achieved its primary historical task. But those parts of the Act that impose penalties for re-engagement in National Socialist-related activity have been unaffected by these amnesties and continue to make the Gesetz relevant to current conditions in Austria as well. Section 3 of the original version of the 1945 Verbotsgesetz already contained a provision regarding re-engagement in National Socialist activity. In the amended version of the Act of 47, this originally very brief provision expanded to become sections 3A to 3G. Sections 3A to F enshrined the ban on the re-establishment of a National Socialist organization, the support of any such organization. But however, state prosecutors and courts in most cases used the very broadly worded and very generally worded catch-all provision of the section 3G for prosecuting neo-Nazi activities. Beginning in the 1980s, they also applied it to Holocaust denial. The paragraph said, I cite, whoever is active in a National Socialist sense shall, unless the act is not subject to higher punishment, be punished with imprisonment. The elements of the offense detailed in Section 3 and the associated threat of punishment remain in force until today. Shortly after the end of the war, those provisions that relate to the re-engagement in National Socialist activity were used for the first time against the so-called werewolf group, centered around a former member of NSDAP, Hitler USA. After numerous German nationalist and right-wing extremist organizations succeeded in re-establishing themselves in the early 1950s, the democratic public was confronted by a resurgence of organized right-wing extremism. The security services reacted to events organized by those groups by dissolving numerous militant right-wing extremist organizations, but not on the basis of the Verbotsgesetz, but instead using other legal measures like the Act on Association. Following decades, the Verbotsgesetz itself rarely invoked. Between 1901 and 1967, the number of indictments and trials under the Gesetz declined almost constantly, to the Ministry of the Interior stopped collecting statistics on it all. At the same time, the 1960s witnessed a steep rise in right-wing extremism and neo-Nazism. The paucity of trials under the Verbotsgesetz during these periods is thus clearly related to the tolerance and acquiescence displayed by the government and civil society toward even militant right-wing extremism. It also indicated that public officials were reluctant to initiate legal action against such groups. But since the 1970s, the neo-Nazi, racist and aggressively anti-Semitic press had become more prominent. In the 1980s, prominent figures of this field turned to propagating Holocaust denial, which they tried to spread in Viennese schools. In response, school administrators called upon historians and Holocaust survivors to produce informational brochures to counter the denial and distortion. At the same time, a neo-Nazi group had been established at the Vienna University. Soon, proceedings against this group demonstrated that the Verbotsgesetz could be used against both individuals and political parties, though the latter were partly protected by the Austrian law on political parties. A trial conducted in 1984 against functionaries of this group ended with the conviction of the group's entire leadership. A year later, in 1985, the Constitutional Court issued a landmark verdict. The court ruled that the ban on re-engagement in National Socialist activity is an all-embracing requirement of all state acts. And that was finally a breakthrough in the Verbotsgesetz all over the place. Following this verdict, neo-Nazi parties were stripped of their status as political parties, as a decision that eliminated any further legal obstacles to their dissolution. However, in the 1980s, the authorities still ran into problems in applying the ban on re-engagement in National Socialist activity to individual activists or newspaper publishers who, even if they openly denied the Holocaust, this did not result in criminal convictions. The fact that Section 3G of the Verbotsgesetz was phrased, as I stated above, in a vague way appears to have contributed to the difficulties that prosecutors encountered. During the 1980s, some Austrian historians, as well as international historians, turned their attention to Holocaust studies. Official and judicial powerlessness is of blatant, unrepentant Holocaust denial, which at the very least represented a mockery of and insult to the victims, provoked severe criticism, especially by Holocaust survivors like Hermann Langbein or Simon Wiesenthal, the Jewish community and the institution I'm representing today, the Documentation Archive of Austrian Resistance. In May of 1990, a conference on the topic of suitable statutory measures for combating Holocaust denial was held in Vienna. The conference's findings and recommendations were taken up in the parliamentary process that followed shortly afterwards. Ultimately, members of parliament on a compromise motion, which resulted in an amendment to the Verbotsgesetz being passed on February 26, 1992. This amendment reduced the minimum punishment provided for in the law, while adding, and that was important, a new provision that threatens to punish, I cite, whomever attempts to deny, grossly downplay, condone, or justify the National Socialist genocide or other National Socialist crimes against humanity in a printed work, in the broadcast media, through another medium, or through any other public channel, and does so in a manner that it is accessible to many people. And that was the real turning point. That amendment constituted a breakthrough. Prominent neo-Nazi figures could be successfully tried in the following. Statistics show that the Verbotsgesetz has since then become an instrument that is constantly deployed in re-engagement in National Socialist activity and Holocaust denial. The conviction of leading neo-Nazi propagandists in the aftermath of the 1992 amendment had some positive direct consequences in restricting the spreading of neo-Nazi propaganda and Holocaust denial, even in digital media. For example, in January 2013, the Vienna Landesgericht Regional Court convicted those behind a for some time extremely active neo-Nazi website called Alpen-Adria-Universität. About a third of the convictions due to the law concern neo-Nazi content in social media, Facebook, Twitter, or recently more often used Telegram, TikTok, and others. The comparatively higher number of indictments made and trials conducted over recent years probably has less to do with increased crime than with the more stringent application of the verbots and the heightened sensitivity on the part of the public police authorities. Nevertheless, there is criticism of the Verbotsgesetz, I would say, of course, on the side of right-wing extremists, because they correctly view the law as a brake on their activities. However, there are also those that criticize the Verbotsgesetz as a classically liberal perspective. In this view, the Austrian people could also be trusted to resist the resurgence of National Socialist ideology without court involvement. In contrast to some other memory laws, which sometimes clear political motivation, the Austrian prohibition on re-engagement in National Socialist activity and the associated ban on denying socialist crimes of violence occupies a completely different historical and political context. The Austrian Verbotsgesetz in no way impairs either serious historical research or academic freedom. No serious historian would deny the Holocaust or other National Socialist crimes against humanity. Indeed, the assertion that the Verbotsgesetz restricts the right of free expression was rejected by the Constitutional Court as early as 1985. Later, even the European Court for Human Rights ruled the same when people convicted because of the Verbotsgesetz appealed it. Those who re-engage in National Socialist activity and Holocaust denial follow the ultimate aim to absolve Nazi ideology of the most serious crimes committed in its name and, in doing, to make it acceptable once again. In this way, an opinion becomes a political intention. I quote, "The ban on the Auschwitz lie," writes the historian and writer Doron Rabinovich, "is aimed at the global hate preachers of our time, because the fable of the so-called Auschwitz lie has long become today's blood libel. The intentional denial of the crimes is not an opinion, but a slogan of hatred. It assumes a global Jewish conspiracy. It is a symbol of identity, just like the swastika or Nazi salute. All survivors, all Jews are branded as fraudsters. The mass murder is disputed despite knowing better, so that appetites are whetted for the next one." I think I'll finish with that, and I'm open for any question you might have for me. Very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Beiler-Galanda, for this very interesting presentation about the denazification and Holocaust denial. Unfortunately, there is just 5 minutes left, but if I may, I would like to ask one question to both of the speakers, starting with Professor Beiler-Galanda. While listening to your presentation, the question came to my mind, and I wonder how about genocide denial other than Shoah, the other than Holocaust denial? We have this law in Austria from 1992 prohibiting any public denial of the Holocaust and other National Socialistic crimes. Do we have any research in Austria about the genocide denial other than the Holocaust denial? Can you?
There is research at the University of Vienna. There are a lot of colleagues are researching on genocide and doing comparative studies on genocides, but the law aims at the denial of the National Socialism. And since the mass murder of the Roma in Sinti, National Socialism never denied until now. And the mass murder of people with handicaps was never denied until now. There was no indictment by any court concerning these crimes of socialism. But I think I might be quite sure that denying these crimes will be a topic for courts according to the Verbotsgesetz as well. But other genocides, like the genocide in Rwanda or the genocide on the Armenians, which is disputed by Turkey, is a topic and is not dealt with by the Verbotsgesetz.
Yes, and how about the other genocide acts committed during the period of the same time that the Holocaust denial? I mean, there have been much more atrocities during the Second World War than only the Holocaust, which was obviously well known and horrible sum of accidents. However, there is much more of that. Is anyone in Austria interested in this part of denial of the genocide and responsibility?
Now we are coming into a debate how to define the term genocide. There is, I think, other mass atrocities by the National Socialists against Poles, against Russians, against Ukrainians, against a lot of other nations in Europe. Was the definition of genocide mass atrocity, mass murder, but not genocide. But if that would be denied because the law says any other crimes of National Socialists, I think that could be followed up by the law as well. But of course, there's research on other forms of and other mass atrocities and other National Socialist crimes done in Austria, not at my institute, but for instance at the Vienna Wiesenthal Institute at the universities, and mainly Wiesenthal Institute and various university institutes in Austria.
Thank you, Professor. And I will refer, sadly, only one question to Dr. Roszkiewicz, that had a very interesting presentation about the Nazi organization and the limits of legality from the constitutional point of view. It's not easy to choose question. However, probably I will concentrate on the freedom of speech. And the freedom of speech with its constitutional understanding or international law understanding. The question is whether the trigger element of the freedom of speech and understanding of the constitutional guarantees is not the sensitivity of the issue to the society. I mean that for some countries, the Holocaust denial is a sensitive question. But the apartheid is not that important because it's a more theoretical question. However, do you think that these something in common with the answering the question whether the freedom of speech is broken or not on the constitutional base?
I'm sorry, Professor, could you repeat your questions, because I heard the first part and the last part about sensitivity, but there was cut out the middle. So could you, I'm sorry.
To the society, as it is understood in the society, if the issue is sensitive, like in Poland or in Austria, the Holocaust denial, have anything in common with the freedom of speech, with understanding the freedom of speech and the limits of the freedom of speech?
If I understood your question correctly, you're asking whether the sensitivity of the issue has certain influence on the limits of protection of freedom of speech. Yes?
Yes.
In
other words?
Well, yes. Okay. In general, obviously, yes, because in European Court of Human Rights case law, there is a standpoint view according to which issues which are controversial in certain society from the moral or social point of view remain within margin of appreciation of the state, so they can regulate it in a manner which they choose, in whichever manner they choose. But the Strasbourg Court applies this rule to the issues which are really controversial for the society. Issues such as abortion, euthanasia, or vaccines and duty to get vaccinated against certain infectious diseases. But issues such as Nazism do not really are so controversial. They remain perhaps controversial among very small groups of certain societies, but there is international consensus on the matter that Nazism should not be tolerated. Nazism or any forms and consequences of Nazis, such as Holocaust denial. So, in conclusion, I think that the sensitivity argument in case of Nazi ideology does not apply.
Thank you so much. Before we'll finish this session, I will just ask if, while reading your written report from that session, you could answer also the question about what is the Nazi element in defining Nazi organization. You put that question during your presentation, that there are doubts in definition, what feature make a political organization and Nazi one. I would be very interested in reading the answer for that, because we have some feelings, but once we speak about legal regulations and legal responsibility, this feeling is not enough. So what is, in your opinion, this Nazi element that constitutes Nazi organization? And with this unfortunately unanswered question, I have to leave our guests today because we are off the schedule already. So thank you, Dr. Roszkiewicz. Thank you, Professor Bejler-Galanda. And now we will have a coffee break. According to the schedule, we will start the 5th session at 4:35 p.m. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Astrid, you chair the session. You can start.
Okay, good evening, everyone. I'm happy to chair today's last, but not least, session. It's called Living with the Past, Decommunization and Transitional Justice in Central and Eastern Europe. And we will have three great speakers in this session. So I will give the floor now to Dr. Jacek Sokolowski. He is a graduate from Jagiellonian University Faculty of Law. In 2005, received his PhD degree at the University of Heidelberg, and since then he has combined legal practice with academic activity. He's mainly interested in mutual interdependence of law and politics, especially lawmaking process. And today his topic is the grappling of legislator with the judiciary over the communization and illustration laws, evidence from Poland. So Jacek, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. It's a great pleasure and honor to be here and speak on some aspects of the Polish transitional justice process. Just final check. I have no dogs, contrary to Professor Zoll. I have one kid. I locked her in a bathroom, so it should be okay. Yes, we could shorten the name of this paper to the question: who makes law? Because the question of lustration and the way it was proceeded in Poland is a typical, very clear conflict conflict between the legislature and the judicative and the judiciary. It was at the end of the day the judges who decided the scope of lustration, and that was at one point that were at one point the judges who effectively stopped the lustration in Poland. But let's start from the beginning. I will use a well-known metrics formulated by Roman David in 2012 in his famous book. That the policy towards overcoming the past, or what the Germans called Vergangenheitsbewältigung, which is a very nice word, and I think it's a word which gives well the meaning of the problem. We have several factors shaping what could be called the Vergangenheitsbewältigung policy, and we have three different models which eventually come out of these factors. But first, I would like to ask the question whether overcoming the past actually could be treated as policy at all. Perhaps in some few cases it could, but mostly in most of the transition processes which I know, it was hardly controllable. The countries which underwent the process of transforming from dictatorship, from authoritarian or totalitarian regime towards democracy, hardly controlled their public policy, very least in this particular aspect. So I believe overcoming the past in most cases is rather a process which the actors, political actors, try to control, try to influence, but hardly can control it fully. And well, back to the factors. David noticed that 4 or actually 5 major factors play a part. What was the regime type? What was the level of repression? What scale of human rights abuses took place in a particular country? To what extent is the country politically divided? What are the people's opinion on current politics? It has great influence on the outcome of this Vergangenheitsbewältigung process. What was the regime lifetime is important. The longer the regime lived, the more people got used to it, the more positive sentiment towards various aspects of the regime could live within the society. That's the fourth factor. And finally, the fifth factor, which I didn't put in the presentation. I don't know why, actually, I missed it. The fifth factor is the transformation model. There were various ways of leaving the dictatorship and moving towards democracy, and it is well known that the Polish model was the negotiation model. There was no revolution in Poland. There was a roundtable compromise upon which the Communist Party lost power in a gradual process, which secured for them quite a prominent position. Well, it secured them a position in Polish politics, first of all. Any idea of decommunization was impossible to implement. It was hard to come up with the idea of decommunization as a real political project, because the post-communist party managed to establish itself very quickly as a fully legitimate competitor within the political system, which was still in statu nascendi, still being created, which was in Poland very important. Therefore, it is difficult to qualify the outcome according to the Roman David model. He identified three basic models of overcoming the past. The inclusive model, which is based mostly. Oh, sorry, I got it wrong. I'm very sorry. This slide is wrong. The exclusive model is based on dismissal and retribution. Exclusive model means that the people who are engaged in the former authoritarian regime are being dismissed from politics, and they have to deal with a certain amount of retribution, more or less under control of the law. Which means we could place Czech Republic or the former German Democratic Republic, the communist German state, into the exclusive model. The communist officiaries, functionaries were dismissed from politics. They were formally prohibited to enter public offices for a certain period of time. Then there is a inclusive model, which is based on something David called exposure. Exposure means a variety of measures, variety of policies which are aimed towards exposing the crimes, the atrocities of the regime without actually punishing these atrocities. So it formally could include lustration. I have several doubts about it. I will come to that soon. And the third model, the reconciliatory model, is based on confession, so on mechanisms similar to that which found place in the Republic of South Africa, when, to a certain extent, functionaries of the regime were granted pardon only in exchange for confession of their wrongdoings. As I said, it is hard to fit Poland's history exactly into one of these models. It is somewhere between the exclusive and inclusive model, and it is not entirely reconciliatory. And in my opinion, it's the effect of it's the result of the fact that there was no overcoming the past policy in Poland. It was never a controlled or steered policy. Not to at least it was planned. It was a process which, to a great extent, was not planned. And now let's get right to the middle of the story. For several reasons, mostly because of the strong position of the post-communist party, decommunization was not possible to enact, was not even possible to be proceeded as a political project. Mainly for that reason, the problem of lustration became a central political problem of dealing with the past. One could say that lustration became a substitute of any other measures directed at dealing with totalitarian past. And finally, in 1997, so quite late, after failed attempts to perform lustration in 1992, for 5 years nobody wanted to touch the subject. Finally, in 1997, first so-called Collaboration Act has been created by the Parliament. And this act created a very strange model of lustration, a model which became a source of future problems with lustration in Poland. Formally, as I said, we could say that putting lustration maybe putting so much focus on the lustration belongs formally to the exposure model. But for many of the members of Polish elite, and not only the members of the post-communist party, for many members of the post-solidarity parties, for many members of the elites of the establishment, of the media establishment, many people treated the mere fact of exposing somebody as a Secret Service collaborator as a form of punishment. Therefore, at least for part of the society, lustration as such was a form of retribution. And I believe it is because of that feeling, because people were convinced that exposing somebody's collaboration with the secret communist police is a punishment, the first Lustration Act implemented this strange procedure of revealing these facts. The person in question was obliged to make a declaration whether he or she collaborated or not. And this declaration should be verified by a court, by a lustration court, whether it is true or false. And should the declaration turn out to be false, should the court come to the conclusion that the lustrated person lied about her past, the quasi-punishment was supposed to be exclusion from participation in democratical game, the formal prohibition of entering public offices for 10 years. The clue of the entire construction was that the lustration court was supposed to verify the declaration according to the criminal proceedings code. So the person was to be treated quasi as a person in criminal proceeding, and the judges in the lustration court were all of them criminal judges, people who are specialized in judging the criminals, which led to a certain phenomenon which I would call the subjectivization of the prerequisites which were formulated in the act, in the provisions. Because the provisions seemed very objective. The provision, the crucial provision, stated that a person should declare whether he or she was or was not a collaborator of several secret services of the Polish communist state. This sounds very objectively, but as a matter of fact, it is not objective, because the problem of collaboration with secret police, as it was named in the provision, was completely separated from the question and from the idea one either was a collaborator or was not. But the criminal judges thought in these categories of guilt. Somebody cannot be accused, sentenced for a penalty. If he commits a crime, he cannot be sentenced if he was not guilty. So the judges sought, I would say, a substitute of guilt. They had the feeling that they cannot declare somebody a lustration liar only because there are formal arguments which speak for the fact that he was a collaborator, but that they have to find him somehow guilty. And they found this idea of guilt in the definition of collaboration itself, which I will try to show you in the next slide, if I manage to. Too much. Okay. First, there were many rulings, of course, of the Constitutional Court, because the illustration bill, as imagined, the collaboration it was attacked politically many times by various political parties, by various politicians, and the constitutional review of the act was performed many times. But 3 rulings are particularly important, so I have chosen them to show you how this process of subjectivizing the notion of collaboration was performed. In the first ruling in 1997, TK is the abbreviation for Trybunał Konstytucyjny for the Polish Constitutional Court, has formulated some basic requisites. When can we actually conclusion that collaboration matters? Not every form of collaboration matters. Not every form of collaboration is enough. And it was this notion of conscious activities, as you see. It was not enough that somebody was registered as a collaborator, that he had a record in archives. There must kind of proof necessary to find him a illustration liar, that he was collaborating consciously. This was a vague notion. It was precising to some extent the scope of what collaboration means, and it was narrowing it. It is worth mentioning twice Constitutional Court has protected the Collaboration Act from ruling it unconstitutional at the initiative of the Post Party, because of course Post-Communist Party tried to amend the act so to make it so to say toothless, to make it dangerous for people who collaborated with various forms of communist secret services. So first there was amendment which was ruled unconstitutional in 2002. This was a new definition of collaboration, which actually was so detailed that no collaborator would be capable in this definition. So this was first attempt of the Post-Communist Party to fight the illustration. The second, also in 2002, this was another amendment, collaboration with intelligence and secret and counterintelligence agencies of the Communist Poland. The idea, the aim of the deputies who have novelized Collaboration Act this way is also clear. The point was that the intelligence and counterintelligence agencies were also spying on the oppositional, on the persons within the opposition. So they were not intelligence exactly in these terms as in Western democratic countries. So first, let's look again what the Constitutional Court did. First, it has restricted the scope of illustration. It has required pretty clear prerequisites for finding that somebody was a collaborator. And then twice, he stopped the attempts to block the illustration. We could say, I called it a policy, and I think it was a conscious policy. The composition of the Constitutional Court back then, at that time, was mostly of people who believed that some form of lustration in Poland is necessary, and that true lustration must find place, that some people who actually really collaborated with secret police should be revealed, should be exposed. But at the same time, they didn't wish that this process applies to too many people. They wanted to restrict the number of cases, and this is exactly what their rulings did. So far, so good. We could say that up to this moment, we have a Constitutional Court intervening into the state's policy, into the parliamentary policy, into the Parliamentary Act, changing a bit the way this act is enacted, narrowing a bit its impact, weakening a bit its impact, but at the same time protecting this policy from its foes. But then came the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court did something entirely different. Supreme Court stopped the lustration at all. How it happened? there was a practice which grew gradually during the lustration processes, that people accused of being lustration liars, thus accused of being secret collaborators, have called upon witnesses to testify in their favor. And these witnesses were the former officers of the secret communist police. And these officers came to courts and testified various things, but basically they said that the collaboration was a fake collaboration, that the agent, the collaborator, actually did not tell them anything relevant, that he tried to avoid the collaboration. Even if he signed something, he was acting in a way which was not helpful for his officer. It was a very common line of defense, and in the first instance, lustration court didn't take that line of defense into account, found it not credible, found in general the testimonies of former security service officers as not reliable, as not credible. The lustration court stuck to the position, to the judgment that former security service officer is not a credible evidence what he says, that he's acting in the interest of his source, so to say, that he's trying to protect his source. And the second instance, the appellation instance, have generally followed that line, and that line was eventually broken by the Supreme Court in this famous verdict 2 KKN 271 in the year 2000. In this verdict, Supreme Court, basing on this notion of conscious activities, which was formulated earlier by the Constitutional Court, Supreme Court precised what conscious activities means. And it said basically that it's not enough that the collaboration was conscious, that the collaborator knew that he is speaking with a Secret Service officer. It's not enough that he signed obligation to cooperate. It's not enough that he delivered information. It's not even enough that he was paid for it. It is necessary, said the Supreme Court, in order to consider somebody's activity as conscious activity, that this activity was facilitating the activities of security organs, that it was actually helpful, that the information delivered by the collaborator was useful. Now, how can we prove that somebody who has a record, archival record, that he signed an agreement of collaboration, that we have his reports, we have confirmations that he received money? How can we now prove that it was useful what he delivered? Well, said the Supreme Court, the final evidence, the decisive evidence, is the testimony of the security service officer. If he confirms that the actually information was helpful, then it means that we have a collaborator. If he denies it, we have to trust him. The collaborator was a fake collaborator. And these are two famous notions formulated in the same verdict: fake collaboration and avoiding collaboration. All the agents, all people accused of being collaborators of the Secret Service, could say that they were, formally they were registered, they signed, they even got money, but actually they weren't delivering anything useful. They were deceiving their officer, so to say, and it was fake collaboration. And once this verdict was given in 2000, it was actually end of lustration. As you can well imagine, it became impossible to prove to anybody that he was a collaborator. Perhaps in rare cases when none of the officers were available to testify and the material evidence in the documents was very strong, then perhaps we could say, basing on these documents in the archives, that it was a useful collaboration. But in most cases it was not, and therefore lustration processes became a farce, because it was impossible to find virtually whoever a collaborator. Now, interesting is, of course, the question why Supreme Court intervened in this way, but this is perhaps a matter of another for another paper. It's a question of the relation between the judiciary and the communist system, and yeah, this is material for some sociological research. So I will restrict myself, also with regard to the time I have at my disposal, I will restrict myself to the outcomes. And most important is because apart from this verdict of the Supreme Court, this verdict happened because of the views the judges in the Supreme Court had, but this verdict also was given because they had the power to give it. And they had the power to give it because of this peculiar construction of the Polish lustration model. It was regarded from the beginning as a form of retribution, not as an exposure. And therefore, because it was regarded as a form of retribution, the adopted model was based on the Criminal Proceedings Code. Therefore, it was based on the basic rule that somebody must be proved guilty. This requirement to prove somebody his guilt was not in the act as such, was not formulated in the provisions, but it was planted, so to say. It was written additionally by the judges who were unable to actually proceed the situation in different categories because they were criminal judges and because they had the Criminal Proceedings Code in their hands. And this led to a situation in which eventually the Supreme Court had grabbed this power of changing completely the notice of collaboration and thus effectively putting an end to the lustration. Of course, it was not the end of the story. The act was novelized later and the lustration went on, but I want to stop at this moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jacek. It was a very interesting presentation, and it was really interesting to listen to the Polish experience in regard to lustration laws and interpretation of collaboration. So now I will ask our second speaker, Dr. Miklos Könzer, who is an associate professor at Pazmany Peter Catholic University and research fellow at the Institute for Legal Studies, Center for Social Sciences in Budapest. His research focuses on the history of legal rhetoric, theory of argumentation, and the semiotics of law. He currently works on Hungarian case law concerning the accessibility of Secret Service files from the pre-1989 communist regime. He is managing editor of the journals Intersections, East European Journal of Society and Politics, and Hungarian Journal of Legal Studies, Acta Juridica Hungarica. And today he's going to present, give a presentation with the topic Constitutional Review of the Hungarian Law Governing Accessibility of Data Concerning Collaboration with the Communist Regime, the 1990s case law and its afterlife. So, Miklos, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me right now? That's lovely, thank you. So yes, my talk is about my work in progress, which focuses on some constitutional court cases, and in particular decision number 60 of 1994, which actually was delivered on the day of Christmas Eve, so it's quite appropriate to talk about right now. It was on the Hungarian equivalent of what Jacek Sokolski was talking about, the Hungarian lustration law, and thus give a premature end to this process in Hungary. And what I wish to follow here is, on the one hand, this story, how the focus of lustration has been moved from the actual political or quasi-juridical procedure to the access to information and the right to control information about oneself, which I think is very interesting. And also what I hope to do later in my work is to focus on the intersections between national history and private history, because I think this is what the real lesson of this story is from a theoretical perspective. So what I shall focus on today is on the one hand this particular decision from the mid-90s of the Hungarian Constitutional Court, and secondly a series of cases arising in the middle of the previous decade, which was then related to the publication of information concerning the activity of one particular person, allegedly at least collaborating with the Secret Service during the communist era. So the decision number 60 of 1994 of the Hungarian Constitutional Court, delivered on the 24th of December, finished the procedure related to a series of claims of unconstitutionality against Act 23 of the same year, on what was the title, on the review of persons holding specific important positions on the one hand, and on the unconstitutional silence, as they put it, of the legislator on the other. Now the act, I shall refer to it as the Lustration Act of Hungary, was passed in the last month of the first freely elected National Assembly in March of the same year, and it actually appeared in the official gazette one month later. It came as the last in a series of attempts at the restitution or compensation of wrongs caused during the communist regime on the one hand, and in connection with that, at establishing the legal responsibility of those collaborating with the pre-1990 state authorities in the surveillance of citizens. The results of these legislative attempts were mixed, actually. While the material and financial compensation had its limits due to the scarcity of means, the moral compensation and the illustration of public and political life did not, in many cases at least, find a form that would be accepted against the rule of law standards applied and partly developed by the first Constitutional Court. Now, a notable case was another decision 11 of 1992, on a bill passed back in the previous year on the prosecution of crimes committed between 1944 and 1919. But I'm not going to talk about this today. Now, the Lustration Act aimed at the lustration of those holding specific positions in the public sphere, broadly understood. It provided for judicial committees, the so-called lustration judges, with the task of screening those concerned to establish whether they had worked for the state security services or obtained information from the latter to support their decision-making, or if they had been members of the Hungarian National Socialist Party during the Second World War. The Act provided for the procedural rules of the screening, authorizing the committees to request data from the registries of the Ministry of Internal Affairs and the Ministry of Defense. The outcome of the procedure in positive cases was twofold. The committee had to inform those found to be concerned by either of the above cases, and in case they did not resign from their posts, to publish their findings. The Act provided for no possibility to appeal against the decision. However, those concerned would have had to file a claim with the Metropolitan Court of Budapest. So there was a judicial review proper of those findings of the committees, but the members of the committees, albeit recruited from judges, from active judges, were removed from the judiciary for that time. The unconstitutionality claims were pointed at the arbitrariness of defining the posts that needed to be screened for instance, discriminating among those holding important financial and economic, religious or academic positions, or even among journalists, including some but not others, without any clear justification. Further claims concern the lack of clear procedure rules and the right to appeal, as well as the lack of transparency during committee hearings and also court proceedings. In addition to finding crucial parts of the Act unconstitutional just because of the discrimination among the sphere of those concerned, the court also held that the lack of legislation on the control of information of those mentioned in the files resulted in an unconstitutional situation. It should also be added that the screening conducted under the Act did not prove to be particularly effective either. Among others, the committee found that a former minister and later the Prime Minister of Hungary did cooperate with the state security services, and when later asked about that in a parliamentary debate, the politician famously answered, "So what?" So what we have here in the Act, and it is pointed out in the reasoning of the decision, is clearly a conflict between public and private interest. What is more interesting for us, however, how the focus has been shifted, partly along the lines already laid out in the decision. Because later legislation moved the issue of the issue in the direction already suggested in a remark of the court decision, towards the expert research of historical facts as opposed to the judicial decision-making. In that vein, the Historical Office, an archive of the Secret Service files, has been established in 96, which was then later transformed into its present form, the so-called Historical Archives of the Security Services, in 2003. With that, the direct aim of lustration has been abandoned, giving place to the question of information-related rights. While the 1994 decision already tackled the problem in terms of the right to those concerned by the screening to control others' access to personal information. In the new context of accessing information by individuals, there is now a threefold problem. Alongside the right of those collaborating in some form with the Communist Secret Service, there is the right of those under surveillance to obtain information on those reporting on them, and the related right of those third persons who are mentioned in the reports in some form. And thirdly, the right of those researching history, whose work then promotes public interest by making historical facts widely accessible for the members of the whole political community. Further legislation has repeatedly tried to strike a balance among these rights in dialogue with the jurisprudence of the Constitutional Court. I'm not going to discuss that in detail. I'm just mentioning that in particular the question of publication of facts has led to fervent disputes, not independently of the lack of lustration on the one hand, and indeed on the nearly complete lack of persecution of crimes against humanity committed by exponents of the communist regime. Moreover, while the right to what is termed information compensation seems to be undisputed in that dialogue, the question of practical accessibility remains. Given that surveillance was by its nature less than obvious for those concerned, it was in secret, people may not be aware of their data appearing in the files, and even if they are, they may lack the actual possibility to access that. However, it is facilitated by legal provisions and a new technology. And all that directs the focus on the role of experts specializing in the field, whose scholarly research may have a key role in making the past accessible, both for the public in general and the individual holders of the respective information rights. And then I come the series of cases in the mid-2000s. In 2007, a Hungarian weekly paper published an article written by the prominent historian Christian Ungváry on the measures taken in the 80s by the state security services against what was then considered to be a dissident student organization at the University of Page. Drawing on material accessed at the historical archives, Ungváry, the historian, discussed the role played by a certain László Kiss, at the time vice secretary of the State Communist Party chapter at the university between 1983 and 88, who cooperated with the security services. The person Kiss filed a claim against the journal, which was then upheld by the local court. Less than 2 weeks later, the historian, Ungváry, was interviewed by the national TV channel where he basically repeated his findings, adding that Kiss, who was then judge of the Constitutional Court, was the chief bastard in the story. In the next year, he published a co-authored volume where he republished his findings once again. Following that, Judge Kiss both initiated a criminal procedure against Ungváry because of criminal defamation and filed claims of libel and press correction against both Ungváry and the publisher of the journal. In the tort procedure, the latter one, the Municipal Court of Budapest decided once again in favor of the claimant, holding that most of the disputed claims were actually factual statements. In the libel case, the court similarly decided in favor of Kiss, holding that Ungváry and his publisher published unproven claims that would violate the claimant's good reputation. On appeal, the regional court ruled that the claims made by Ungváry were, in contrast, value judgment rather than factual statements based on actual facts, and thus declined the claim, while holding by calling Kiss a bastard in his interview, Ungváry actually defamed Kiss. On retrial then, the Hungarian Supreme Court changed the appeal judgment, apart from upholding the defamation ruling, and argued that the article infringed on Kiss's personality rights by making the false impression that he was an informer and a quasi-agent of the security services during the communist era and was an official contact, collaborating with the services and reporting to them, as well as following their advice in objecting to the election of an officer to that student movement at the university. The court found these claims unfounded and libellous against the claimant, and Ungváry had to pay some 3,500 euros in compensation, and he and the publisher together had to pay the double of this sum together. In the criminal case, on the other hand, the local court found Ungváry guilty of defamation due to his use of the term bastard and chief bastard, while holding that his factual claims were based on scholarly research, thus belonging to scholarship only and under scholarly assessment. On appeal then, the municipal court also found Ungváry guilty of slander, arguing that his claims concerning Kiss were factual statements rather than opinions, and that Ungváry was unable to prove these. On second appeal, however, the regional court acquitted Ungváry on both charges. After a retrial, the Supreme Court upheld that latter judgment. Now, coming back to the libel case, following the final decision, Ungváry and his publisher filed a claim before the European Court of Human Rights, claiming that their freedom of speech has been violated by the domestic courts. With a less than conclusive reasoning in terms of the classification of Ungváry's claims, the court held in favor of the claimants here. And it has been observed in scholarship that the courts did not apply a consistent standard, either in distinguishing factual statements and opinions or value judgments, or in following the ruling of the Constitutional Court, which they otherwise all quoted, in using the criteria of professional care, which would exculpate those making evidence-based factual statements. So here, what we have is a very interesting line of development, shifting the focus from the original aim of lustration towards the problem of access to information. while shifting this focus basically opens up a new field of debate concerning information rights. If I would have some more time, I would go on with the post-2010 developments, which then basically repoliticized the whole issue, even in the absence of lustrations. So from the field of memory rights, we are basically moving towards the field of memory politics in Hungary. But I have to stop here. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Miklos. It was an interesting and thorough approach from another country. And now we will move to the third speaker, Professor Klaus Zimmer, who studied history, political science, and Latin in Heidelberg and Munich, received his PhD and habilitation in political science in Heidelberg, was a professor of political science at the University of Trier, during that time 10 years director of the German Historical Institute in Warsaw. Until 2018, was a professor of political science at the Cardinal Stefan Wyszyński University in Warsaw, and professor's fields of interest are transformation in post-communist countries, German-Polish relations after World War II, and history policy. And today, Professor will present on DDR's legal injustice after Germany's reunification. Professor, the floor is yours.
Can you hear us, Professor Zimmer?
Do you talk to me?
Yeah, it's your turn. Floor is yours.
It's my turn. Okay. I always heard two voices together, and therefore I didn't know what is on. Thank you. With German unification in 90, huh? Yes.
We can hear you very well. We can hear you very well all the time.
Okay, then I'll try again. With German unification in 1990, German society had for the second time the task of coming to terms with the heritage of a political system which had systematically committed injury initiated by the state. Having in mind that denazification after World War II had largely failed, German politicians from East and West were aware that a reasonable approach to the injury caused by the communist dictatorship of the GDR was extremely difficult. And not only because this dictatorship had lasted more than 3 times longer than that of the Third Reich. Coming to terms with GDR injury had several dimensions, some of which I'll discuss here shortly. To these dimensions belong penal-oriented politics, especially perpetrator-oriented penal prosecution. This concerns, for instance, murders committed at the German border. Victim-oriented politics, e.g. rehabilitation and compensation. Then documentation of and access to Stasi records. In no other post-communist society, the demand for access to one's own files in the records of the Communist Secret Service has been as high as in East Germany and continues to be on an exceptionally high level until today. Then decommunization of the state. This meant that all persons had to be screened who in the GDR had been active in professions under control of the SED. It's a very different approach from denazification. And finally, what is at the center of scientific research in Germany on totalitarianism after 1989? Germany's National Socialist past or the Communist past of East Germany. So, and now I would like to change the file, but unfortunately I can't. Now here. Do you see me? Do you see me? Well, I'll continue with this file. After German unification, politicians and many representatives of civil society agreed that mistakes which quite evidently had been committed during denazification after World War II had to be avoided when coming to terms with the heritage of communist injustice in East Germany. 10,000s of victims believed, on the one hand, that perpetrators who had committed blatant injustice would be sentenced by courts. On the other hand, they hoped for a certain compensation for what they had suffered in prison or by other kinds of discrimination. The first assumption was almost made impossible by regulations of the Treaty on German Unification negotiated between the governments of the Federal Republic and the new democratic government of the GDR, ratified by both parliaments. According to this treaty, criminal acts committed in the GDR could not be sentenced after German unification because GDR law ceased to be valid. The application of West German law would, however, have been incompatible with the prohibition of a sentence without a legal basis at the moment when the offense was committed. The consequence was that de facto the perpetrators were judged according to legal regulations most favorable to them. In the end, there were about 75,000 preliminary proceedings against about 100,000 accused persons, but only 1,737 persons were really charged in 1,021 proceedings. Only a little bit more than half of these proceedings ended with a condemnation, mostly suspended sentences with probation or a fine. Most known were the legal proceedings concerning murders at the German domestic border, especially at the Berlin Wall. These murders were, according to the German Federal Supreme Court, not covered even by GDR legislation. But only some 40 persons were sentenced to prison. Sentenced were, however, not only soldiers who personally killed fugitives, but also the perpetrators behind the perpetrators, that is, high-ranking Politburo members who had signed the order to eventually kill people who tried to leave the GDR in an illegal way. Egon Krenz, who after Honecker was for a short time at the top of the East German Communist Party, received 6.5 years of prison, former Politburo member Günter Schabowski and Günter Kleiber 3 years each. But the trials against many of the top-ranking party officials, beginning with Erich Honecker, were not finished because the accused were physically not able to assist at the trial. Erich Mielke, whose case was mentioned already here this morning, was not sentenced for what he did during more than 30 years as chief of the Stasi, but for 2 murders of policemen from the year 1931, because murder could not become statute barred. He received 6 years and was dismissed after 4 years because of his age. He was 88. And this was very good because he did not die as a martyr in prison, but when he came out, he had to notice that people hated him, asked him why he had done for the Stasi what he had done, and then he lived completely isolated. Given the relatively mild sentences against not only the top responsible politicians of the GDR, but also the rank-and-file members of the state apparatus who executed the GDR's injustice in everyday life as Stasi officers or in prison against political prisoners, one can understand the deception expressed in the often quoted statement by Bärbel Bohley, one of the leading GDR civil rights activists. We wanted justice and we got the rule of law. Panel prosecution concerned quite a lot of domains. I'll only mention 2. For instance, electoral fraud. Egon Krenz was sentenced for electoral fraud of the local elections of 1989. And one thing is stopping. This is relevant until today. GDR sportsmen were very successful, but in many cases because they were doped, often without knowing that, and many persons still are suffering from these doping. And these are cases which are relevant in trials until today. A second item concerns the rehabilitation of persons who had experienced unjust sentences given the GDR courts, by GDR courts. Eventually, such a rehabilitation was accompanied by a compensation for material losses a victim had suffered by not being able to gain income for the time of being arrested. In many cases, this affected also the retirement pension, and although the monthly amount of the victims has been raised in the meantime, in many cases, former perpetrators are receiving a higher monthly income than their victims. One of the main characteristics of coming to terms with the communist past of the GDR in United Germany is the open access to the records of the Communist Secret Service, in German Staatssicherheit or Stasi. The open access has been possible since to civil rights activists in East Germany, and this in 2 respects. First, they occupied the main Stasi building and safeguarded the records in winter 1989-90, when they noticed a suspicious smoke coming from the inside. This took place not only in Berlin, but also in several provincial towns where regional Stasi records were confiscated. At the second time, the civil rights activists protested by hunger strikes in summer 1990 against the intention of West German politicians either to destroy the Stasi records completely or to put them to the Federal Archive in Koblenz and keep them secret for 30 years. In the end, public access to the Stasi archives was written into the Inner German Treaty on Unification. A special office was created in Berlin where the Stasi records were archived. The German abbreviation for this office, with a terribly long name, is BSTU. Some similar offices were created in several regional centers. In some, the Stasi documents today amount to about 111 kilometers. One of the most controversial questions was who was to get access to the files and under which conditions. Some politicians, such as the last democratic prime minister of the GDR, Lothar de Maizière, were afraid that when people get informed about who denounced them to the Stasi, there would be a mood in the GDR like a civil war. And Joachim Gauck, a former Protestant pastor who had been responsible for the Stasi records already in the democratically elected parliament of the GDR and in United Germany, first head of the BSTU, he pleaded for an open access for everyone to the documents concerning her or him. Everybody should have the right to know the own biography completely. Self-determination on my own biography. Everybody should have the right to know the own biography completely. And when this happened, many people were, of course, disappointed when they learned that they had been denounced, for instance, by close members of their family. The churches were consequent in screening their staff on collaboration with the Stasi, and the result was a little bit shocking because several high-ranking, even Protestant and also Catholic members of the church had been unofficial Stasi collaborators, even two Protestant bishops. This was when this came out. Were of course bitter moments, but after some weeks, the atmosphere, the public atmosphere, became clear, and Stasi did not longer hinder the public life in East Germany. As compared to other post-communist states, one can't but be astonished about the demands. There were 3.2 million individual applications for access to the own documents. In 2017, there were still 49,000, and in 2018, 45,000 new applications. An important role the BSTU had to play in screening the staff of the complete public service, that is, active persons who were active in professions under control of the SED. A person who had been an official or unofficial Stasi collaborator was dismissed. Until 2010, the BSTU had to answer to 1.7 million requests in this respect. In this way, the problem, which in some post-communist states is called decommunization, was resolved in a relatively transparent way. It was a merit that Gauck and his staff had created an institution without example, which has been working very carefully and has relatively quickly gained the confidence of the public. This is most important to say that nobody who gets an answer from this office has the suspicion that there is a political implication or something like this. This institution has the reputation to be fair and has done quite a lot to clarify public atmosphere after especially the Stasi. Well, I see colonization. Well, there was one domain I should mention shortly, that is the universities. It was clear that subjects like Marxism-Leninism were abolished, but in other domains, like, for instance, history, West German professors, commissions came to see if the persons to check if persons in office could qualify for continued work at the given university. This sometimes caused the reproach of a colonization of the East by the West, often exaggerated, but in some cases a judgment made at the beginning of the 1990s would probably be milder today. Coming to terms with the heritage of the GDR was a self-evident task for historical research, not only in West Germany, but also in newly created research centers in the East, as in Potsdam or Dresden. A question which was put very quickly was, what should be at the top of research on Germany's experience with dictatorial regimes, National Socialism, or the communist past of East Germany? The answer given by Bernd Faulenbach in 1998 is very often quoted. The Nazi crimes cannot be relativized by addressing to crimes of Stalinism, and Stalinism crimes may not be trivialized by referring to Nazi crimes. Given the relatively positive balance sheet of coming to terms with the Stasi records on the one hand, and frequent reports on right-wing attitudes and voting behavior in East Germany on the other, one might ask, what went wrong? One answer is that public discussion concentrated perhaps too much on the Stasi connections and too little about the importance of the Communist Party for maintaining the non-democratic system in the GDR. Another item is that quite evidently extreme right-wing movements, although rather marginal, but existing in the GDR, were not taken into consideration also after unification. So the balance sheet of coming to terms with the GDR injury is in sum relatively positive, but several dark spots need to be explained still. Thank you very much.
For closing the presentations session, and I believe sometimes it's an advantage of being the last ones, as it gives us a possibility to use at least a few minutes for discussion, although I understand that we have used all of our time. So maybe some of the participants would like to ask each other a question and to start a short discussion. Okay, Professor Arkadiusz.
Yes, thank you very much for those three wonderful presentations. I have a question first to Professor Zimmer. You quoted a very, I think, impressive in a way quotation. We expected justice, we received the rule of law. And I think it is quite up to date in the discussion in some countries, including Poland. Do you think that this tension or discrepancy between like the statement expresses, does it mean that somehow this legal notion of the rule of law failed? Or the opposite, it is the proof of how robust the rule of law was, and it stopped the popular expectation to have justice at the expense of the rule of law. So this would be my first question.
Professor Zimmer?
Yes, I only now am listening. No, I think in the end the rule of law was successful. If we had judged according to different say what the civic rights activists attended, it would have been injury, and we have to accept that it is insufficient, and in many respects it is not satisfying what happened in this case. But the other way round would have been injury done by the courts, and therefore we have to accept this. And I myself am not satisfied with this, but I think the rule of law is strong enough now to be accepted by everybody, and to have give a solid basis to this state.
Thank you very much, Professor, for your answer. Professor Radwan, do you have a second question?
Yes, my second question would be to Dr. Jacek Sokołowski, but in a way also to the other speakers. But it is, I think, mostly valid for Poland. Jacek, do you think that the manner how judiciary curtailed the lustration laws in Poland had any effect on the confidence people of Poland have had in the courts in Poland, whether it had any impact, whether it weakened legitimacy of the judiciary in Poland? And maybe also in Hungary.
I think actually less than some politicians tend to believe. Because on one hand, there is this very strong impression that the courts in Poland compromised on the question of overcoming the past, and it was regarded by a substantial part of the society that there is something definitely wrong with the way the lustration is being handled in the courts, and in particular, even worse for the image of the courts and for the legitimization of the Third Republic. Worse was the handling of the criminal proceedings of people who were responsible for crimes, for killings during the martial law in the 80s, because they effectively led to a situation in which everybody went unpunished after a long and not really serious criminal trials. But I think at the end of the day, so on one hand there was this part, and I think it was a minority who was disgusted, who felt rejection towards the courts, but more towards the state. I think it actually the eventual damage was done to the state itself. It's not so much that people were angry, so to say, at courts, because all the empirical evidence actually shows us that people were pretty confident towards Polish courts. They were disillusioned, or they were disappointed with regards to the time that the proceedings, the trials take. But people were not particularly, the empirical research shows no particular negative sentiment towards the courts as such. But there is another phenomena. There is this reluctance of many of the Polish citizens towards the state as such. And I think the Third Republic, and this is the true problem, was weakly legitimized because of the transitional justice it offered. But it went to the so to say, it went to the state as a whole, not courts in particular.
Thank you for your answer. Does anyone else want to comment on that, maybe? Does anyone have any other questions?
I have one comment.
Please.
I think what really matters from a longer perspective, because it's more than 30 years now from the transition, from the fall of the Berlin Wall, from the fall of communism in Poland. My remarks might seem pretty cynical, but at the end of the day, what really matters is the symbolic and long-lasting value of transitional justice. It is less important whether the justice was properly done in individual cases. Important is the final impression, the final judgment that the society builds up towards the communist totalitarian past. This is what is most important from the point of view of the integrity of the society and for the way the politics works. Of course, it could be done better or worse. I think in Germany it was done better. In Poland it was done worse. But there's a certain paradox that in Poland this process of transitional justice, this overwhelming the past, was done, as I was also showing in my paper, was done in a particularly inefficient way. In a way which was compromising the idea, but still it helped, and in particular the creation and existence of the Institute for the National Remembrance helped. And what was most important was the educational activities of the Institute of National Remembrance. The fact is, the majority of Poles now judges the communist past negatively. Nobody thinks in Poland, especially in the younger generation, that communist Poland was a nice and a positive way of dealing with things, of organizing people's life. And it happened even though all those elements of the transitive justice were pretty compromised. So I think this is most important from the overall political, sociological point of view. This is important.
Would anyone else like to add something? So if we don't have any more questions, I think that... oh, sorry. Yes, Professor. Go ahead.
A last comment concerning the symbolic way. It was, for me, it was very important that the politicians responsible for killing at the Berlin Wall got higher sentences than the people who shot. That the perpetrators behind the perpetrators were sentenced, and not as in many cases during denazification. That at least this was reached.
Thank you, Professor, for your comment.
Well, which is of course in this moral dimension very important, and I think it helped the German society to reintegrate after the communism. And of course, I'm personally, I support that idea. But as I regard nowadays Poland, I think we came to terms with our past, more or less, even though these elements, which Professor Zimmer mentioned, failed. We did not have such a process, though we ought to have. So it is a question whether all the measures are necessary. I think there is one thing in Poland that we are missing, another cost. We are bearing another cost of the failed transitional justice or insufficient transitional justice. The state in which our society currently is, it is highly polarized. I would say that the political competition is highly decivilized and is based on delegitimization, mutual delegitimization of both sides. I think this is the legacy of our failed transitional justice policy, but not the missing rejection of the totalitarian state as such.
Thank you. Are there any other comments or remarks? So I think that we can then call this discussion closed. And as I still have a chance now, I want to thank Professor Arkadiusz Radwan for a possibility to chair this very interesting session. And I guess that, and also the speakers for your interesting presentations and the discussion. And I think I'm going to pass the word now to Professor Radwan to say the final word closing the conference.
Austrian, thank you so much for chairing this session. I also would like to thank the other chairpersons, Professor Balcerzak, Professor Wilinski, and Dr. Chorąziak, and all the speakers who represented many nationalities, many institutions, and also disciplines, because the topic of our discussion is the one that cannot really be approached by the methodology of one discipline only. If we want to have a fruitful discussion, the only way to proceed is to involve political scientists, sociologists, historians, philosophers, and well, lawyers. I myself, I'm a lawyer, and the very title of the conference is about juridification of history. So we borrow from other disciplines to look about where is the space for the law. Is there a space for legal governance of history? What are the limits and opportunities? And this discussion, the conference comes to an end, but not the discussion. We look forward to continuing this discussion in the year to come, in the next year, in different formats, the smaller ones and the bigger ones. And as some of the speakers mentioned before, the goal is also to wrap up all these efforts with publications that will bring together those different experiences and sensitivities and so on. So I'm looking forward to working for you also in the next year. And I would like one more time to thank you all for contributing to this conference. I learned a lot. I think it was interesting. We made it eventually, even though it was not so easy in this online format, but I think we made it. So thank you for this. There are many more also legal problems that we could not discuss or not enough discuss today, like post-truth and fake news, how these new paradigms of the media affect the policy choices. Also, there are some administrative and private law questions, like, for instance, in Austria, where I'm speaking from, there is a discussion about Gusen and commemorating Gusen, and this area today is a private property. So there is a question of how to handle this legally, expropriation or whatever. So many different interesting questions from different angles of the law, but it is not just the law, it is much more than this. So I would like to close the conference and take this opportunity to wish you all good, healthy Christmas time, and I hope to see you soon in the next year. So all the best for our speakers, moderators, and also our audience. Thank you so much. We are closing now. Thank you.